The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 51. Take and hold. The battlefield slowly falls silent, with the mecha's thermal imaging and system-enhanced senses not indicating anything alive and moving near the landing zone other than their own team. Stalwart reports landing zone secure. Max calls over the long-range radio, letting command know they have made it down and are still alive. Casualties minimal, moving to secure the area. The location they were assigned to was a staging area for enemy vehicles, but before that, it was a residential area near one of the planet's smaller mines. A small, now destroyed downtown core with a few thousand vacant homes. Max isn't sure what happened to the locals, but they weren't present during any of the scans of Belmont. It's possible the whole region was abandoned and the mine closed before everything started, but after crashing a lander though it in the following battle, he would have to search the outlying homes to know for sure. The area around them is simply too damaged to make an educated deduction. The infantry company sends out almost half their force as 4 platoons to search the village for any remaining hostiles, each accompanied by 2 line mecha. Max plus the Corvette-class units scout out any likely spots for armored resistance together while Nico is designated to hold the landing zone with a damaged line mecha who has retreated inside the lander for emergency repairs. All landers have a basic automated repair bay with a few spare parts, welding capability and a material printer, one of the high-tech joys of Kepler society. Given the correct raw materials, it can create a wide variety of basic items on demand. Most commonly mecha armor and infantry gear, but it can make basic ammunition as well. A town this size is honestly too large for a single company to search, even with modern technology, but if they can eliminate the heaviest concentrations of enemy troops the remainder should retreat. Fortunately for Bravo Company, they captured 80% of the armored vehicles, including 2 undamaged tanks, that were stored here in the warehouses Max assigned them to target first. The defenders were so focused on the giant mecha that the infantry managed to seize the vehicles before the enemy operators could even get to them. The resounding success of the strategy gave the infantry company a full complement of protective transport and a big bump in firepower at no cost. When they got this mission, with an untested commander and a forward deployment, Bravo Company feared this was the end for them, but now they're better equipped than ever. Sporadic gunfire still sounds all over the city, but no serious fighting. It seems the open field they landed in held almost all the rebel forces that had assembled to guard this location. The intel was correct, and being this far behind the lines of the current battle and out of reach of reinforcement from either force, they got off easier than expected. Nico took a little damage from the close combat engagement, but Max didn't take a single hit to Stalwart. If it wasn't for his multiple targeting ability and the expenditure of dozens of rockets, that probably wouldn't have been the case though. Before dark, Max orders all units to return to the freshly built compound and set up a defensive perimeter. Collapsed buildings now block all the main streets, preventing access by wheeled and most tracked vehicles, but a number of building basements are still accessible to serve as bunkers for the infantry or hangars for the light mecha. Things might be calm now, but everyone understands that come nightfall, the insurgents are sure to either send reinforcements or a bombing run in an attempt to eliminate this force behind their lines. The anticipated attack is right on time. Just as sunset makes optical scans useless for a few minutes, Max's radar is jammed and his thermal scans pick up incoming aircraft. As is protocol, Max calls out to the incoming aircraft on the Kepler military scrambled channels. This is the command mecha Stalwart on all short-range channels. Bomber group, identify yourself or we will fire. No response, the jets aren't theirs. Nico, you're up, let's see what those quad guns can do. The anti-aircraft guns have a much better range than anything his mecha carries, and without flak, trying to shoot down airplanes isn't easy. When the bombers get to the 10 kilometers mark, the quad guns on top of turrets rage power up and explosions start racking the sky, filling it with points of light as unstable plasma charges detonate, sending molten streamers through the air. Seconds later a bomber explodes, then another. The aim is uncanny, like she knows exactly what their evasion pattern is going to be and puts ionized plasma flak directly in their path. 3 planes go down before the others break and turn away. They'll be back, either with fighters or with ground support, now that they know we have anti-aircraft capability. I need a full inventory of what we managed to obtain during the landing. Max instructs the unit, confirming the reports they sent earlier. We've got 3 vehicles with quad flak guns on them, commandeered from the defenders. We also gained 12 armored transports and 2 tanks, all fully stocked. I'll get them set up in a defensive pattern with a 24-hour crew. Bravo Company Captain Catan informs him. As long as their supplies aren't damaged by an enemy attack, that should be enough firepower to hold this position for a few days at least. For the infantry to gain vehicles of any sort is a huge benefit to his unit. Space in the standard assault lander is too limited for such luxuries, and the Kepler military isn't big on sending a lot of extra assets with the infantry during a mecha-led shock assault. I've got line mecha on patrol around the town perimeter. No resistance so far, Lieutenant Becky in the Corvette-class mecha adds. Split into 3 rotations, they don't even have enough mecha to keep the perimeter under complete sensor coverage, but it's still better than nothing. There's nothing worse than going into a battle blind when your enemy knows your deployment. Excellent. Our orders are to hold this location until further notice. Bunker down and get comfortable, we could be here a while. Max commands and everyone gets to work building fortifications and placing defensive weapons to better secure the ruins. Even Nico makes herself a big pile of rubble to stand in, hiding 2/3 of her crouched mecha, but allowing full range of motion with her weapons. Max opts to simply stand inside the entryway of the lander with the broken door propped up as a shield in front of him, in case a stealth team tries to infiltrate. It's too dangerous to leave infantry in the lander, in case of an incendiary rocket attack, but it makes a good shell around the Crusader-class mecha. The light mecha that are not on patrol bring what scrap they can from the tanks back to the lander. The material composition is similar, so the scrap can be used by the repair bay to create armor patches for their mecha. Chapter 52. Grinding battle begins. Of course, the night was never going to be truly peaceful. Only an hour after they had finished setting up their defenses, another air raid came for their position. Fortunately, they detected it long before it arrived, relying on a combination of visual and thermal imaging instead of the unreliable radar and satellite feeds. With the 3 anti-aircraft equipped vehicles plus the Terreth's Rage, the raid was easily repelled, in fact, almost too easily. Everyone on full alert. Light mecha checked the extended perimeter of our position. An attack that easily repelled is guaranteed to be cover for something. Max instructed the unit as soon as the plants were downed. That pulled everyone into immediate readiness, and various sensors began sweeping the area. The mecha patrolling the outer area stopped to scan for anything out of the ordinary. Movement in Sector 3. Rebel infantry attempting to flee the city. One of the line mecha reports, grabbing Max's attention. Lieutenant Becky, take 2 fast units and go deal with them. Watch for ambush attempts. Max instructs, linking their targeting sensors to his own. It is a feature commonly used by commanders to get a good overview of the battleground, but for Max it has a double purpose. The battle cannon is an artillery piece, firing heavy shells on a curved trajectory. With his targeting skills, he can use it at longer ranges as an indirect fire weapon, lobbing shells into the air to land on targets from above. If they should come across an ambush, he can engage on their behalf and provide cover to keep them from being pinned down. The light mecha squad corners the traitors in a former residence, so Max sends one single battle cannon round into the building, the explosion destroying the fragile brick structure and killing everyone inside. Sensors detect all clear. Thanks for the assistance, Stalwart. Lieutenant Becky calls over the radio before returning to base. Now that they've eliminated the last defenders of this position, the enemy is most likely going to send mecha in to attempt to clear them out and regain control of the area and the munitions storage bunkers that the infantry has claimed. That means they're going to have to dig in for a nasty battle, but fortunately, they've gotten an infusion of firepower. Max orders camo netting and rubble be spread over the vehicles, as well as Terreth's Rage and a number of the burned-out tanks. Nico took that as a hint to hide herself better, tearing through the basement of a building and shielding herself in the ruins, then placing a door from the lander over her carapace and covering everything in netting and broken bricks. With her mecha hidden like that, and the thick alloy door as a lid, thermal scans would never detect that to be a mecha. The thermal signature looks far more like a makeshift bunker with a fire lit in back for warmth during the cold nights here on Belmont. Her top guns are still functional, as are the guns on the vehicles they covered, so they're not losing out on defense, but by the time the sun comes up their numbers are fully obscured. No more mecha patrols are sent to the edge of town, only a half-dozen infantry scouts, well hidden inside buildings and waiting for the inevitable counter-offensive. They don't have to wait too long, the first strike comes just before noon. A full combined mecha patrol. 3 Crusader-class chassis and 20 light mecha. They're splitting up. Light mecha coming from the east and west, Crusaders from the north. A scout whispers into his radio. Stalwart is positioned to fire east. Infantry assets, find me a target lock with the laser scopes. Tereth's rage, take out the Crusaders, and Lieutenant Becky has the west. Max makes sure everyone is clear on the plan. Their pilfered tanks are also facing north, and the infantry have set up dozens of small bunkers around the ruins. With luck, the enemy won't make it that close, but if they do, Bravo Company has a number of anti-armor rockets and other heavy weapons with them. The laser targeters have 2 options, either identifying a target directly, or firing a sticky locator beacon. Mecha can sometimes track those targeting beams back to their source, so the first choice is usually to attach a beacon and return to hiding inside a thermally shielded nest to avoid detection. The scouts do an excellent job of it, getting 4 of the 10 light mecha in the east and 2 Crusaders. The light mecha in the west swung wide of their position, and nobody was going to reveal themselves and ruin the trap this early. Tereth's rage makes the first move, her ion destroyer and all 3 rail guns lighting up the leading Crusader the second it comes into sight. The ion blast was a direct hit to the cockpit, followed by 3 rail gun rounds punching through the weakened armor. The unit goes dark in the middle of a step, simply collapsing as it loses power, causing the other 2 giant mecha to retreat back around the corner of a building. Unfortunately for them, that building held one of the infantry bunkers, and the brave soldiers of Bravo Company put a volley of rockets up into the vulnerable rear structure of one retreating mecha, causing it to explode and creating a burning wreckage that hid their escape through the heavily damaged building. The sudden attack has made the light mecha rush their advance in order to offer support, putting the ones approaching from the east squarely in Max's line of sight. The battle cannon thunders as the Gatling battery spins up and the approaching light mecha find themselves caught in a shooting gallery between buildings. They have only an instant to flee before a hail of Gatling battery rounds tears into them, and Max begins to hear the signs of battle behind him, from the western front. The remaining targets are in full flight now, and Max orders his unit to stand down. Do not pursue. They won't be back anytime soon, and we can hold this point as long as we need to. Intelligence says the front line battles are going well. Chapter 53. Tested according to the satellite feed, the retreating mecha simply kept going, all the way to the capital. By mid-afternoon, they still hadn't seen any threats close enough to engage, and Max began to wonder what was going on. It wasn't clear if the front-line battles had stretched their resources too thin to bother with objectives like the one they were on or if the enemy was regrouping. Sunset brought the answer, a reinforced mecha wing with 2 companies of infantry and a bomber squadron. Textbook rookie commander tactics, twice the numbers that the defenders can count on, with a fully mechanized final assault, led by expendable infantry. The exact reason that Max's veteran neighbor Dave hated everything to do with Kepler military commanders. Compared to their neighbors, Kepler had an enormous population, with many more habitable worlds than would be expected for the size of their territory. But that led the commanders to only value the elite and treat the rest of the population as expendable materials. Stalwart, we have brought anti-infantry rockets from the rebel munitions bunker to the lander to resupply you with. Do you want your mecha topped off before they arrive? Captain Catan asks Max, striding into the damaged lander. It is best if we do. Since they have numbers on their side, we need to cut that advantage down as much as we can. Get some scouts out to mark ground targets in advance, that way I can indirect fire on the marked points. That is not a standard Kepler technique, and is viewed as a waste of valuable ammunition by a Crusader-class chassis. Captain Catan doesn't mind in the least, sending a detail with orders to keep Stalwart stocked. They don't have much compatible ammunition in storage, but they do have a little extra, and they have just retrieved a full battle cannon magazine from the fallen Crusader that didn't explode. Beyond the small city that they are stationed in is a large open area of fields. For the scouts placing targeters, that is perfect, allowing them to make a grid pattern encompassing a full 2 kilometers out. Every point is recorded and relayed to Max for the map in Stalwart's heads-up display. All they need to do is call the points now and he can hit them. The first attacks to arrive come from a bomber wing. They came in at extreme high altitude, out of range of the anti-aircraft guns, and dumped an inordinate number of munitions towards the city. Looking at the incoming waves, Max decides that they've almost certainly overestimated the strength of his forces. Incoming. Everyone to bunkers. Max calls as Nico and the anti-aircraft vehicles light up the sky with explosions, don't their best at reducing the number of incoming bombs. From that height, they have a long time to do it, but the sheer volume of the barrage is too much for only 4 sets of guns, and the city is pummeled by the bombardment. They manage to keep the worst of it away from the infantry bunkers in the courtyard, but even their highest priority locations take some damage. Do we still have eyes on the incoming mecha? Max calls, stepping out of the smoldering lander. It took a direct hit to the top, but as it was already damaged beyond flight capability, the extra dents and broken frame joists are no big deal, the structure is still holding. We have eyes on target. The scouts avoided any direct impacts. Comes the response right before the call out of location starts. Infantry entering A1 through A12. Zone A full. Infantry entering Zone B, that's what Max was waiting for, and he fires a barrage of anti-infantry missiles at 50 points simultaneously. They won't get full coverage, but the next volley is staggered, aimed for the gaps between the previous points. Get me a reload on the rocket pods. Max orders the support staff who swing the crane around with a loading rack of rockets at the ready. The process will take a couple of minutes, so Max hopes they don't mind the battle cannon going off. The light mecha, believing that the automated defenses are now expended, charge through the craters towards the city. Max can only fire every half second or so, but the battle cannon is doing all it can for 50 shots, leaving the barrel smoking and glowing, and the magazine empty. Reload on the battle cannon, and break out the sprayer, we need to get the barrel temperature down. Max orders, then drops his empty magazine so that the crew can replace it with the full one they pilfered. The inside of the metal box that was their lander becomes a steam sauna the moment the sprayer hits the barrel, but slowly the overheating warnings go away in Max's display and he's ready to go again. Light mecha, move forward into the city and find cover. Shoot and retreat once the enemy enters the city. Most of the incoming light mecha were destroyed by his targeted bombardment, but they are much more agile than infantry, and at least 6 survived. The scouts know their role well, and each of the enemy light mecha gets tagged with a tracker when they enter the city, so the light mecha under Lieutenant Becky can begin hunting them. They're all damaged, some severely, but still dangerous targets, and Becky had managed not to lose a mecha yet this mission. He wasn't going to throw that away by being in a hurry now, not with 5 Crusaders incoming. All 5 carried the same equipment pattern, a thermal spear in a hand. The thermal weapons are great for mining, as they can even melt rock, so colonies like this preferred them for their utility. The downside was the very short range, only a few hundred meters at the very most. With their escort down, the Crusaders split up, rushing the city to look for targets. Do not tag the Crusaders. They will slag any building they suspect you are in. Just let them approach. Max orders, receiving affirmative grunts from the infantry. They're not even trying to be subtle, smashing through abandoned brick buildings as they rush to get in range with their deadly thermal weapons. Max's vision lights up with targeting solutions and he begins to fire again now that his cannon has cooled a little. They're still spraying it down, and he's firing slower this time to avoid permanent damage, but he can see that at least 2 of his rounds hit home, seriously damaging their targets. Like the thermal spear inside the rending claw, these mecha are using our fuel-fired weapons, and Nico is making the most of it, putting railgun rounds into the tanks and coating 2 more in liquid fire. The whoosh and howl of the ruptured tanks burning has the infantry, safely hidden in their bunkers, covering their ears, but the mecha have turned off outside sound, hearing very little through the multiple armored layers of their hulls. 2 bursts from the Gatling battery finish 2 Crusaders, while 2 more burn to the ground, but Max has lost track of the last for a moment. It comes bursting through a building, flames roaring in his direction, but Tereth's rage is up and out of her hiding spot, charging him with her sword behind her while her ion destroyer plants a solid hit on the intruder's right arm. The thermal weapon goes silent as its structure is torn apart and the pilot turns to grab Nico's weapon arm with his mecha's hand. The pilot didn't expect the sword though, being so uncommon among Kepler pilots, and the sirens on Tereth's rage sound a victorious wail as the broken mecha is lifted into the air and smashed mercilessly to the ground. Nico pulls her sword free of the mechanical carcass and returns to her hiding hole without a word over the intercom, pulling the battered lander door and netting back over her carapace armor and returning to sentry duty. Chapter 54. Change in the tide. While the rest of the evening passed without another mecha attack, they did occasionally hear vehicles in the distance headed towards the front lines. Max reported all movement they detected to command, but for the most part the night was eerily calm. Around 2 in the morning Nico's voice broke the silence of Stalwart's radio. Get some sleep. I'll bet you 2 spicy cheese tubes we've got an attack coming before noon, so you'll need to be in peak shape. I'll keep watch for the night bombing raids. You can't have my cheese. Wake me at the first sign of trouble. The banter made the soldiers of the Bravo Company smile. Some forms of currency were truly universal. Both pilot and infantry rations contained the highly regarded condiment. Low-altitude aerial attack incoming from the south. All flak guns prepare to engage, Nico called out just as the sun came up, bringing the camp to full alert. Max briefly wonders why they didn't go for a more effective high-altitude run, then he sees the flashes in the slowly brightening sky. The air battle has pushed much further forward than it was yesterday and is now almost directly overhead. If that's the case, then the Mecha battle will likely be pushed back to their location by the end of the day. That's good news for the Battle of Belmont, but not great news for their unit, which is about to be caught between the retreating forces and the relative safety of the capital region. From what Max can tell, no unit that dropped near the capital managed to hold their position, so the area is still fully controlled by the rebels. There are so many communications that it is almost impossible to keep track of the battle as the advancing forces come into short-range radio distance. Closest signals are the force approaching from the north. It sounds like they are pushing the enemy into us. Nico informs Max on the command channel. All units prepare for incoming from the north. Call the grids when they get in range. We want to stall them until the Kepler advance catches up. Max does this best to restrict battle cannon usage for the time being, starting the defense with guided anti-armor rockets from his pod. He's only got 25, with no extras available, so he fires them individually at the group of incoming Crusaders. The damage they usually do against a heavy mecha is minimal, but if one finds a munitions storage cartridge or a vulnerable joint, it can be enough to effectively cripple even the mighty Crusaders. As more and more contacts are called, Max realizes that this is not going to be viable. The force is too large for him to delay with indirect fire from the relative safety of their entrenched location. Tereth, move forward. Stop those mecha from making it to the city for as long as you can. Affirmative. Moving out. Nico replied before climbing out of her hole and stalking through the city in a crouch that puts her heaviest top armor forward, but would leave the pilot hanging in their harness facing the ground. It's not slowing Tereth's rage, though she does move her sword to a mount on the side of her mecha and stop to pick up the battle shield she was supposed to use for the landing before deciding the door was a better tool. By the time Tereth's rage makes the edge of the city, there are 10 Crusaders within 500 meters of the first buildings. Enemy mecha will be stopped in E6 though E8. Charging in 5 seconds, fire for effect. Nico calls and Max wonders what she's planning to do to stop the Crusaders. But she's right, the scouts are reporting that they are stopping, so Max drops the last of his anti-armor missiles on the indicated locations and begins cycling his battle cannon at full rate. 7 seconds later, an update call comes from the scouts. Friendly mecha in E6. Adjust fire. Max ignores the firing solutions in E6 that his system is providing and continues to fire 10 more rounds until the ceasefire call comes. Nico's voice crackles over the radio, heavily distorted, possibly by damage. 42nd Armored, this is Tereth's rage. Area is under friendly control. Follow main road to the secured position. Copy the Tereth's rage. Majestic +6 incoming with 2 more wings to follow. Is your lander repair bay still active? Affirmative. Bring these fallen mecha for materials, we didn't drop with any. All 8 mecha enter the city pulling a disabled Crusader, and the men of Bravo Company pull the emergency hatch releases and check the cockpits for survivors. Infantry gets a reward for capturing living enemy officers, payable on retirement or as a death benefit, so Max doesn't begrudge them any survivors they might find. The scouts have already informed the next incoming mecha wings to bring any Crusader chassis they can find to resupply from, and Majestic is organizing his accompanying light mecha units by damage. That's when Max finally notices Tereth's rage, standing near the back of the line, a bit scorched and pitted, but mostly functional. Nico has hung her battle shield from the hooks mounted on her carapace armor, obscuring the entire front of her mecha. E is a very effective method of protecting yourself from frontal assault, but Max wonders how she can see anything. The shield is mangled, but it's still blocking almost all of her sensors. It doesn't take long for the second and third wings of mecha to arrive and begin to fortify the location. They were sent ahead of the main advance to assist and help prepare this spot to become a forward repair and rearming post. It looks like they'll be using mostly ammunition pilfered from the enemy today, but with a little luck they might get a supply run tonight. The air battle high above them is steadily getting even more intense though. The battles have moved from sporadic to constant, and by mid-afternoon the sounds of big guns in the distance can be heard, as the advancing Kepler heavy mecha are pushing the rebels back. Majestic, Vidalia, this is command. Move east towards the front, eliminating all resistance. That road needs to be cleared for a forward command asset to move in. Chapter 55. Begin the siege. Max didn't know it yet, but his performance was far from average, and it had not gone unnoticed. Most battle cannons can only fire roughly once every second, but a shot every 5 seconds is standard for the sake of accuracy. The big gun shakes not only the pilot, but the mecha, requiring pilots to compensate and adjust their targeting if they plan to get the following rounds even close to their intended target. With Nico having upgraded his battle cannon, he could fire twice a second. The multiple targeting feature of his system would constantly update predictions for firing solutions, and while in direct firing Max was unable to tell what was enemy mecha moving and what was his mecha moving. Nico took full advantage of the situation as well, having linked to his mecha's display using her innate talent. She overlaid his targeting information on her own display, showing where incoming rounds would be hitting. To those watching, her maneuvering the enemy mecha to ensure they took critical blows looked like stalwart, having uncanny accuracy, even blind. Though even without her assistance, his missiles and battle cannon rounds had far better than average luck hitting vulnerable joints and weak points. General Tennant and General Mons, who was leading the combined mechanized forces on this incursion, were both watching the satellite footage while in video chat with each other. That red mecha isn't afraid of anything, are they? That round missed them by millimeters and they didn't even flinch. General Mons comments, impressed. They must have found a way to work together. Even with his system skills, that level of targeting shouldn't be possible. Unless he can see the future or she can see the incoming trajectories, there's no way to have hit that shot. The shell was already in the air when she shoulder-checked that wing leader. General Tennant agrees. I sent Command Group 3 to their location. That puts the Command Group's artillery in range of the city, and Stalwart's mixed unit can be moved forward to take the next point in the valley. The technology labs, I thought we were going to level them from orbit. Tennant asks, checking his map again. If we can take it intact, Central Authority believes that we will find information on the higher-ranking rebels. Under war spoils rules, the 42nd Mechanized will be able to use the facilities until the end of the battle. That should be enough to motivate the pilots. The facility is believed to have cutting-edge technology. General Tennant sighs, worried for his prodigies. But the way they've been performing, they might be fine. Who would have known that their trial by fire would go so well? He'd even had units moved into position to rescue them, but they hadn't been needed. The rumble of tracked vehicles warns Max of the incoming force long before he can see them. They've identified themselves as Command Group 3 though, so he knows they're not hostiles. After the 3 wings of Mecha left to clear the road to the front lines, the battle began to progress more rapidly. No longer are they an isolated outpost behind enemy lines, they're now right at the line. Word of entrenched artillery spread to the rebel forces as they retreated, and the battle has kept well clear of Max's position for the last few hours, while all around them a harsh battle reigned, filling the air with the sounds of distant gunfire, but leaving Max and his unit standing in an island of calm. They took the opportunity to finish as many repairs as possible and reload the visiting Mecha with whatever munitions they had available. That meant that the only ones leaving fully equipped are using energy weapons, since the damaged lander still has a functioning fuel charger for the line Mecha. Both lander and Mecha use the same type of fuel for their power generation, extending the utility of the light Mecha without requiring much more expensive long-life power plants or a second form of fuel storage. They can go nearly 2 weeks to a charge in a light usage scenario, but topping them off now gets them back to full power, should they be in a constant firefight. The Crusaders got some ammunition each, but there was nothing for the Gatling battery, or the anti-aircraft guns, just lots of battle cannon rounds and some missiles that were compatible with what they were using. Captain Max, I am Colonel Amin of Fleet Intelligence, 3rd Command Group. We will be setting up a forward command post and artillery battery at this location. Excellent work on the take and hold, the offensive appreciates it. A thin-faced man in the black trench coat of an intelligence officer announces over the intercom as the vehicles draw close. Max orders the line Mecha that are still on location to remove a portion of barrier for the vehicles to enter the compound, letting the command group proceed. A pleasure to meet you, Colonel. We have made a list of suitable points, should you wish to use an existing structure as a bunker. Very good, very good. Underground is always better than reinforcing an above-ground structure, I say. The rebels have reinforced the capital for their final stand on the planet. Fleet data shows that there are too many civilians for an orbital bombardment, which means we level it from the ground. Once the siege starts, the civilians should flee, and anyone who is left will be declared part of the rebel force. That's a bit concerning to Max, and doesn't fit at all with the sense of upright morality he's carried all his life. Of course civilians will try to hide where they are instead of fleeing during an artillery bombardment. But at the moment, there's not much he can do about it. Colonel Amon continues, "Official orders are a few minutes away, but I've got it on good word that your unit will be diverted from the second wave of Mecha to attempt to break the rebel hold on the city tonight, in favor of taking a secondary high-value target believed to have valuable intelligence. High Command wants the rebels removed from the planet in the next 24 hours, but do try to gather that data. It could have implications that spread much wider than just this one battle." Max sighs at their impatience. Rushing the process won't help anything, it just makes the high commanders look good for their politically connected friends if they put down the uprising within a set time frame. But as Max recalls from the returning memories of battle in his past life, the final stages of a rebellion are always going to be messy and cruel. The best you can hope for is minimizing casualties. Chapter 56. Tech Station is expected. The next wave of deployment orders came within the hour. Most of the Mecha on location were instructed to stay in place and guard the command group, while Max and his unit were to advance towards the capital and capture a technology research facility. Their orders said that any documentation, especially about high-level officers and researchers, was to be recovered and reported back to the command group. The distance was only 12 kilometers, but in the middle of a war zone, that's a long way. Enough to make Max extra grateful that they managed to obtain enough vehicles for the entirety of Bravo Company to travel inside. If the colonel or anyone else from Command Group 3 was startled at the upgrades that they were leaving with, they managed not to show it, and casually watched the mixed unit disappear from sight. Max has a simple strategy for their advance. The tanks will lead, then the light mecha, followed by him and Nico, then the armored personnel carriers and anti-aircraft platforms. It will keep most of their more vulnerable infantry behind the primary fight, but by leading with local tanks, they might be able to confuse a few defenders into thinking that they were getting reinforced. Satellite feeds show approximately 20 light mechs and no heavy support at the research facility, but there is a possibility of hidden units. Max informs the team as he gets the updates. They move as quickly as possible down the battle-scarred road towards their target, looking very much like retreating rebel units. Max hopes that the infantry vehicles that they pilfered still have valid rebel encryption codes to interact with the defenders at the research station. Although, if the enemy were clever, they would have planned to change it at least once a day after the battle started. The target is a 6-story, glass-walled office building with 4 large warehouses, all set into a deep valley. While that prevents them from being seen at a distance, it also prevents them from seeing incoming units without the aid of cameras. This area has clear signs of multiple battles, so there is a chance the cameras are down, but Max isn't counting on it. Infantry, identify on rebel channels as masks 1-6 if anyone contacts you. That was the call sign for the unit at our landing zone. Nico informs everyone, and Max realizes that she's likely using her innate talent in combination with her mecha's communications array to attempt to break the encryption. They have made good progress, but luck can't carry them forever, and only 2 kilometers out from the target, they stumble across a rebel light mecha patrol, hidden in the trees while attempting to make repairs. Stalwart and Tereth's Rage are clearly not rebel mecha, which are all painted variations based on dark gray, so they waste no time engaging. Max takes half a second to get a target lock, then unleashes the fury of both guns at the same time. Nico charges strictly at the line mecha, sword in hand, and drops a wide-area blast from her ion destroyer on them, incinerating anyone caught outside their mecha. Max pans his Gatling battery across the group and takes out a second target with his battle cannon while Nico reaches melee range. To say her combat style is unorthodox is an understatement. When she gets close enough, her sword finds a home in a rebel line mecha's power plant, but she doesn't wait to bring it back to the ready. Instead, she lifts one giant mechanical foot high in the air, kicking over a rebel mecha and repeatedly stomping on it. The infantrymen have joined in to assist Lieutenant Becky with their heavy weapons teams, sending a barrage of firepower into the remaining rebel light mecha, but that's not stopping the rampaging Tereth's Rage. Chaos and terror reign supreme among the rebels as she deliberately kicks them to the ground, leaving them helpless against being crushed or blown apart by heavy weapons. Fire. You might kill more mecha, Stalwart, but I can guarantee the enemy is more afraid of the Tereth's Rage. Lieutenant Becky laughs over the intercom as the one-sided battle comes to a close. Life is all about balance, young Becky. Yin and yang, softness and strength, terror and destruction. It is as valid for battle as for women. Nico opines in a fake sagely accent, making all the mecha pilots laugh. Max wonders how terror and destruction became complementary aspects in her mind, but then decides that combat Nico and training Nico are two entirely different aspects of her personality. In battle, she is genuinely frightening. "Sir, we have rebel contact, asking for reinforcement to the technology research facility," Captain Catan of Bravo Company informs them. "Tell them you are diverting to their location, remember your call sign, and try to bluff your way through. There has been enough chaos that they might believe it. That appears to be the scenario with the best chance that they can get into the facility unhindered. Bravo Company is very good at their work, and against other infantry or rebel militia inside the facility, they won't have any troubles." "I think they bought it. What's the plan?" Captain Catan asks. "Stalwart and Tereth's rage will break off. Catan, let everyone else in. Call the moment you sense trouble, and we will provide the distraction." Max decides. The light mecha are a generic enough color scheme to be mistaken for local, so Lieutenant Becky stays with the infantry to provide fire support. What they find when they enter the valley is not what they expected, though. The upper fascia is a disguise. The facility is a mecha development complex, and at least a half-dozen rebel crusaders are in hangars disguised as factory buildings to the satellite scans. Becky relays what they have found to Stalwart and waits for Max to decide. If those mecha have pilots, walking in there and getting caught would be suicide. "Someone get me an exact location on that hangar. When you get closer, I will put a battle cannon round inside and try to blow the doors off their tracks so they can't lock the facility." Chapter 57. Storming the facility. Location is CF 55 meters minus 27 meters elevation. Lieutenant Becky informs Max once they get in full sight of the facility. "Continue on course. Artillery incoming in 10 seconds, Max advised his unit as they rolled towards the compound. The rebels were expecting them, and the convoy was allowed to move freely right into the valley before anyone noticed the markings on the light mecha. The very first calls of alarm were drowned out by a series of explosions, 4 shots over the course of 2 seconds, ending in a spectacular chain explosion rolling through the heavy mecha warehouse as the battle cannon ignited the building's munitions storage, which spread to the underground plasma power generator, gutting the discreetly armored building. "Everyone out. Get into the labs before they realize what is going on and lock them down." Captain Catan tells his men, who pile out of their vehicles to storm the compound. Lieutenant Becky and his wing of line mecha lay into the remaining defenders with a hail of ion fire, the explosions of light mecha mostly lost in the continuing roar of the warehouse imploding. The overall effect is nearly perfect. There are so many competing voices over the radio that it is incomprehensible, and most of them are drowned out by the sound of explosions. Then, everything inside the buildings goes dark. The power grid on the planet has been down since the invasion, and the plasma generator that was operating the facility has been destroyed. Every common area door in the building swings open, the magnetic locks disabled, letting Bravo Company charge through unimpeded. Most of what they find are unarmed scientists, so Captain Catan gives the order that they are all rounded up into the auditorium on the main floor. Any who resist or show signs of being armed are eliminated and the soldiers move on. There are no physical filing cabinets that they can find, but the soldiers grab hard drives from the computers they pass and a number of data tablets as they go, collecting as much data as possible for their mission. Outside, Max and Nico have made their way into the compound, where Lieutenant Becky has already finished with the line mecha defenders. Nico uses the combination of the clawed hand and a giant foot of Tereth's rage to open the bay doors to the remaining buildings, finding nothing but storage and a few forklift operators. Faced with the might of a crusader's rail guns pointed into their workplace, the staff members are more than willing to accommodate any request that is made of them, turning over their computers without issue and gathering by the doors of the darkened building, where only scattered emergency lights prevent them from being left in total darkness. 15 minutes later, the entire facility is deemed secure, and the surviving staff is escorted into the open courtyard so the buildings can be double-checked for signs of life. Stalwart to Command Group 3. Facility secure. Multiple prisoners were taken, including high-ranked scientists. Please advise. Hold tight, Stalwart. Air evacuation unit incoming for the prisoners. Good news, everyone. They aren't going to kill you. Or have us do it. However, Command is intensely interested in the activities of your senior management. Captain Catan advises the prisoners, bringing the anticipated expressions of hope to their faces. The Kepler Empire isn't known for leniency towards traitors. But if they can throw their bosses under the bus to save their own hides, that's a much different story. Most of these people were just government employees a few days ago, doing menial work in a seemingly normal Mecha research facility. Max might not know everything there is to understand about human nature, but he is pretty certain that there isn't a forklift driver on this planet willing to be executed to protect his boss from charges of treason. In fact, the more menial the job, the more helpful they have been. The warehouse staff even showed Bravo Company how their inventory system works so the soldiers could find whatever they were looking for in the warehouses. Nico, hack that tablet if you can. I want to know what is in those buildings that might be useful to us. Max orders his partner. Already on it. Most of it is just repair parts, which will be useful, but I found some parts that should be for shield generators, and some experimental ammunition. Nico sends the locations through to Stalwart's computer for Max to look over. Bravo Company, find us a transport vehicle. I've found us some good stuff this time. Max sends out the warehouse locations, then notices a listing called Man-Portable Plasma Cannon version 7. There should be 10 whole crates of the experimental weapons, so he adds them as a high-priority acquisition. He doesn't know if they work, but if they do, the amount of anti-armor firepower his unit will gain will be incredible. A plasma cannon has a minimum output level to maintain stability. Getting it into a platform that humans can carry would give some of his infantry the firepower of line mecha. The transport helicopter that comes a few minutes later for the scientists is clearly in a hurry to get them back, opening the doors before they are even near the ground. Or maybe they simply didn't trust that Max actually had the area under control and are expecting to have to do an emergency evacuation from a hot landing zone. Either way, they get everyone loaded and gone in a matter of minutes, along with most of the electronics that Bravo Company gathered. Captain Catan ordered his men to keep some good stuff for themselves, the tablets from the Mecha research labs, especially the ones that are known to have warehouse contents listings, basically anything that might lead command to order them relieved from the position in favor of a larger search team. They found the plasma cannons already, and with those in hand, they are hopeful for more new toys. Maybe they can find some of that high-tech full-body armor that the politicos get. It might be the most basic form of powered armor, on par with the transport ship's pressure suits, but they are heavily armored to protect high-value targets. Wouldn't the other companies be jealous, seeing me all kitted out in that? Captain Catan wondered, searching through the warehouse. Chapter 58. Taken hold. Command Group 3 to Stalwart. Prepare for incoming. Rebel forces from the capital region have been mobilized to attempt to regain control of the facility. Max expected that to happen. You don't get to take something this interesting and then just hold it without a fight, even if you manage to blow up a good portion of the most valuable technology that was stored on site. Incoming enemy forces, strength unknown. Bravo Company, we need eyes on the target. Either get a patch into the cameras or send out scouts. Becky, deploy your men for an attack from the capital city side. Sir, we recovered land mines as well as the plasma cannons. Captain Catan suggests. Excellent. Get some deployed on the road and surrounding areas. Anything that will slow or weaken them is a blessing. We are not expecting to be relieved from this position until the battle for the capital is finished. By that Max means they expect to be here until the battle for Belmont is finished, which with a little luck will be less than a week away. The rebels are down to one last stronghold, according to intelligence reports, and they are surrounded on all sides. I've got the satellite feed. Sending you the updated target numbers now. Nico informs him and Max sees a column of vehicles and mecha come up on his screen. 6 Crusaders, 10 infantry transports, 30 light mecha, and 5 artillery pieces. Not the best odds they have ever faced, but not the worst. The most important thing at the start will be to stop the infantry transports and destroy the artillery. With those gone, the mecha will have to advance the final distance without covering fire, making them easier targets. The rebels don't have access to the satellite feed anymore, so they don't know much about his force or positioning and will have to guess at their targeting until they can get a direct line of sight. They are also likely under orders not to destroy the facility, which will be of great benefit to Max and his allies. Enemy force is 10 kilometers out. Finish setting those mines and get back into shelter ASAP. Bravo Company. Max calls, watching his feed. There is a marshy area that will stop the infantry transports from leaving the road just ahead of their current location, so he plans to take out the lead vehicle to block the convoy, and then shell the rest. The marsh won't stop Mecha, but it will slow them down, making them easier targets, and Max hopes to take advantage of that to buy his men a bit more time to prepare. Assuming that they do scatter and don't just charge down the road when the attack starts. Once all the vehicles are within the marsh, Max fires off 2 shells, using the live streaming data that Nico is feeding him from the satellite. He picked the wrong targeting box for the first round and ended up striking a Crusader squarely in the cockpit door, an absolute fluke of a shot against a well-shielded weak point. The giant mecha burst into flames, falling across the road as the second round hit home on the rear artillery platform. The convoy had no idea where they were being shelled from, and could only stop and circle in a defensive formation as the surviving Crusaders dragged their fallen wingmen from the road so the vehicles could move again. Max kept up the pressure, as they still didn't know where they were being attacked from, destroying a troop transport to keep the road blocked and then firing the remainder of his shells at the Crusaders and their light mecha escorts. With the hang time, Max could have 3 in the air at once, and with the satellite feed in real time, his multiple targeting skill has no problems guessing where his targets would be. 2 more Crusaders take fatal damage before the enemy breaks and spreads out into the swamp where the canopy hides then from satellite tracking. That leaves the trapped and wounded infantry vehicles on the road alone, helpless to avoid annihilation. Armory, reload me with those experimental high-explosive rounds. Tereth's rage, take Lieutenant Becky and go hunt down those rebels. Most of their units have taken damage, they won't be going anywhere in a hurry. Copy that, Stalwart. Becky, fall in behind me and keep up, I have a good idea where they're headed. Keeping up with Nico is no easy feat, that ancient mecha has no business being as fast as it is. Modern mecha might be mass-produced, but in her hands, Tereth's rage makes it feel like technology hasn't evolved in centuries. Reload complete, Stalwart. The infantry members assigned to be his ground crew announce and Max cycles the first round into his cannon and locates the infantry near the road. They have wisely abandoned their vehicles, but they haven't made it far before the bombardment starts again, this time with 10-meter fireballs throwing infantry shredding fragments of metal much further. Damn those politicians, they said the Empire would understand, that it would never come to violence. What a load of crap, half the planet is dead and the allies they promised never showed up. The last surviving rebel Crusader pilot from the convoy vents to the cockpit of his mecha as he runs. Craig flees for the abandoned bunker on the far side of the swamp as fast as his damaged Crusader will take him. If he can make it that far he will be able to hide from surveillance and escape through the tunnels, leaving his beloved Corpus in the hangars. He turns to enter a valley, avoiding having to cross a clearing where he would certainly be spotted, now certain that the bombardment of his unit had been guided from space. Why they would care about him was a mystery, so the reason must have been his target, another secret to curse his commanders for keeping. He has nearly made the safety of the bunker complex when something slams into the side of his Crusader, throwing it to the ground before a sonic boom that overloads all his audio sensors echoes through the swamp. He can't believe he actually took a rail gun hit through cover but spins his mecha to its feet to face his opponent. His ion destroyer flashes, sending a full power charge towards the relic of a stalker pattern Crusader charging him. The accursed mecha sways like the pilot is drunk, avoiding a direct hit and shrugging off the rest with a flare of the mecha's shielding. The counter shot hits his top carapace armor at the left shoulder joint and damage warnings light up his heads-up display. Craig desperately tries to punch the rapidly approaching mecha, but the Corpus's left arm isn't responding and then with a flash of overloaded power cells everything goes dark. Captain Nico, this pilot is still alive. What is your call, Lieutenant? Becky asks after pulling the emergency hatch open on the destroyed Crusader. Leave him for the swamp. He's no longer a threat. Spread out and hunt down the light mecha, they must have heard the battle. Stay in sight of each other, we don't need anyone getting ambushed like Corpus here was. Becky thinks for a moment that the menacing red mecha was showing uncharacteristic kindness towards the fallen pilot, but then he sees all the large heat signatures of the swamp creatures. Good luck, pilot, you will need it, Becky whispers as he turns and leads his men on the offensive. Chapter 59. The surrender. PT-1 Lieutenant Becky and his wing follow Tereth's rage back into the swamp, looking for mecha that might have been drawn by the battle. If the rebels are smart, finding them will be difficult. Tereth's rage is a huge heat signature and can be seen from quite a distance. The only correct call for a depleted light mecha force when they see her is to turn tail and run, hoping that she hasn't seen them yet. Not that a handful of light mecha couldn't take out a Crusader under normal circumstances, but her close combat style is far from standard, and the water is up to the waist of the line mecha in some spots with a muddy bottom. They simply won't have the mobility to outmaneuver Tereth's rage, so they can target her weak points and survive. Light mecha turn north. Satellite feed shows targets in that direction. Max instructs them as he watches a pair of rebel line mecha moving through a clearing. Lieutenant Becky leads the group north while Nico circles wide to get in front of the line mecha and herd them towards the attackers. Becky decides they either don't have their thermal scanners on, or they are damaged since the rebels continue straight at Tereth's rage. Nico had other ideas about their motivation though and updates the orders. They must be a diversion. Do not come to me, find the group they are covering for. Lieutenant Becky orders all his mecha to spread out and submerge themselves in the swamp water, and then they wait. The moment the leading wing of light mecha engages with Tereth's rage, a group of 3 Corvette-class mecha emerge from the water and make a run for the relative safety on the other side of the swamp. That takes them past Becky and his unit though, and the trap is sprung when the rebels are 20 meters away. The combined firepower of his wing disables them in seconds and they finally get a good look at these rebels. The units are all elaborately decorated, not combat units but command units. Exit your mecha and throw down your weapons if you wish to live. Lieutenant Becky demands through his speaker. All 3 open their hatches and step out onto the carcass of their mecha. We surrender. The one to Becky's left in the most ornate uniform declares with dignity. Becky recognizes that uniform. This man is a planetary governor. There is no higher authority on this planet than him. Or at least there wasn't until the invasion started. The direction that they fled was towards the research base, unlike the Crusader that ran for a destroyed bunker complex. Heading this way only makes sense if they didn't know the facility had fallen. Becky to Stalwart, 3 high-value targets have been captured, including the suspected planetary governor. Please advise. Get them back to the base on the double. Tereth's rage, ensure they are not interrupted. Max orders, seeing that Nico is almost finished with the group that attacked her. The light mecha surround the units carrying the prisoners and begin rushing through the trees. Nico is just behind them right now, but it is moving fast and will soon overtake them. She isn't trying to be subtle and is simply kicking over trees that get in the way. Her passage makes an easy route for Lieutenant Becky and his men to follow and opens up the canopy to make them visible to satellite tracking. Once they leave the swamp, the leaders start to get visibly nervous. They know where they are headed now, and it isn't a place they expected to be under enemy control. Stalwart to Central Command. Point Raven clear. Returning to station. Max calls, using the mission's code for a high-value political prisoner. Understood Stalwart. Stand by on station. A convoy from Command Group 3 arrived at the research complex just before the mecha escorting the prisoners, bringing a pair of officers from the intelligence department, along with 20 political security forces in armored pressure suits. Stalwart, this is Central Command. Hold tight to those officers, we will send a recovery copter in 15 minutes. Comes General Tennant's voice over the secured mecha channels. Central Command, this is Stalwart. Intelligence officers with verified clearance from Command Group 3 are already on site. Understood Stalwart, delay as long as possible. Nico, I know you're listening in. What can you do for me? Max asks on the short-range intercom. I am on it Stalwart. Watch for results. Nico replied with a hint of mischief in her voice. Lieutenant Becky and his men delayed as much as possible for the last stretch, employing landmine security protocol the entire remaining distance, while Tereth's rage went back behind them to provide covering fire. Captain Catan, please see our guests into a waiting room for refreshments and put on some hot coffee. Max instructs, and the infantry leader heads to the convoy to escort the intelligence officers inside the building. Please follow me, sir. Protocol says we must verify the prisoners' identities before they can be passed into your custody. The process should not take long if they are who they claim to be. The infantry officer informs the intelligence department force. Once they are inside the building, their casual demeanor changes in an instant. Tell me, Captain, how is the analysis of the data going? The major leading the intelligence department group asks. Unfortunately, we have no tech specialists in the group, so all of the hard drives as well as the few paper records we recovered were all sent in the first evacuation flight to Central Command. Captain Catan sighs as if depressed that his unit couldn't get credit for any discoveries that might occur. That answer doesn't make the officer happy at all, though he thinks he is hiding his emotions. Surely there is something left for your unit's glory, he asks, leading towards the answer he wants. If we can recover anything from the destroyed hangar we might be in luck. The boys are searching now, but a battle cannon round touched off the munitions storage, so the building is a disaster. That much is the complete truth. It will be a shock if they recover more than bits and pieces of anything from that rubble. A shift just ended. I can bring the platoon leaders in if you would like to speak to them. Captain Catan suggests. That would be acceptable. Please organize us a secure room. The Major commands, and Captain Catan nods his agreement before leaving the room with a hidden smile. Oh, the room will be secure all right. Chapter 60. The Surrender Part 2. While Captain Catan brings in his soldiers from Bravo Company to speak with the Intelligence Department officer, the transport helicopter sent by General Tennant has arrived, carrying the general himself. The interrogation room is completely soundproof, bulletproof and mechanically locks from the outside. Watching the intelligence officers sweat as they realize they are trapped is worth every day he has spent on this traitorous hunk of rock called Belmont. The three prisoners were who they claimed to be, the highest authorities of the planetary government, so the Central Command needed a few vital answers out of them before they were taken away. Unfortunately, as senior politicians, they had been immunized against the standard system-based interrogation techniques. Do you recall that thing from the Sabbath World Massacre? Nico asks, moving Tereth's rage beside Stalwart, so Max can use his system ability to read her mind. Horrific visions fill his mind before they clarify to something more human rights convention friendly. In fact, if they used something non-flammable, or didn't light the prisoner on fire at the end, the technique might be called humane. I hate you a little for making me see that. But yes, that could work. Max answers her, sending General Tennant a written instruction list for the enhanced interrogation technique, minus the burning, along with a request to check Nico's mental health after the battle. The cruel laughter of the general when he sees the technique Max named the water board, after changing the liquid from fuel oil, is enough to make one of the politicians begin crying and confessing before anyone has even touched or spoken to him. The others don't last much longer, and within 5 minutes Central Command has the security codes for the remaining planetary defenses, including the shield around the capital. Intelligence can have them now. General Tennant instructs Max, who orders Infantry Captain Catan to lead them out to recover the prisoners at their earliest convenience. The look on his face when the lead intelligence officer sees General Tennant is pure shock. The general on the other hand seems to have expected him. You were supposed to be on some frontier planet dodging inquisitors looking to have you declared incompetent. The intelligence officer stammers. You didn't think I would just sit around while you all played power games, did you? I'm going to have to ask you to come with me. You can leave the armor and the sidearm here, you won't be needing either of them. General Tennant announces, and all the guards raise their weapons. Before anyone can do anything drastic, the previously silent second officer makes a quick motion and the major falls to the ground. Stand down. I will be taking over from this point forward, the fully armored officer declares, and the guards comply without any hesitation. Max isn't sure what sort of politics are at play, but it seems that the intelligence department didn't come here for the traitors, they just happened to arrive at the same time. He hasn't had time to consult Captain Catan on what they asked the infantrymen about, but it might have to do with the facility. Like infantry getting monetary rewards, intelligence department officers earn promotions through job performance, and a haul of classified new technology would be a big accomplishment. Isn't life easier when you can just shoot your problems? The message from Nico pops up as text in his heads-up display, making Max laugh. She's not wrong though. I will take the major with me. Central Command has a number of questions about his activities and associations. General Tennant decides, and two soldiers exit the helicopter to relieve him of his armor and weapons before cuffing him and carrying his limp body into the helicopter. The second intelligence officer, who still hasn't identified himself beyond his security clearance, leads the guards to their transport vehicles and leaves even before the helicopter is ready to lift off. Care to watch the fireworks, Stalwart? They should begin about 2 minutes before the official surrender, now that the video of the captured planetary officials has been sent all around the world. General Tennant asks Max, with a hint of pride in his voice. There isn't really an option, as mere seconds later, a series of orbital strikes crash down on the remaining rebel targets in the capital city, who discover that their command codes are no longer working and that the city's shielding is down. A second volley hits even more targets, and the sky crackles with lightning from the immense amount of ionized energy that has passed through the atmosphere. Purple and green flickering waves of light fill the sky, the aurora borealis on a planetary scale. It really is a beautiful sight, and Max can't take his eyes away for even a second. The effect was described in the training materials, but none of the scenarios in the VR simulator portrayed it. Now that he has seen it, the lightning storms and the glowing sky of an orbital bombardment are something he will never forget. The tactic isn't used often, at least not on habitable worlds, for fear of causing too much disruption to their climate and reducing potential crop outputs to below population sustainability. Belmont is being made an example of though, and Max realizes that killing the politicians without question would have been a kindness to the rebels, even if it did cost his men the merits for having captured them alive. This is a planet-wide announcement on all open frequencies. The Belmont Parliament hereby surrenders themselves to the mercy of the Kepler military and begs leniency for the people of Belmont. All forces lay down your arms and surrender to the nearest Kepler-controlled outpost. After the initial announcement, the message begins to replay every 30 seconds on every open frequency. The rebellion is officially over, but now the tedious part begins. Surrenders must be accepted, rebel forces sorted from civilians, and investigations of all alleged war protocol violations will begin. The Mecha will mostly leave for that part, but for the next few days, they must hold their post, waiting for anyone in the vicinity who might want to surrender. The first day brings 20 rebel light mecha and 1 crusader in, all of which surrender their mecha peacefully. The second day brings 1 lone soldier, the seriously injured and exhausted pilot of the Corpus. Pilot Craig, I see luck was on your side today. Welcome back. Please surrender your sidearm and I will escort you to the medical bay. Lieutenant Becky greets the man they left to his fate in the swamp. It's good to be alive. I don't suppose you have any food. I had to use my rations to distract the swamp monsters. Chapter 61. Leaving Belmont the day after Pilot Craig arrived, they were relieved by a full contingent of infantry, who would be staying in Belmont long-term as a part of the security force, since the locals had proven they couldn't be trusted. Max's orders were to leave with his men in the morning to regroup with the 42nd Mechanized and the remainder of the Kepler 111th Infantry to catch a ride back to the Abraham Kepler. Even the experienced soldiers of Bravo Company weren't sure how much of this loot they would be allowed to keep. Normally what they bring back are trinkets and sidearms, things that fit in their personal lockers. While the sergeants and officers could fit plasma cannons in their locker, that was unlikely to be permitted by the ship crew, on safety grounds. If they were required to turn it over, they would be compensated for anything determined to be legitimate spoils, and they were explicitly given the right to loot the technology facility. I need all tablets submitted to Tereth's Rage for inspection. We aren't giving up every bit of new technology we found here just because we can't physically carry it. Max calls out over the intercom, and the platoon leaders head for Tereth's Rage, interested in meeting the ultra-aggressive close combatant in the flesh. Nico has moved the mecha to take a position on one knee next to a patio on the office building. That places her cockpit even with the railing, and the top hatch of Tereth's Rage swings open. While they climbs the stairs, Nico rolls out a length of chain mail as a walking pad, for safety on the slippery surface of her upper carapace. The blood-infused wax they used is an incredible product. No dirt sticks to it, and even now it is as slick as ever. Welcome, one at a time, please bring me your loot. I have hacking-related system talents, so I will record any valuable information and return them so you can claim full credit. Nico informs them over the Crusaders' intercom. They had thought she would exit, or at least stand up to receive them and come into sight, but neither happened, and instead they are going to her. First up is Lieutenant Becky, who has already met her in person. He hands the tablets his unit collected down to her, and half a minute later, he can see scrolls of data filling her mecha's screens. She really has hacked them and recorded everything she found interesting. Good find. There is a modified power cell in one of those that will let Line Mecha get 6 extra shots from an ion cannon between recharges. That is a pretty decent gain. They will be well rewarded once the Abraham Kepler has this technology for their constructor machines. A young sergeant named Morrison manages to get in line next, so excited that he almost falls off the walkway that Nico laid out. Welcome, Sergeant. It is a pleasure to meet you. Nico greets him while he gapes in shock at the interior of her Crusader. The outside is all red, black and bronze, with barbed wire and hanging chains, so he had assumed that the interior would be similarly brutalist in design, but what he found was a light gray and pink bedding set in a regulation tan interior and a petite, raven-haired female pilot sitting on the bed with her boots off and the coveralls of her pilot uniform tied at her waist, revealing the regulation black tank top underneath. If he hadn't seen her fight, that friendly smile might have tricked him into believing she was a kind and delicate girl fresh from training. But she is an alpha-ranked pilot, Morrison has no doubt that she could beat him senseless if he offended her. We have recovered these dozen hard drives and 2 data tablets, Captain. He says formally. Relax, I don't bite. Nico laughs, and Morrison watches as she holds them in her hands and the data begins scrolling across her mecha's main screens. I think we have our winner early. Plans for both the new high-explosive battle cannon rounds, and the man-portable plasma cannons. Nico cheers and throws a small bottle of something up to Morrison. He goes to pocket the mystery reward, but Nico stops him. Drink it and pass the bottle back. She probably wouldn't poison him in public, so Morrison downs the bottle, realizing it is a shot of the ship's home-brewed rum. He tosses the bottle back and she winks, handing him up the data drives and tablets. Liquor isn't completely forbidden on mission, but it certainly isn't in the regulation loadout for a drop. Pilot Nico must have hidden it in her personal effects for a special occasion. One after another the platoon leaders come to get their finds analyzed, most containing research notes and base logistics information which is important to the intelligence teams, but aren't the big score that they were hoping for. If that's everyone, store that data for transport and get ready to move out. When the details come through, they find that the gathering point for pickup is only 50 kilometers away. Now that they have vehicles, that will be done before lunch, so they set out at first light, stopping every half hour or so to pick up more infantry, until their vehicles are overloaded inside and out with troops headed for the pickup location. In total they have about 300 soldiers by the time they arrive, but they had to pick up the survivors of 7 companies to find that many. At full strength a Kepler infantry company is 1,000 men, 10 platoons of 10 squads of 10 men. When they started, Bravo Company was barely a tenth that strength, due to the heavy losses the Kepler 111th had taken over their tour, and it looks like things got much worse after this battle. It wouldn't surprise Max if the regiment was retired early, or folded into another combat unit to bring their numbers back up. If even 8 companies don't have enough survivors for one full-strength company, there isn't much hope for them to be deemed combat effective after this engagement. Chapter 62. To the sky the Abraham Kepler salvaged as many landers as they possibly could to start bringing troops back on board. Most of the ones that dropped in the first wave are scrap even if they made it to the planet intact and will need to be recycled, but the second wave mostly made it down without taking fire. Stalwart, please lead your unit to lander AK 90210 for orbital extraction. Comes the announcement for their ride home among a long list of other mobilization orders. The lander they are assigned to was a command unit during the drop, extra armored and painted with adaptive camouflage instead of the standard black. They seem to be the last ones to load, with most of the lander's mecha restraints already occupied when they arrive. Most of the mecha look much worse than his own unit, pitted by small arms fire and cratered by mecha attacks. One even has a long, burnt streak almost through the top carapace armor and 3 deep marks from where it survived close combat with a thermal torch-equipped claw. Most of the pilots have disembarked and are sharing a laugh and a drink from the small stock of non-alcoholic beverages on board, but Max opts to relax in his mecha until they leave the atmosphere. Despite the world being declared as fully subdued, leaving in the first wave of landers can be almost as dangerous as dropping with them. Any surviving rebels will surely want one last bit of vengeance. Max didn't have access to the lander's computer systems, but there is no sign of hostile fire that he can hear or feel on their way up. Just a few minutes of extremely high gravity and shaking, then a smooth transition to artificial gravity a few seconds after the shaking ends. AK 90210, proceed to Bay H-23, comes the docking announcement and Max smiles. Sector H of the launch bays is closest to their hangars, so his unit will be among the first that are squared away and ready for tomorrow's debriefing and the expected deployment changes. Despite Max's enthusiasm for returning to his bunk, the mood aboard the Abraham Kepler is somber. They might be the first ones back, but the crew aboard the ship has access to the satellite footage of the battlefield, so they have been able to keep track of the battle's progress, as well as the estimated losses. Most aren't watching it for entertainment, instead they need to keep updated on the situation so they can prepare supply and parts drops for the mecha that they are responsible for. Max dropped deep into enemy territory this time, so that wasn't an option for his unit, but for those on the front lines, regular supplies are both expected and absolutely vital to their success and continued combat capability. The repair bays get to work on their units right away, wanting to get as much done as possible before the next wave arrives. Max didn't take much damage, but Nico did. Nothing that would risk disabling the mecha, but every single armor panel has some level of damage. Max is watching them work when a tech called Fritz comes to talk to him. Don't look so concerned. For a close combat mecha, that level of damage is nothing. I mean, it looks bad, but none of it made more than a 15% reduction in armor efficiency. It is all surface damage. Not that it makes the repair crews any happier, but they will have it all sorted out by morning. Compared to the Crusaders, the light mecha had it hard. 6 units moderately or severely damaged with 2 or if them inoperable. But at least they still had all their pilots. Bravo Company lost 6 men in the initial assault to capture the vehicles, and 23 more are injured. Captain Catan has already led his men back to their quarters, or to medical bay for recovery, and Nico is assisting with the repairs to Tereth's Rage, so Max joins with Lieutenant Becky and the light mecha for an evening meal and a few drinks. More units filter in over the course of the evening, with the all-loaded call sounding just after midnight. The Abraham Kepler must have gotten advanced loading priorities, since they have everyone back on board at the end of the first day of the scheduled 5-day departure window, or perhaps their losses in already reduced numbers just combined to make retrieval that easy. Max stops in at the Special Forces cadets' dorms, finding that they are empty, but occupied, so at least some of them made it back, but he will have to ask how their mission went later. Nico's bunk shows occupied, so she must be asleep already, which means her mecha must be fixed. She wouldn't go to bed if it wasn't, she would be asleep in the cockpit. The full cost of the Battle of Belmont becomes clear the next morning, when Max checks the ship's status. 704 combat-ready mecha, down from 1065 before the battle, and the 111th Infantry is down to just over 30,000 combat-ready men, a loss of 10,000. A 30% casualty rate in a single battle might not be unheard of, but if the overall numbers look like that, Imperial doctrine would count it as a tactical loss, though it was technically a victory as the planet was brought back into compliance. The overall numbers aren't something that he has access to though, and at this point, Max would rather not know. Their own personal slice of hell was enough for him. The Special Forces cadets are in mourning when Max sees them at lunch. Only 4 of the light mecha made it home from their deployment on the front lines, as well as both Russo and Ibanez, but Ibanez was seriously injured when his mecha, Scimitar, took 2 direct hits from a battle cannon. The mecha is still on the inoperable list, but Ibanez is now up and mobile after a night of intensive treatment in the medical bays, following the days of treatment in the field. An alpha-ranked pilot can recover from almost anything if their body is intact, so he must have been in a very bad way to begin with. Chapter 63. Reinforcements. Abraham Kepler breaks orbit that evening, headed for a penal colony in a nearby system's asteroid belt. The Central Authority has decided that their numbers are simply too low for what comes next, so they are picking up reinforcement infantry. Everyone in that sort of orbital prison is serving a life sentence of hard labor. There are no innocents and almost as many decent human beings. But with the proper application of advanced technology, they can still serve the Empire. The prison numbers almost 1 million inmates, and Command has ordered 1/10 of their numbers be reviewed for rehabilitation. No traitors or child abusers will be considered, but the Abraham Kepler is most likely about to get 100,000 murderers and cowards added to their ranks. Cowardice in battle that leads to the death of allies is one of the things the Empire will sentence a soldier to life in prison for, on the rare occasions that it is obvious and severe enough to be punished. But they are prime candidates for rehabilitation after a few years of 18-hour days in a pressure suit, mining asteroids with a pickaxe. The new arrivals are kept mostly segregated, but Max can see a number of them being led to the line mecha hangars. Those few were pilots before they were convicts, and now they will be sent out alongside the convict infantry on what is usually a suicide mission behind enemy lines. If they prove themselves and survive, they will be fully pardoned, and reinstated into the military. If they flee, or if they turn against the Empire, the implanted prisoner identification will inject their heart with a lethal toxin. Max disapproved of the policy, but grudgingly accepted that a quick death in battle might be better than a slow wasting one in prison. Once the new recruits are loaded and situated, the Abraham Kepler's next destination is announced. Planet KSF-129, an agricultural world with little of note about it, had been invaded by rebels. Unlike Belmont, the locals are loyalists, and the battle is already ongoing. Prepare for transition. Destination KSF-129, ETA is 37 hours, 16 minutes. Stand by for deployment orders. This is expected by Command to be an extended campaign. Unlike the mining colony Belmont, this is a fully populated world, with a population of over 1 billion, an invading force of millions, and as many ships of the fleet coming to assist the resistance as the military can spare. For Max and the other mecha pilots, that means even more preparation than usual. They will be stocking the mecha for 60 days of sustainability, including water and food. But that extended duration concerns Max. The battle cannon can easily be upgraded with a much larger munition storage, but the Gatling battery burns through ammunition much too quickly for such a scenario. He assumes they will be sent to a remote location again, so Max goes looking for Nico to discuss replacement weapon options before he turns to General Tennant to ask a favor and try to get one of his main weapons swapped. Nico is predictably already in the repair bays, checking and stocking Tereth's Rage, but surprisingly she is joined by 2 men from the infantry. Captain Catan isn't much of a shock, after fighting together so recently, but there is also a man in a penal regiment jumpsuit. Captain Max, welcome. You already know Captain Catan, and this is Colmar of the penal regiment. He heard that Tereth's Rage and Stalwart were on board and has to come visit. His unit is from Kepler 142. Nico explains. Welcome to the Abraham Kepler, Colmar. Are the mecha everything you hoped for? That and more, Captain. We never thought we would see them out of stasis, but look at them now, all shined up and happy after a battle. What brings you by this early? Stocking Stalwart for battle, something like that. We are expecting an extended deployment, so I wanted to ask Pilot Nico a thing or two about weapon options. We earned a good bit of merit and claimed some high-tech trophies last battle, so I am hoping to upgrade Stalwart's Gatling battery. Max answers, smiling fondly at his mecha. I have just the thing. Recovered from the warehouses on Belmont. I know the Stalwart has a standard rad engine, but the pulse laser battery is fairly easy on power usage. Like the Gatling battery, it is a high-volume, low-damage weapon, but it is an energy weapon, not a solid projectile. Nico suggests, that would be amazing, and keep the basic functionality and layout of his mecha, so he would just need to get authorization to use the new weapon, and not to change the role of Stalwart from fully ranged to mixed. Max checks the armory inventory, which should allow him to see what he is cleared to load his mecha with, and finds that not only the pulse laser battery, but the new battle cannon ammunition and a few other random upgrades he doesn't really need have already been processed by the War Spoils team. Getting their spoils of war processed and cleared that rapidly must have been General Tennant's doing. Normally the process takes weeks or months, but it hasn't even been 2 days since they arrived back in the Abraham Kepler. Max selected the change of main weapons, and requested the back-mounted expanded dual-feed munitions belts for his battle cannon, which will allow him to switch between armor-piercing and high-explosive shells with every shot, as well as expanding his total capacity by more than double. Then it is rations and essentials, which means it is time for Max to clean and double-check his mecha storage tanks and cabinets. It was a pleasure meeting you, Colmar, perhaps we will meet again. Max says with a polite smile and turns to leave. Did they not send the official deployment notice yet? You'll be seeing far too much of me. My men have been assigned to reinforce Bravo Company of the 2nd Battalion under Captain Catan here, and we are all going to be going to battle with you and Tereth's Rage in just a few days. General Tennant smiles as he watches Max's reaction to that news over the security feed. Colmar and his unit were all sentenced to life in prison for going AWOL and off mission, but they did it to save civilians from an unaligned planet they were deployed to. Before the planet declares allegiance, they are not friendlies under military law, so the punishment was harsh. They managed to get out of charges of turning traitor with help from some politically connected friends, who then asked General Tennant to give them special consideration after seeing that they could be pardoned during this recruitment. Of all the reinforcement options available, these men were no doubt the best, and it brings Bravo Company back up to full strength. The General's last task of the morning is to requisition some more light mecha to go with them. Lieutenant Becky and his single-teen mecha wing aren't going to be enough for the battles that are coming. They are going to need more light mecha numbers, assuming General Tennant can find them among the mob that came from the prison. Chapter 64. Preparing to leave, Max stopped off to grab a couple of cases of rations for Stalwart before climbing the gantry to tidy up his living space. After spending so long inside the mecha on Belmont, the cockpit needs a deep clean and deodorizing in the most desperate of ways. The first step is to remove absolutely everything from the cockpit that isn't bolted down. Once that is complete, the high-tech part starts. The repair gantry has an automated cleaning machine that will sanitize and disinfect all surfaces inside the mecha for you, but the pilot is required to remove anything loose or risk it being damaged. Max tosses his used uniforms and bedding into the laundry cart that sits on the hazard stripe-painted walkway, just waiting for a pilot like him to clean out their mecha for the automated sanitizing process. An attendant comes by to collect the laundry while Max stays by stalwart and plans out how to organize the limited available space. The laundry facility's automated sanitizer only takes a few minutes to clean everything, so his belongings will be back long before Max is finished with his organization chart. By contrast, Nico manually cleans everything inside her cockpit instead of using the automatic functions. It might be that her cockpit had been customized, and the machine isn't sure what to make of it, or simply that she preferred the hands-on method to be sure everything was to her satisfaction. It probably isn't because of decorations. The only personalized items that she has mentioned are the bedding she ordered when they first arrived, the same time that she called his watch and an extra pillow for the dorm aboard Abraham Kepler. After his rations are delivered, and the water tank is sanitized and refilled, Max loads his handful of personal effects back into the mecha. Looking around the Spartan interior, Max decides the cockpit needs something to remind him of the past, but he didn't collect anything while they were on Belmont. Max decides that from now on, he will have something collected for nostalgia's sake. But as he is sorting away the clean clothes, Max finds a gift ticked in amongst his items. A single photo of him charging out of the lander behind Tereth's Rage. It must have come from Lieutenant Becky's feed since the vantage point is too high for an infantry helmet camera. Max isn't sure who sent this to him, but he is thankful for the fond memory and tucks it into a clear pocket mounted beside his seat, more commonly used for written notes. Many pilots like to write things down to look at later, saying it helps their memory, but Max isn't one of those people. "Captain, are you nearly finished up in there? We need to change out your armaments, so the mecha will shake some while we work." One of the techs calls from outside, and Max sticks his head out to assure them he is good to go. "Go ahead, I will go check on Tereth's Rage while you work," Max calls, climbing out. He will need her help once they finish anyhow. Her mecha modification skill is just too good when combined with his optimization. The pulse laser battery fires 24 pulses a second, rotating barrels on 6 sets of lasers to help control heat collection. Ignoring the projectile, it is functionally very similar to the Gatling battery that it is replacing. It also serves the same purpose of clearing massed infantry and light mecha. If Nico can make it more efficient, his optimized multiple targeting will make a genuinely deadly combination without the ammunition limitations of its predecessor. The actual swap won't take long. The lower arm sections on the Crusader-class chassis are intended to be modular for easy repairs and weapon changes. An hour or two should be enough to do the installation and functionality checks. "Hey Nico, how's it going down there?" Max calls as he gets close to her cockpit, not wanting to cross the catwalk to the open hatch. Her armor is still marked as slippery when wet, so the custom red paint is still drying, or they applied another layer of that slick wax. It isn't something he would want to slip and land on, especially with that razor wire still in place at the edge of the carapace armor. "Pretty good, I'm just finishing posting up my pictures. Did you get the gift from Becky?" He had them made to commemorate our first deployment, but he got called away before he had a chance to chat. Something about getting reinforcements to his wing. I'll have to thank him later. But when you get a bit of free time, they are installing the pulse lasers on Stalwart, and I'll need you to modify them for efficiency and rate of fire if that's possible. Max calls back, "No problem, I don't know how much we can increase the cycle rate, it is set that way to maintain operating temperature, but if we can get thermal efficiency up, I should be able to tweak it a little bit without any overheating issues." That's all anyone could ask for. Not every mecha can do everything perfectly, after all. Pilots balance their mecha to their skills as well as they are able or allowed to. Thinking of skills, Max can feel that his third skill is still hung up, waiting on something. It is early for it to manifest, even with the bump in stats that he got during battle, but the feeling makes him vaguely anxious, and Max hopes that it settles down before he has to go into combat again. Nico doesn't even wait for the techs to finish their work before she climbs up the mecha and borrows the test device from the repair bay technician that is completing the installation. "We have this, I'll do the diagnostics, and Pilot Max can do the system checks," she declares, waving them away. None of them are going to argue with that, they have too much other work to do. Spending an excessive amount of time on complex jobs just leaves more mecha waiting to be brought back up to operational status. Nico is busy tweaking the system, so Max climbs into his cockpit and powers up in diagnostic mode. Stalwart active. Diagnostic mode engaged. Welcome. Pilot Max. Change in armament detected. The mecha messages in his heads-up display end at the same time that the system notices begin. New system skill online. Split fire. Active. Max isn't entirely sure what that does, so he looks through his system interface, noticing that he is still a single upgrade from 200 points of bonus, so the skill really is a little early. Keras Max. Compatibility determined. Rank of primary attribute STR 2.5x modifier. Secondary bonuses Dex 2x, SPD 2x, STR 3 plus 95%, Dex 3 plus 52%, SPD 3 plus 52%, innate talent mind reading, additional function unit optimization, additional function multi-point targeting, additional function split fire. Split fire allows rapid adjustments of the mecha's high rate of fire weapons to accurately target multiple points with a single burst. That is insanely good with the pulse laser, but if Max had the quad-barreled anti-aircraft guns on Stalwart instead of missiles, he would absolutely destroy incoming targets. But then, with all these skills, and the extremely long range of the lasers, he might not need them. A bit of practice, and he could likely hit moving aircraft with a scattered burst from the pulse laser battery. The final tweaks don't take long, though Nico is ordering parts from the repair bay, replacing similar parts that Stalwart's diagnostics and Max's optimization said were fine. She cut heat retention by 20% and power cost by 10% while maintaining the same output. The decision was made not to change the firing rate, though. Instead, the pulse laser battery has become capable of long-duration sustained fire at maximum output instead of having to reduce power after 5 continuous seconds of fire to let the accumulated heat dissipate. What sort of target he might need to shoot for more than 5 straight seconds is unclear, but with his luck, Max is about to find out. Chapter 65. Misfits and Specialists. The next morning Max gathers everyone who is going to be under his command to go over their drop plans for this mission. The upper brass have sent a fine collection of soldiers here under his command. Bravo Company has been reinforced to 500 men, including the group from the prisoner recruitment led by Colmar. Originally Bravo Company was going to be brought up to a full 1,000 men, but that was deemed too imbalanced, so half of the allotted recruits were moved to Charlie Company under Captain Tarsus. They also gained 2 more 10-man wings of light mecha. One of them was a wing from the 42nd Armored, and a group of 10 line mecha were from the prisoners. According to Max's information, these guys got life in prison for an attempt to hack the central banking net and make their families rich. It would have been an impressive feat, had they succeeded. All the deployment orders are signed by General Tennant, so Max can see that their teacher is still looking out for them, even if he has much more important things to do in battle than babysit new pilots. Welcome everyone, I am Captain Max of Stalwart, your mission commander. Tonight, as you all know, we will be dropping onto KSF 129, a highly populated agricultural world. Most of us haven't worked together before, but I don't believe that will be an issue. Our objective is to take and hold a small village at the foot of a strategic bridge. Heavy mecha support aboard Abraham Kepler is seriously limited after the Battle of Belmont, with over a third of our Crusaders still waiting on repairs. That means your heavy support will be myself and Tereth's Rage. However, the lack of heavy mecha left us some extra space in the landers, and we have been cleared to bring some vehicles for our infantry contingent. All 4 of Bravo Company's anti-aircraft platforms are coming with us. We will also be bringing 2 supply trailers and 1 trenching machine. Trench warfare might be outdated, but it is still better than standing in the open waiting to get shot. Especially for the light mecha who make such wonderful targets. Drop time is now in 10 hours and 17 minutes. When we load for deployment, Tereth's Rage will load closest to the doors with a heavy shield, in case of immediate hostile fire. Light mecha will be immediately behind her with infantry on the flanks. Spread out and take the village. I will be in Stalwart on rear guard and serving as long-range artillery. Does anyone not understand their orders? The infantry all grunts their confirmation and the pilots salute with their fist to chest. Very good. See you all here in 8 hours and 15 minutes. Trust me when I say the 2-hour buffer is required. Abraham Kepler loves to arrive early. Dismissed. Max heads to the supply trailer to see what they managed to get, given the limited supplies aboard, having come straight from another battle without a full resupply. Most of the items in the first trailer are rations, clothing and kit. But below that is a large amount of battle cannon ammunition. The second trailer seems to be full of light mecha weapons at first, ion cannons to be exact. Nico, what is up with this wagon? Max calls, bringing her and Corporal Fritz of the repair bays over. Do you like it? During a long battle, a lot of mecha get damaged, so I brought spare weapons that can be recharged off of the Crusaders or the lander. These ones also have a double-purpose feature. They can be tripod-mounted and used as heavy weapons emplacements by the infantry. An extra 20 ion cannons, as well as the new pattern plasma cannons that Bravo Company obtained should really help us out. Nico explains. There are rations for 45 days, as well as 2 water purification machines. If the lander survived, it can also filter some from the humidity in the air. That's the very best we could manage, so your unit should be as ready as they can be to spend a lot of time at that bridge. Corporal Fritz adds, Max will admit, the extra heavy weapons are a blessing, and he is sure the infantry also grabbed everything they could. At this point in the battle, there are no established lines, which is why they have been sent to control a bridge. Blocking enemy movement will help contain them into regions where they can be eliminated. Plus, only after containment is established can commands start truly pushing the enemy out of populated areas. All of the mecha and vehicles are being loaded now, so Max heads to his dorm to get a few more hours sleep before returning to the lander. As expected, the Abraham Kepler is early. Right as Max's alarm goes off, the 2-hour to drop warning rings through the ship. He instructed all his men to be at the lander in 1 hour, so they should still have been prepared and ready in time. The Special Forces cadets are all in the mess hall looking glum when Max arrives to grab a bite before departure, and Ibanez waves him over, attempting a cheerful face. I hear you've got a strategic deployment again, and command of 2 companies, plus a light mecha escort. The big pilot asks, yeah, and mostly convicts as well. But they seem pretty decent. I don't think they are eager to go back. Max laughs. Lucky bugger. We are all stuck here with the reserves. Our units took too heavy of casualties, so we sit here waiting on repairs and healing here while everyone else heads to the planet. Plus, reserves always get sent to the worst, most overrun hellholes on the planet when they do get sent. Russo points out, he is totally right, that is the point of reserves, to go where things are worst and reinforce the unit that was already there. If they weren't losing men and mecha, they wouldn't need the reserves. They all chat a bit while Max finishes eating, then it is time to load up. Most of the unit made it there before him, and with 15 minutes to the scheduled time he set, which is now under an hour before launch, only 30 men are not in place. They all turn up in a group, 5 minutes late and escorted by Captain Tarsus, who found them still playing cards in their barracks. That is everyone. Head count complete. All mecha check good. All supplies loaded and locked for drop. Corporal Fritz informs them before closing the doors. Private, hold out your hand for me. Nico demands of the closest soldier, who sneers and extends his arm. Nico pulls a small stick from her pocket with a smile and snacks his hand with it. At first Max thinks it might be a taser, given her history of extreme behavior, but the other soldiers begin laughing when they see it. When Nico releases his hand, Max can see what it was. A rubber stamp in the shape of a gold star. Since you needed motivation, there you go. 1 gold star for attendance. Hands out, boys, or I'll stamp it on your forehead. Chapter 66. Stick the landing, 10 minutes to departure. Comes the faintly robotic programmed announcement from the lander and everyone gets strapped in for the descent. Oi, who is the second mecha pilot? Did they not come out at all? One of the convicts piloting a line mecha asks. Tereth's rage needs no mortal pilot, Nico jokes over the intercom, using the mecha's computer to make her voice a deep growl. A good portion of the infantry makes the symbol to ward off bad luck, while those who served beside her before try not to laugh. They all saw the pilot of Tereth's rage only an hour ago, but the chances of anyone associating Nico with her mecha are pretty low. You know how it is, you bring the learning systems to combat one too many times and they start liking it. You just need to offer it a virgin sacrifice now and then. By the way, how is your luck with the ladies? Captain Catan teases the soldier. Not that bad, I swear it. The man says, waving away the attention, while everyone around him laughs. You've had your fun. Game faces on everyone. We have confirmation that our landing zone has been taken by the rebels. Their presence is currently light, with only 1 infantry special forces team on location. There is a road running north to south that crosses the bridge that is our objective. Landing zone is on the east side of the road. Charlie Company, ensure that bridge survives and secure the houses on the east with light mecha squad 3. Bravo Company with squads 1 and 2 will clear the remainder of the village along with Tereth's rage. Expect ambushes that are hidden from thermal scans. Reports say you will outnumber them 10 to 1, but they are a special forces team. Max interrupts the joking to get everyone ready. Launching, hey, seriously, it has been 1 minute since the 10-minute announcement. A soldier calls, struggling into his harness. We have been prioritized. You get used to it. Captain Catan sighs, wondering if the Abraham Kepler will ever fix the announcement timers. At least they still warn you before every stage. In truth, the problem is that the launch crew doesn't bother to update the timer for every lander, they just set it somewhere in the middle and everyone gets it at the same time. The arrival notices bring wrong is deliberate though, their travel estimates given extra time in case of spies on board. Reports of heavy defensive fire fill Max's radio as the lander enters the atmosphere, but as the minutes pass, no heavy shaking or sounds of explosions nearby reach through the thin armor of their vessel. It is only in the last few seconds before landing that they start getting fire. Enemy anti-aircraft and heavy weapons located. Altering search pattern. Nico announces through the speakers on Tereth's Rage, continuing the ghost mecha gag from earlier. They touch down with a gentle thud, and the pattering of light arms fire against the lander. No signs of heavy weapons in the area yet. Breaching in 3, 2, 1, Nico announces, bracing her shield and charging out the door. The lander had created a huge cloud of dust, limiting visibility, but only seconds later the heavy weapons start hitting the shield, while Tereth's Rage keeps running with squads 1 and 2 of the light mecha behind her. Light mecha, spread out when you reach the city, but follow Tereth's Rage. Do not get caught in an ambush. Max calls, unleashing his pulse laser battery into the rebel infantry units near the bridge. The heavy lasers tear through the infantry and lightly armored vehicles, clearing the zone in seconds. Charlie Company to Stalwart, suspected munitions bunker at our location. Targeters locked on the entry shack. Captain Tarsus announces, and Max lobs a battle cannon shell at the marked target. The 2 mecha squads that went west with Tereth's Rage are in a heavy firefight now with ion cannon emplacements, so Max sends a volley of artillery their way, getting instant calls of gratitude over the intercom. Nico herself has found the Special Forces team's vehicles, and torn them apart, but the actual members fled at the sight of the rampaging crusader. Her ion destroyer sizzles and crackles with energy as she levels any building that has a heat signature not marked as friendly, unconcerned for the state of the village. After all, they will be stationed here, which means more incoming attacks, and a very low chance that any of the buildings would survive anyhow. Max is learning that his conscripted infantrymen are actually much better than expected at their job, taking minimal casualties, despite the attempts at ambushes. Even the light mecha fared well, though they lost 1 pilot to ion cannon fire, and 4 more mecha are damaged. Eastern sector secure, moving to verify bridge integrity. Tarsus of Charlie Company calls, followed a few seconds later by the reports of the mecha squads. City secure, Commander, no signs of life. We will continue to monitor and search through the night. Captain Catan announces to finish off the report. Lander, hop back to the east 150 meters, in the clearing next to the munitions bunker. Max instructs, getting their evacuation vehicle moved to a safer spot, since it is still intact and suitable for repair and resupply. Get the damaged mecha to the repair bay and let's get that trench dug. Cogwheel pattern between the village and the river, continue it down the west and south sides back to the road. Once that is dug, do the same on the east. Leave the road wide open for troop movement, we want enemy troop movements to enter the shooting gallery. Nico brings Tereth's Rage over towards him, looking for a good spot to settle in. 30 meters from the road, where a collection of grain bins hide her from advancing troops looks like a good spot, and there is a destroyed concrete warehouse there as well, providing some cover from enemies across the river, should they spot her. Captain Tarsus calls out over the radio that his unit has a great surprise for her. A shovel for Crusader-class industrial mecha. That allows her to dig first her own hiding spot, then a nice deep bunker for Stalwart. Crouched down with a tarp and some rubble on top of him, you would never know there was a Crusader-class mecha hidden right by the bridge. Even the majority of his heat signature is blocked by the dirt around him. But Captain Catan has an even better idea. A burnt-out car is placed on top of the carapace of Stalwart and secured with ropes, through holes cut in the tarp. Now would you look at that, a Crusader-sized ghillie suit for urban combat. The car is a nice touch, really adds to the disguise, and explains any strange thermal readings. Colmar chuckles, double-checking the securement. Chapter 67. Getting comfortable. It doesn't take long for all the light mecha to be restocked, but the last of the repairs aren't finished until the next morning. The trenching machine worked all night, and now they have a deep gun line dug between the river and the village, with most of the debris from the trench piled 5 meters back to form a secondary firing line. The trench only covers the riverside and the far western border, but the machine is still working until the scouts positioned 2 kilometers out report an incoming convoy of rebels. 6 vehicles with trailers, 2 armored personnel carriers and a large wheeled loader. Infantry and vehicles, with supply trailers. Exactly what they were hoping to find to bolster their own provisions. Snipers, take positions with line of sight to the road. I want those vehicles operational if at all possible. Everyone else, try not to hit the trailers. Captains, you know what to do, so get them deployed. We've got 1,000 mouths to feed, and this convoy might have something better than ration packs. Max instructs his men. A portion of Charlie Company is currently scouring the village for supplies, since the bunker they took had very little in the way of food. There are hundreds of tons of grain and flour, so they are well stocked to make biscuits and oatmeal, but it looks like the village was otherwise looted dry. When the convoy gets to 1 kilometer out, they hail on the radio for the bridge defense unit they believe to still be in charge here. Bridge control, this is Convoy Hotel Juliet 7. What's the good word, is the bridge intact? Before anyone can think up an answer, Nico's voice comes over the rebel channel. It's been a bit obscene convoy. Proceed to cross at idle. Clearance confirmed. It's good to hear from you, bridge control. We feared we had lost you when you didn't check in. The convoy answers her coded response. If only we were all still here, convoy. Long-range comms have been damaged. Can you spare us a mobile unit? Her quick thinking and hacking innate talent worked together perfectly. The whole convoy stopped as the driver of the lead truck got out to grab them a radio from among the supplies the convoy was carrying. 2 seconds later, a hail of fire brings the convoy to an untimely demise. Every driver of the supply trucks is killed simultaneously by snipers, and the armored personnel carriers are destroyed by the ion cannons of the light mecha. Excellent work, gentlemen. Keep your eyes open for survivors. Light Mecha Squad 3, you go in first and clear the area. Then Bravo Company can send in drivers to move the supply vehicles. Take them to the sports field on the west side where the anti-aircraft vehicles are set up. That area is mostly intact, so the infantry have scattered all through the buildings there for shelter. The school is a central government pattern academy structure, though a small one. But that still means that the school structures are built of reinforced synthetic rockcrete, and intended to be able to survive a direct bombing run. Charlie Company has made that their barracks, while Bravo Company spread out through the handful of government buildings sturdy enough to feel safe. Scattered fire sounds from the line mecha, double-tapping any rebels who might possibly have survived, before they give the all-clear to move the supply trucks and begin to carry the destroyed armored personnel carriers back into the woods. One of the men takes control of the loader and drags the bucket down the gray gravel of the road, hiding the signs of recent battle before driving the heavy equipment over by the lander in case it is needed later to help with repairs and disabled mecha recovery. Get me a rough estimate on those convoy contents, Bravo Company. I want to know what we have to work with, preferably before the sun is fully up and more troops attempt to cross the bridge. Max instructs. The truly only takes a few minutes. We've got 500 liters of fuel for the light mecha, 50 anti-mecha rockets, at least 100 cases of rifle ammo, and 4 full trailers of field kitchen canned supplies. Best news I've heard all morning. Get those supplies somewhere safe, but leave the transports out in the open as decoys. Seeing their own markings might convince the bombers to avoid us. Captain Catan and Captain Tarsus wholeheartedly agree with that optimism. Getting bombed daily on Belmont wasn't exactly their idea of a good time. The supplies are moved to the air raid bunker at the school, hidden deep underground where they will be safe, and a kitchen is set up under a tent in the field. 2 meals a day of fresh goods, with a ration pack in the middle if necessary, will stretch out their supplies as long as possible. These off-world rebels were very well supplied, though. None of this would have been brought with them. It must have been looted from one of the nearby cities to be distributed to their troops. With that being the case, they can expect more convoys to come from that direction. Not just supplies, but large units of troops as well as mecha. Fortunately, the trench line is making good progress with their mechanical assistant in the lead, and it is fully completed on the south side before the scouts report the next movement of rebels coming their way from the same direction as the first convoy. This is no lightly armed supply convoy, though. It is a scout mecha unit. Uncommon among the Kepler Army's main combat fleets, these are more commonly used as local police or sent to worlds that haven't been settled, where exploration is the objective and mobility is more important than combat capability. They are led by a Lightfoot pattern crusader, a slender and elegant humanoid mecha with powerful legs and high-speed hydraulics for rapid mobility, as well as improved thrusters for jumping canyons and other obstacles. Behind it, 20 Sentinel pattern light mecha follow, looking like an armored truck cab on stilt-like long legs. They don't even have any sort of arm or grappling capability, just a laser cannon mounted on a top swivel. As a design, they are awkward and gangly, but their firepower shouldn't be underestimated. Chapter 68. They're not idiots. As they approached the village, the squad of scout mecha slowed and then stopped. "What are they doing?" one of the convict line mecha pilots asked over the secure channels. "Did you think that they were dumb enough not to notice a brand new trench complex all around a village that's only supposed to have a single special forces squad in it? They're deciding what to do." Captain Tarsus laughs at him. They all wait anxiously to see what course of action the mecha are going to choose. "Show yourself and report," the Lightfoot pattern crusader demands. "Squad 32 stand up," Nico instructs, rising up out of the dust and rubble. Convict recruits wear prison uniforms until they are pardoned, so Squad 32 is still wearing prison coveralls under their body armor. Hotel Juliet 6 and Tereth's Rage have reinforced bridge control. "What is he good word patrol?" Nico's artificial growl comes through on the rebel channel. The squad remains in place for a moment while they confer. The patrol squad number checks out and the name matches the name on the mecha, which isn't painted in any regulation color scheme. "Prepare to activate the radio jamming from the lander in 5. Nico says softly over the intercom as the scouts confer. "Dispatch." The Lightfoot gets out before the jamming signal activates and Nico unleashes the full firepower of Tereth's Rage on the lightly armored rebels. A single overcharged blast of the ion destroyer takes a leg off the Lightfoot while rail gun rounds eviscerate a sentinel, punching through both armor and engine before exiting the back of the unit. A split second later, mecha fire in both directions fills the air. About half the lasers successfully connected with Tereth's Rage, making the shielding flash and flicker. Max remains hidden on the off chance one of them got off a signal to the rebel command. The lower the rebels think their capabilities are, for now the better. The return fire from Lieutenant Becky and Mecha Squad 1 who are in the south trenches combines with the infantry's ion cannon emplacements to tear apart the remaining sentinels, their lightly armored chassis incapable of surviving such firepower. The design isn't used in direct combat for a reason. The front has large windows which are easily broken by other mecha. None survive the first volley. Collect the scrap and see if any of those sentinels are salvageable. Max calls as Nico puts another volley into the Lightfoot, causing it to explode. "Better safe than sorry," she responds to Max's unspoken question. "With a bit of luck we should be able to make at least 6 functional sentinels out of this mess. But if we want more functional light mecha, Tereth's Rage needs to go easy on the rail guns. Seriously, they went in one side and out the other. I've never seen anything like it. The entire mecha is scrap." Sergeant Enns from Bravo Company complains. "For now it is more important that they don't stand back up when we go to check them. 6 sentinels is still a lot more firepower for the trenches. See what you can get working and set them up on the north side overlooking the river. The laser cannons have great range." Max sends out his instructions and the crews get to work. The only real benefit to a civil war is that you will know how to use the enemy equipment, because your team is using it as well. Finding 6 more bodies who can at least work the targeting systems on the sentinels shouldn't be too hard. Plus, they won't even need to move the mecha, just use it as a heavy weapons bunker in the trench. The cogwheel trench is designed for mecha defense, with evenly spaced wider areas where they can remain crouched and still allow other defenders to move behind them, but there is enough offset between emplacements that an explosive blast won't travel down the length on the trench. No soldier in their right mind really wants to be assigned to a trench, but given the option, it isn't the worst place to be during a mecha assault. For that reason, when they are off duty, the soldiers return to the barracks, or to hiding spots in the village instead of remaining in the trench, but when battle starts they will get into the holes to avoid being in the direct line of fire. "Gentlemen, we have a surprise trophy from the enemy sentinels. A pilfered supply of Kepler's finest synthmint cigarettes. I have split the spoils with Captain Tarsus, and he has agreed that at the end of tomorrow, one lucky soldier will get an entire pack. Many of the soldiers smoke to relieve stress, but these cigarettes go for a full week's commissary rations a pack. They are the sort of high-quality luxury only senior officers and politicians get, a real treat, especially for the convicts, who didn't have any commissary credits to begin with. The dinner ration packs contain a small pack of cheap smokable stimulant sticks, but that is hardly comparable to the cool and smooth flavor of synthmint. The crew in charge of the kitchen brings the units on duty a hot meal, using the insulated serving containers from the convoy supplies, and everyone settles in for the afternoon wait. Nico has hacked the rebel communications codes, so they can be ready and properly greet anyone who might be coming, but so far, nobody has been, and it makes Max wonder if the scouts got off a warning signal. Fearing the worst, he has the few anti-mecha mines they brought placed randomly about a kilometer from the river and the village, and the mortar tubes set up throughout the ruins. They don't have enough for a sustained bombardment, but they do have enough that they can make an infantry column wish they had never tried to take this location. While the day drags on, most of the scouts return, having placed a camera net around their location. Now they can watch for threats from relative safety, while they hide in basements and crumbled houses. The infantry managed to get a bunch of playing cards and a 3D chess set to the surface with them for entertainment, but Max is hoping that one of the convoys they intercept will have more. Entertainment is an essential to troop morale on a long mission, especially one where they expect to be constantly attacked like this. For now, everyone is in decent spirits, with hot food and reliable shelter, and Max intends to keep them that way. Alive and only mildly annoyed. Chapter 69, When It Rains. The following day slowly dawned, though it seemed that the sky had a distinct lack of enthusiasm for the idea. The light cloud cover of the previous days had darkened and was now turning to an inky black with ominous purple lightning. Even 2 hours after the sun should have come up, you couldn't navigate without night vision or a system ability. Then the rain began to fall, a faintly oily torrential downpour that stubbornly clung to everything while the infantry rushed to get everything that they had set up dismantled and moved inside. Max had already ordered the infantry to take cover, seeing on his sensors that a wall of water was approaching across the fields north of the river, but it approached too quickly for them to finish the job in time. The only remaining sound was the constant boom of lightning and an ominous background roar that reminded Max of the hissing shriek the feral cats of the slums made when they were injured, only deeper pitched, as if from a much larger animal. All communication with the outside world was cut off due to interference from the storm, and as far as they could tell, nothing was moving. It wasn't until the blue flashes of ion cannon fire joined the lightning that Max realized what they were looking at. A damaged Cygnus mother ship had left orbit. The storm was the burning air from the atmospheric entry, and the oily film was spilled fuel from their lander supply tank. Despite a planetary landfall that it was never designed to make, the 50-kilometer-wide ship was still fighting against the Kepler Navy as it fell. The two kingdoms had been at war for generations, and now it made sense where the rebels got the bravery to dare to turn traitor. They were expecting outside assistance. Anti-air weapons, get ready to engage. That mothership will fire all its drop pods before it crashes. Max calls his troops over the radio and intercom, hoping they can hear him. Cygnus is a lifelong fan of the bigger is better theory, and their mecha are enormous. Where Kepler makes their crusaders smaller and more heavily armed than most kingdoms' average, the Reaver, their Cygnus counterpart, is over 16 meters tall to their 10. Due to a technology gap, the two are on par in offensive capability. You just had to avoid being grabbed and torn apart. The ship is still higher in the sky, and Max's analysis of the weather and the time they would have been in the atmosphere didn't add up. The rain began too early. That can't be the only ship that the Navy has shot down. The pods have begun to drop already, still 100 kilometers from their location but closing fast. Nico and the anti-aircraft vehicles are getting ready, and Max is preparing his pulse laser battery for a test against Cygnus drop pods when a streak of light brightens the sky, burning away a section of the clouds for the moment, and the falling Cygnus ship explodes into fragments. The madman of the fleet just used an orbital lance, intended to destroy cities in a single strike, to destroy the enemy ship. One after another, explosions beyond the horizon begin to turn the artificial night to the brightest of days as interstellar drive reactors go critical. A hail of metallic fragments rains down on Stalwart for the next few minutes before everything calms, and the skies return to a more normal-looking thunderstorm. Well, that's new and unpleasant. Any casualties? Max asks. Negative, Stalwart. All green. As long as this rain washes the fuel spill off our equipment. Captain Catan answers. Expect the torrential rain to last. Someone dig a spur out from the low spots in the trench to keep them drained. The order seems better to Max than abandoning the trenches until after the atmosphere stabilizes. That number of enormous vessels exploding as they left orbit will likely leave everyone fighting in the rain for weeks. and someone find us a bunch of fishing nets and heavy chains to string up across the river to block debris. Nico adds, the bridge is their reason to be here, and if whatever the inevitable flooding washes down river damages it, their mission has failed. The far bank of the river is lower ground than the village they are stationed in, so if they create an artificial blockage with whatever comes downstream, it will also flood out the road and prevent light vehicle traffic for weeks. Good thing they have provisions. Their fears turn out to be well-founded. Within the first hour, trees begin floating downstream, being captured by Tareth's rage and driven into the river bottom vertically as pilings for their makeshift dam. Following that, with some shovel work, diverts the flood waters north and turns the formerly well-tended fields into a swamp. But the rains show no signs of slowing, and the level continues to creep up. Mighty kind of the fleet to give us an island vacation, isn't it? Colmar jokes as the infantry officers gather for an evening meal. Could have done without the fuel bath, though. At least the flooding is slowing down the enemy advance. Captain Catan agrees. Maybe they just don't care about a bridge in the middle of nowhere with everything else that is going on. A lieutenant says hopefully, making the others laugh. We aren't just in the middle of nowhere, convict, this is the main highway between two major cities now that the main motorways have been destroyed. Trust me, they care. Colmar laughs, amused at the naivety of the young officer. He had just finished officers' school when his unit got the bright idea to hack the central bank. As far as anyone can tell, this has been his first real taste of combat. The loader they pilfered is doing double duty now, both bringing gravel for the bottom of the trenches to keep them from getting washed out by the rainwater flow, and digging a berm upstream to keep the rising waters away from the village. The line mecha are helping as much as they can using farm equipment, and Max's math says they should be safe now unless the situation changes again. That's better than they can say for many units, who are reporting that they are trapped in destroyed buildings or have had entire teams washed away by raging waters. Nothing has moved for 3 days until Max suddenly gets a communication on the secure command channel. Stalwart, this is the Phalanx class Carpe Noctem, traveling north with a heavy escort. We must know, does the bridge stand? Chapter 70. Changes in the air. Carpe Noctem, this is Stalwart. I confirm that the bridge is intact. Recommend no light or infantry support at this time. Terrain flooded north of bridge with increasing water levels. Max responds. Understood Stalwart. Light support has been assigned an alternate route. Max isn't sure where they are all going, but he hopes that alternate route involves a helicopter. Radio chatter indicates that no fewer than 3 of the Cygnus shops crashed into the deep oceans, boiling off over 50 meters of sea level into the atmosphere. Forget seeing the rains end during their tour here. The results will likely be somewhere between a mass extinction event and a mythological planetary flood. Looking out over the shallow lake that was once fertile fields, Max can believe it. But they are also in the low land, and as such might be evacuated to higher ground when the waters make their defense point of no strategic value. Carpe Noctem appears on all its midnight black painted glory just over an hour after their message, escorted by 200 Crusader-class Mecha, marching double file down the road. Stalwart, do you have an eyewitness report on the mother ship that went down in this region? Contact has been lost with units near the regional capital ever since. The pilot of the mighty Phalanx-class Mecha asks. The ship was destroyed by orbital lance approximately 100 drop pods into their deployment. They faced heavy fire from the ground, but the interstellar drive explosion would have caused heavy damage to Mecha and overloaded most digital circuitry with an electromagnetic pulse. Sensors recorded it here, but damage was negligible at this distance. Max then forwards him the combat report he made for that day, annotated with the reports of Nico and the other officers. The thunder is still so regular that their sensors couldn't tell if there was a battle in the distance, but with the altitude of the explosion, there is hope for survivors, if not for their sensitive radio equipment. Expect returning units within the next 24 hours Stalwart. We are going to retake that city, and their damaged defenders will be leaving the zone via your location. Hold at all costs. There are no other bridges left across the river for 500 kilometers. Understood Carpe Noctem, and the Emperor's own luck to the current defenders. Max responds and the giant mecha leads his units across the bridge. They go single file, only one unit on the bridge at a time for safety, not knowing if there is hidden damage, and soon fade into the distance. Max and his unit don't get to enjoy the thunderstorm for long though. A squad of rebel crusaders is making their way east down the river banks, pulling their light support mecha on makeshift rafts through the roughly 7-meter deep, muddy flood waters. Western Zone Defense. Do not let those mecha within sight of the bridge. The village is blocking direct line of sight for now, but that won't last. Max instructs, and numerous light mecha shift positions through the trenches to get a clear shot at the approaching enemies. The enemy looks pretty pitiful, heavily damaged, pulling their support, but desperation only makes them a larger threat to the bridge. Once the light mecha begin their fire, crippling two of the lead mecha, Max uses their targeting data that is being relayed to the unit to begin indirect fire. The first shell hits a barge, dumping a wing of light mecha into the water. On a perfect world, the line mecha are sealed and can function underwater or in space. But these units are all heavily damaged, and unlikely to be waterproof. They are still upstream of the blockage in the river, so there is no real fear of them washing down into the bridge, but Max orders Mecha Wing 3, who is on the eastern trenches, as well as the captured sentinels, to keep an eye out for mecha signals from inside the river. All of the Crusaders are quickly disabled, and the light mecha cut their rafts free to be washed away by the fast-moving waters north towards the Carpe Noctem and its support. If they are lucky, the mecha are moving fast enough that they won't catch them, but Max suspects that will not be the case. Ceasefire, save your ammunition. Max calls an end to the hostilities. He would really like to go recover those destroyed units for his own men's use, but there simply isn't a safe way to get to them right now. Instead, they will have to serve as submerged obstacles for the next unit that comes that way. Carpe Noctem found what they were looking for later that evening, with constant radio signals of combat and the flashes of heavy weapons in the horizon. Then just before midnight, another familiar voice joined the communications on the encrypted frequencies. "Thanks for the spare parts, Morning Glory. Shining Darkness is back to full capacity," comes the voice of General Tennant over the intercom. Prevailing weather patterns indicate that this region should start seeing a reduction in rainfall by morning. Proceed to point 17 and implement Plan C25. The pilot of the Carpe Noctem instructs, getting only an affirmative beep in response. Less rainfall during the overnight hours was a blessing. Many basements in the village had flooded already, and there were concerns for the safety of their supplies, but that reprieve also brought an old enemy back into their lives. Incoming bombers, Nico sighed for the third time that night, as the rebels tried desperately to open a path for their troops to escape the two-sided attack from the Phalanx-class mecha. It was all target practice to Max, though. The pulse laser battery had an incredible range, maintaining cohesion for over 20 kilometers when fired into open air, and with his targeting skills, it was almost as good as a flak cannon at filling the air with deadly objects. The major difference was, lasers are much faster moving, unable to be dodged but don't explode. Therefore it is all on Max to be able to directly hit the bombers in the sky, calculating the firing delay of his weapon and the movement patterns of the enemy. The fact that his weapon serves as a tracer round was incredibly useful. Before, Max was used to the beams firing at the target he picked a quarter second after he selected them with split fire, but that also worked in the opposite direction, and the enemy began firing back at his hole in the ground with their defensive weapons. Excellent work, Stalwart. Who knew anti-infantry lasers could be so good against bombers? Lieutenant Becky congratulates him as the sun comes up, which has signaled the end of the daily bombing attempts in the past. Very effective, but it is a bit like shining a spotlight on myself. Find me a new position further from the bridge that still has good sight lines for defense and indirect fire. Max directs the light mecha officer, while surveying the destruction all around him. His own hiding hole is still the deepest in the area, but not by as much as he would like. If the enemy had been less accurate at targeting him, the bridge could have been damaged. While a new location is chosen, Max moves to the lander, getting repairs to his top carapace after taking repeated hits over the course of the evening. He decides he needs to learn from Nico's trick and get an armor plate placed above his mecha, and a new camouflage vehicle. The old one was shredded. Chapter 71. Swamped after days of continuous rain, nothing in the village was particularly dry. In fact, the only two that weren't soaked through and wishing for clothes that weren't damp at best were Max and Nico, who were living in their mecha. Out of kindness to the troops, they had opted to eat rations instead of making someone trudge through mud and waters that were knee-deep in places, even though their position was elevated enough to be above the water line. At first light today, another 2 units of Loyalist Crusaders had moved forward, and the sector to the south was now deemed mostly secured. The first of the retreating units were scheduled to reach them in under an hour, but a very ominous black cloud is on the horizon. The satellite details still say that the rain should end as it appears, though, which makes no sense to Max. Stalwart, this is Shining Darkness. Is the bridge intact? General Tennant asks as his mecha comes into sight through the trees in the distance to the north. The bridge is holding strong. Welcome back, Max answers, putting away the trash from his lunch. Other than the Phalanx-class mecha, which had only superficial damage from the battle and explosion of the Cygnus ship, this convoy looks even worse than the rebel group they eliminated the other day. They are not arriving alone though. 5 whole wings of Reaver-class Cygnus mecha have come into sight behind them just before they reach the bridge. Shining Darkness, who do you have that can fight? Max asks, expecting the worst. Just myself. All Crusaders get across the bridge and proceed to destination at maximum traveling speed. General Tennant replies. That is exactly what Max was worried about. Even worse, as they approach, Max can see that the mecha are not alone. Over 100 gunboats are with them, racing ahead so that their shorter-range weapons are able to target the wounded convoy at the same time as the heavy mecha. All units to the trenches and bunkers. Incoming Cygnus attack. Max calls and the village bursts into action. The anti-aircraft vehicles are moved so they can target the boats, bunkers and ruined buildings fill with soldiers and all 3 wings of light mecha come online. The Reaver are wasting no time closing the distance, since the Shining Darkness is a point defense mecha and has a mighty ion bombard array on one arm. Stalwart, you have lead. The general instructs, sinking his anchors into the muddy ground to steady himself for the battle. Engagement range is 250 meters. Full barrage the moment anything crosses the line. Max directs the unit, turning in his hole to get a clear shot at the leading Cygnus heavy mecha. Shining Darkness also waits to fire, and it has emboldened the enemy, who believe the Phalanx class unit's main gun has gone offline due to damage. Once the boats cross the declared engagement point, Max unleashes all 50 of his anti-infantry rockets at once. The shoulder cannons on Shining Darkness unleash deadly anti-armor shells into the nearest Reaver, stopping it in its tracks, and the ion bombard array hurls energy charges strong enough to burn holes through heavy mecha in a single shot. At such a close range, there is no hope of avoiding destruction. The anti-aircraft vehicles and the quad guns on Tereth's Rage are making short work of the boats that survived the missile barrage, but their early advantage of facing an enemy that didn't know this point was well defended won't just long. The enemy has recovered from the shock and is battering the defenses with a storm of incoming fire. Infantry teams are vaporized by Cygnus plasma shotguns mounted on the Reavers, makeshift bunkers are turned to scrap and even the line mecha hidden in the trenches aren't all spared, with massed fire blowing the ground away as nearly 50 enraged heavy mecha return fire. The mecha don't seem to have noticed that Stalwart is a mecha and not a bunker, instead focusing their fire on Tereth's Rage and Shining Darkness. Nico's handheld shield is battered and warped, with multiple holes in it and her armored carapace is smoking from a rocket impact. Still, the rate of fire from the ion destroyer doesn't slow, shaking Reaver-class opponents with every hit. A massive volley of rockets heads that way and Max winces in dreadful anticipation. But the Tereth's Rage leaps hard left out of its bunker, throwing the shield to detonate the incoming fire. Now firing on the run, Tereth's Rage has taken everyone's attention, giving the defenses a short break to reload and shift from damaged positions. Shining Darkness is unloading rounds into the enemy as fast as it can, living up to the Kepler propaganda that says it is worth 100 enemy mecha on its own. The shoulder cannons seem to be out of ammunition now, and none of the smaller secondary weapons are working, but the ion bombard alone might be enough to deal with the enemy if they can be prevented from getting into close combat. Only 14 of the 50 Cygnus heavy mecha are still firing, and every gunboat has been sunk, leaving thousands of bodies floating away in the fast-moving current. Their transports were destroyed before many of them could even fire back, their munitions storage burning bright under the water. Nico has taken up a kneeling position behind the ruins of an office building, providing cover fire while Max and most of the light mecha finish reloading. Warnings blink all over her display and the mecha won't walk properly due to a hit to the hip joint, but the gun still works just right. Her grandstanding has done its job though, big guns come to life all over the trenches and ruins again, laying into the remaining Cygnus forces. A round from Max's battle cannon causes the reactor on one of the downed Cygnus mecha to go critical, taking 2 others out with it while Max trashes another with sustained fire of the pulse lasers. The last Reaver drops to ion fire from the light mecha in the trenches and the battle ends in as brutal and sudden of a manner as it started. Casualty count and reload weapons. Max calls over the speaker and radio, not knowing who can hear which at this point, given battle damage. Stalwart is pretty good condition. He took a few glancing boots from the Cygnus plasma shotguns, but for the most part he wasn't the priority today. Nico limps the Tereth's Rage over to where she was originally stationed and looks down at the ruins of her favorite shield and her carapace-mounted anti-aircraft battery. Max hopes at least 2 of the similarly equipped vehicles survived, or the next bomber flight could be a bad time for them. Charlie Company reports 82 dead or injured, including the first lieutenant. Bravo Company reports 43 dead or injured. Captain Catan reports, Line Squad 1 lost 4. Lieutenant Becky reports, 2nd Squad lost leader +1, 3rd Squad, 2 remain. In all, nearly half their light mecha are lost, Tereth's Rage is damaged, their anti-air capability is crippled and the infantry took heavy losses, all in a battle that only lasted a few minutes. Chapter 72, Steamed or Fried. As the unit addresses their damages and tries to reduce as much as they can, the flow of water down the river suddenly drops to almost nothing and Max forms his thermal scanners towards the black cloud. It is a thermal shock wave from an intact mother-ship collision with solid ground. It is too thin to show on satellite imagery, but that cloud is thousands of degrees and is flash boiling the flood waters. No wonder it isn't raining behind the wall, it will be a sauna. All troops, you have 30 seconds to get in a sealed shelter. That incoming shock wave is going to scorch anything left out in the open. There are a limited number of places in town that can be properly sealed, so everyone is running for the academy buildings. They are reinforced and with the link to a mecha power output, they can bring the temperature control back online. Nico is on that, kneeling the Tereth's Rage next to the building's emergency generator, which is currently offline. It uses a locally refined fuel that they don't have a supply of, so it has simply run out. Captain Catan gets the power lines hooked up to the Crusader-class mecha while his unit rushes inside. Most of the line mecha are staying in position, just taking shelter in the trenches to let the shock wave pass over them, confident their units can deal with the problem. Only those whose pilots' compartments have been breached are joining the flight to the academy. The wave won't actually be here for about 3 minutes, just enough that even the slowest moving of injured that were well enough to still be on duty have time to make it to a safe shelter, and the all-clear calls start coming in. General Tennant is more concerned about the wing of Crusaders that he sent out since a lot of them are in very bad shape. They were all functioning though, so hopefully, the emergency functions will be able to seal the cockpits of any units that need it. There is nothing to be done about it now anyhow, they are far enough forward that the wave has already passed over the top of them. Max ducks Stalwart down even lower into his hole, glad he doesn't have any shoulder-mounted missiles left that might be damaged by the scorching heat of the shockwave. There isn't much to be done for the shining darkness though, he is too big to hide, so all the general can do is just stand there with his anchors set and wait. The wave of burning air hits them hard enough that many damaged buildings collapse, and the heat blisters the paint on the civilian vehicles scattered through the village. The military uses a much more durable formulation, expecting attacks by energy weapons and flamers, so they survive mostly intact. General Tennant has to lean into the force to keep himself upright, and even then his anchors dig a deep furrow through the soft ground of the former sports field where he had made his stand during the last battle. Behind the wave, the air temperature rises to just over 50 degrees Celsius, brutally hot but not anything that the unit couldn't survive. The sensors on Stalwart show that it is safe to be outside, but for the next few hours, it won't be safe to come outside. All the doors and mecha surfaces are metallic and hold heat from the shock wave, making them too hot to touch. Any casualties? Max asks, and gets confirmation that every shelter the soldiers picked held up to the wave, though the ones that didn't have time to make it to the academy aren't too impressed with their new environment. The riverbed is almost dry, with only a trickle of water running through it at the moment, and the ground on the north side is muddy but mostly free of flood waters in the higher areas. The roiling cloud of the shockwave collected a large part of the moisture, with the extreme winds blowing the vaporized flood waters past them to wherever that nightmare finally loses momentum. 2 hours pass before the signal is given that it is safe to exit the building, though gloves are still recommended to touch anything. The men that are off duty all huddle in the academy, where a fully fueled but damaged line mecha has taken the place of Tereth's Rage to power the climate control. A few of the troopers aren't too upset about the change though. They come from a jungle world, and this level of heat and humidity reminds them of home, as uncomfortable as it is. The lander is in good shape, and the munitions bunker where most of the units on Eastern Sector duty sheltered is undamaged, so the work to reload and repair their units proceeds as fast as possible. By the next morning, they have all the damaged but functional light mecha back online and reloaded, as well as Max's missile pod and battle cannon, and they even managed to repair the anti-aircraft battery from Tereth's rage using the facilities in the lander. It's not optimal, but the unit is in much better shape than they were in a day ago. The ground on the other side of the river, and in fact, on their side as well thanks to the currents, is littered with the carcasses of fallen enemy mecha, and that gives Max a great idea. All mecha units not currently on trench detail, head out into the fields and recover all rebel light mecha that you can. Our numbers are depleted, and they might have the spare parts we need to get back up to strength. It is understood that they won't ever get to full strength again, even after the pilots that are injured have recovered, but they currently have more recovering pilots than recoverable mecha for them to pilot. The line mecha move out, recovering what they can, and a few minutes later a cheer of victory comes over the intercom. "Commander, this is Unit 29. We found a full wing of Skyfire pattern line mecha here on the north side. They were unmanned when their barge was tipped and appear to be in functional condition." Chapter 73. With a bit of ingenuity, bring those mecha back here on the double. Skyfire pattern line mecha are amazing anti-infantry mecha, and we have a fair bit of ammunition for them. Max directs. "We have a working flat deck transport, would you like us to send it out, Stalwart?" Captain Tarsus asks. "They will have to drag it through the mud, but they can load a lot of mecha on it instead of carrying or dragging them back one at a time. Head north and help recover those mecha. We need all the spare parts we can get." Max surveys the fields to see where everyone is right now and finds Nico is examining some of the Cygnus mecha that they took out. She must have used her system skill to detach one of the weapon arms and she is holding up a plasma shotgun like a trophy. He is about to admonish her since she is supposed to be collecting spare parts when he realizes she has dragged over a fallen Crusader-class chassis and is carefully removing the carapace-mounted missile launcher, which is totally out of ammunition and heavily damaged. "What do you think? Can we make it fit?" she asks, holding the plasma shotgun to the central carapace mounting point. It actually locks in place, thanks to a similar mounting system, but the power system is totally different. Not only the connectors but the voltage and frequency. If anyone has a hope of making such a hybrid monstrosity work, it is her, but even then it won't be a short and easy task. If you seriously think it will work, bring it back. You can have the lander modify it after the line mecha repairs are finished. That is her cue to collect anything she can physically remove, which turns out to be everything but the actual chassis of the Reaver-class machines. They spend all day doing the recovery, but with the evening inventory, there is good news. They are short on pilots at the moment, but they have recovered or repaired enough line mecha to make a total of 60 units, including 10 with the Skyfire pattern quad guns. Doubling their initial complement of mecha gives them both spares and options, but in order to make full use of them, they will have to do a promotion from within the ranks, and Max isn't sure they have enough soldiers that have the qualifications, or even a high enough system compatibility to have the necessary physical skills to perform to standards. The new ideas didn't end with Nico's intentions to add a plasma shotgun to someone though. The infantry has convinced the light mecha to help them mount missile pods to the top of the personnel carriers. The pod is hilariously oversized for the vehicles, being as wide as they are, but the Kepler software is all designed to be compatible, in case of battlefield scrounging incidents like this one, and once they are attached, the targeting software that normally controls a machine gun can also launch the missiles. It's not much, but a half dozen more missile launchers are a good start. The missiles are guided, capable of penetrating a lander or a light mecha with ease, and a Crusader with great difficulty while having a maximum range of hundreds of kilometers. In theory, they could be used against almost anything, they simply lack the speed for certain targets. The six-wheeled troop transports were made for heavy loads and soft terrain, so the extra weight wouldn't be a huge issue for them. They could also still carry 20 soldiers comfortably, or 50 packed in tight, which made moving the mixed unit around much easier. It was a shame they didn't have more of them, but taking the others they encountered without destroying them would have been dangerous and a waste of precious ammunition. Captains, check among your ranks for soldiers that have checked out on the line mecha before washing out to infantry. We have a wealth of spare units now that just need a deep cleaning and some final repairs. I want 6 wings of line mecha staffed in the next 24 hours. Max instructs, checking the satellite data to see if there is any new information available about enemy troop movements. The survey and double checking of military records take hours, but the 2 infantry captains do eventually find enough men, mostly among the convicts, who have the training and qualifications to pilot the newly acquired line mecha. That cuts their infantry numbers even lower, but the extra armor and firepower will more than make up for the losses. After 2 more days of intensive medical treatment, most of the wounded pilots are back at full strength, and the others are healed enough for limited duties, like waiting here in the trenches for the battles in the cities to play out. The radio channels are full of constant streams of engagement reports for Max to listen to while Shining Darkness has some of its most damaged armor panels repaired one at a time. Taking the whole unit offline and doing the repairs isn't an option. They don't have a big enough repair rack in their lander, but they have slowly brought the general back up to full strength, except for the shoulder-mounted cannons, which they don't have ammunition for. He has been ordered to hold here for the moment. The Cygnus reinforcements have begun a counter-offensive moving south towards them. There is a spaceport in the city to their south, and Command suspects that they are trying to capture it and make an attempt to flee off-planet. The strategy feels like desperation to Max, but he can't discount the possibility that they are actually trying to take a suitable facility for their own reinforcements to land at. Overnight, the orbital battle becomes more active, with the flashes of energy weapons coming every few seconds. The Cygnus units are almost certainly trying to capture a city with landing facilities. Central Command feels the same and orders Shining Darkness to retreat to the city to their south, stationing himself in the spaceport under cover of the reinforced bunkers, and wait there for the enemy to attack. As good as it was to see him again, the extra firepower wasn't going to last forever. A Phalanx-class point defense mecha is intended to defend a city, not a bridge in the middle of nowhere. Chapter 74. Meeting Wrath of Karb. The humidity and the waiting quickly started to wear on everyone's nerves, and the water filtration system was working overtime to keep up with demand over the course of the next few days. There was an incredible amount of new combat engagements being announced from all over the planet, even in all 4 cities that could be considered nearby the bridge. But nothing right where they were, only close enough to keep them on edge and fill their days with the sound of battle in the distance. There was nothing Max could do about it though. With the speed of heavy mecha, the battle could be on them with under 30 minutes warning, and that's assuming the attackers didn't sneak by the other Kepler mecha, because their own scouts would be lucky to give them 2 minutes from the first sighting. Darkness was returning to mark the end of the second day since General Tennant was reassigned when the radio call they had all been both anticipating and dreading came over the secure command channel. Bridge defense, bridge defense. This is the Wrath of Karb, go for bridge defense. This is stalwart rebel activity with Cygnus reinforcements has forced us from our position to your northwest. Retreating to your position now, we will be waiting for you, Wrath of Karb, everyone to intense battle positions. Get those new missile wagons dug in. Whatever is coming our way drove the Phalanx-class Wrath of Karb from its post. Max informs the unit. Nobody is happy to hear that, but they needed to know. First incoming should be friendly forces. Hold your fire. Wrath of Karb was on the run, its main weapons had both been destroyed, and the half-meter thick armor was pitted and smoking. With him came roughly 2 companies of infantry in an assortment of civilian and other light vehicles and 1 full company of mixed mecha, all looking worse for wear. Cross the bridge and have your escort enter the entrenched positions, Wrath of Karb. We've got a crater here large enough to hide half of even a Phalanx-class mecha. The arriving troopers raced across the bridge and jumped into any and every spot they could find along the trenches and in the nearby buildings, abandoning their unarmored vehicles and getting themselves set up to join the other infantry. The mecha followed after them, taking positions further back, using the ruins and battle craters to obtain as much cover as they could. Those without functional main weapons retreated to the far side of the city near the lander to make more space for those who could fight. Are there any others coming? Nico asked one of the 2 crusaders who dug in near her. No idea, communications were jammed, we couldn't hear anyone until we were almost on top of you. The pilot responds with an audible sigh. Tereth's rage to Shining Darkness in Carpe Noctem. Wrath of Karb and allied forces have been driven from their position, now entrenched with our forces. Hostile forces incoming. That was all the message that Nico could force through the jamming signal, sent as a text to their mecha as well as audio, and she could only hope it was actually received. What is coming? We didn't get much information. Max asks the Wrath of Karb. 2 heavily damaged Dreadnought-class super heavy mecha, and 200 or more Reaver-class. No infantry or light mecha survived on their side and they should be in worse shape than we are. This company was the reserves in our bunkers, the damage is from the attempt to exit the city. The entire area was hit by an orbital bombardment, we never even saw it coming, but you could see the fleet battle from our position. The pilot of the Wrath of Karb explains. Max checked the numbers on the incoming mecha, finding just over 60 light mecha and 30 crusaders. If the enemy is damaged and low on ammunition, the fight isn't hopeless. Max got on the battalion comms, all units, prepare for incoming. A large number of heavy mecha, with no light escort. Arm yourselves for the expected targets. Scouts, watch the skies, these allies were hit by an orbital bombardment. We may be facing another wave of the Cygnus landing force. The light mecha company was busily rearming, while those already kitted for heavy mecha brought ammunition cases and what replacement weapons they had to spare for the incoming forces. It's like you knew we were coming. One Crusader pilot among the group with no main weapons cheers when the infantry brings him a replacement ion destroyer and a case of missiles for his launcher on the flat deck truck. Our commander believes in preparing for the very worst. We've been salvaging parts from rebel mecha since we arrived here. The line mecha helping the Crusader class mecha reload laughs. 4 of them have been assigned by the wing leaders to run munitions for the Crusaders during this fight, keeping the heavy guns firing until all ammunition is gone. New arrivals, status report. Max calls 5 minutes later when the enemy forces start coming into sight. 23 Crusader units armed and ready, 41 light mecha of various armaments also report ready. Infantry has entered bunkers per orders of your Bravo company. The Wrath of Carb answers. Well, that's a far sight better than where they were. And being dug into a defensive position, they've got an advantage that might even the odds. Wait until they get fully into range to start firing. We don't have ammunition to waste on a force this size. Max instructs. Wrath of Carb, kindly do not move. If they believe you are disabled, they won't target you immediately, giving our brave techs a few minutes to get your main armament back online. The repair attempt is either borderline suicidal or incredibly heroic, depending on how you look at it, but if they can get even one of the 2 enormous main guns online, it will be a blessing. But there are skilled techs among the convicts, and they believe that they can do it. The first priority will be the lightly damaged ion bombard cannon, which system scans show requires only a few quickly obtained spare parts. The plasma flamer on the other arm has taken more damage and will take a bit longer to repair. Got it, stalwart. I will be standing by. Unit command is in your hands. Wrath of Carb answers. 50 wide and 4 deep, the enemy comes at them in an organized rank. Not reavers as expected, mecha of an angular pattern more popular in the Cygnus loop as heavy shock troops. The warmonger, Max, believes the pattern is called. Nico searches her memories of studying during government server intrusions when she first saw images and details about these particular mecha. This pattern is more lightly armored than the Redemption pattern Crusader class mecha that the Kepler forces are using. As such, they usually didn't need to go overboard on penetrating power to fight them. But more importantly, Nico recalls the greatest design feature of the warmonger pattern. Be warned, these mecha can likely jump the embankment and get to this side of the river. Nico warned the troops as the Cygnus forces rushed to close the distance, being at an advantage in close combat. Chapter 75. Across the river the enemy advanced well into range without firing a shot, which confused Max at first, until he realized that the jamming system blocked both radar and targeting systems, leaving them to manual fire. It is a skill every Kepler pilot learns during their time on the line mecha, but one seen as antiquated and obsolete by everyone else. Most don't even have mechanical controls anymore. Instead, they were using exclusively sensor suits or neural links, all units manual firing mode. Crusaders fire for effect, maximum rates. Light mecha, remain hidden until my command. This meant their missiles would simply fly straight forward without tracking once fired, and targeting was a simple crosshair in their display, with no ballistics or predictive targeting available to help them. But they could still fire with some degree of accuracy. They weren't shy with the missiles, letting loose as many as they could to adjust for lack of targeting. Battle cannons thundered and Gatling cannons roared their distinctive scream. Only a handful of mecha were equipped with ion destroyers, but they invariably punched hard into their targets, as the plasma flies perfectly straight. This was Max's time to shine, as his system skills don't need the sensor data when he can actually see the targets, and he still had hundreds of constantly updating targeting solutions available to him. The greatest threat was the super heavy mecha, so Max had unleashed everything he had at one of them, the pulse lasers destroying sensors and hull-mounted weapons, while the battle cannon dug large craters into the vulnerable armor at the waist joint. Half a second after the first volley was unleashed, sensors came back online as the incoming forces dropped their jamming signal and prepared to respond. But it was already too late. The second volley was incoming, and Nico brought the jamming signal back up, seeing how it crippled the Cygnus force far more than Stalwart Battalion and her allies. Why is the jamming still up? Get his sensors. Their microphones picked up the opposition leader shouting, and many of the Kepler soldiers laughed in their cockpits. Wrath of Karb, main guns online. The Kepler Super Heavy announced over the intercoms, bringing a bit of hope to the soldiers in the trenches, who were dumping ammunition into the rapidly advancing Cygnus Mecha force. Welcome back, sir. If we could get a hand with their Super Heavy Mecha, it would be appreciated. Max responded. Wrath of Karb was equipped with an ion bombardment battery like the Shining Darkness, but also with a massive flame weapon that purged plasma in a short-range cone. It was like nothing Max had seen in the available equipment listings. Perhaps it was a signature piece created just for that single machine. The huge charges from the ion bombard battery slammed into both of the Super Heavy Mecha on the other side of the river, downing one and crippling the other in an instant. But the Cygnus force had solved something at their end, and the incoming fire was increasing at an astounding volume with much better accuracy. 4 of the allied units that arrived already damaged were destroyed, and Wrath of Karb was in a very bad way only a few seconds after coming back online. It was saved from total destruction by the actions of a brave maintenance tech that used the repair gantry crane to stand a huge composite shield, like Nico was still carrying, in front of the bulk of Wrath of Karb's crouched torso, barely surviving himself when the crane was destroyed by the intercepted attacks. Nico dropped the no longer useful jamming signal, and the Kepler forces unleashed their full fury into the enemy lines. The battle cannon was smoking from the repeated firing without purging exhaust gases fully, and pulse lasers were glowing from the rapid rate of fire. The Cygnus Mecha were getting close to the river now, and Max gave the signal for the light mecha that had been hidden from the initial attacks to stand up and join the fight. There was no way they could miss at this range, and they were almost all set for heavy mecha destruction, using every spare heavy weapon the unit had obtained since landing here at the bridge. The Cygnus Mecha were destroyed by the dozen. The river banks became littered with mecha corpses. The few that got into the base began to shred the defenders. Their close combat abilities outclassed the Kepler Mecha by a wide margin, especially the fully ranged units, who didn't even have the option to hold a close combat weapon. Most Cygnus Mecha used a single solid mounted heavy weapon, or a shoulder-mounted weapons array to leave their hands free for close combat. The Warmonger pattern was mostly in the second group, very melee-focused, with lighter-than-average weapons on the top of the unit. As the first Cygnus Mecha to pass the trenches approached Tereth's Rage, Nico dropped her shield and grabbed her serrated-bladed giant sword from the pile of prepared equipment and moved to engage. The fire from her anti-aircraft battery was blinding its sensory systems, giving her time to close before the mecha was fully prepared for her, though it caused minimal damage to the structure of the Cygnus Mecha. The Cygnus leader and Nico's enormous blades clashed over and over, faster than most pilots believed their mecha could even move. Tereth's Rage was being forced back and seemed doomed, if you forgot that it had a huge ion destroyer on its other arm, as the Cygnus pilot did, moving to his left for a better angle, and directly into its line of fire. The plasma breached the machine's power core, the resultant explosion causing the shielding on Tereth's Rage to flicker out for a second and destroying the buildings around them in a huge fireball. Tereth's Rage marched out of the inferno with her alarm horn blaring in victory, bringing cheers from all across the defensive line. Tereth's Rage is charging forward to assist the front lines, but the Cygnus back lines have broken. Both super heavy mecha have gone down, and fewer than 30 of their initial 200 Crusader-class mecha remain upright on the far side of the bridge. The entrenched troops cheered in victory, firing into the backs of the fleeing machines until they were out of range. Casualty reports, and let's get the crews out to recover what we can. Clear the river first, we don't need the water getting poisoned. Max calls, slumping in his seat. Enemy repelled, casualties light to moderate. Wrath of Karb stands. He sees Nico send a strategic text update to the other 2 Phalanx-class machines stationed in the nearby cities. Super heavies are being removed from cities into protected areas in preparation for continued orbital bombardment. Good to hear from you, Tereth. General Tennant sends back. So the battle in space is ongoing then, and not looking particularly good for their side. Max is quite worried about how the battle in space is going, and the fact there's nothing he can do about it isn't helping. As the afternoon fades towards night and the sky darkens, they can see more of what's going on up there. Flashes of light mar the sky as transports big enough to be identified as interstellar ships even from the ground continue fighting back and forth. The infantry has been granted permission to use the trenching machine to dig an underground bunker for their expanded forces, since it is looking like they're not going anywhere anytime soon, and being out in the open seems like a bad idea right now. The situation with Wrath of Karb is currently in limbo. After the orbital strike there is no more city for it to defend. But Command can't decide what to do, so for now, it's remaining at the bridge with its allied forces. Chapter 76. Fortify. Hey Commander, we have the trenching machine adjusted for mining. Who has the final blueprints for the bunkers? Captain Tarsus asked the next morning, as the officers tried to get the chaos back under control. The extra units were supposed to be staying a while, so senior staff had decided to burn off some of the pilfered fuel they had obtained to dig an underground complex below the village to hide their numbers. Buildings and collapsed parking garages weren't going to cut it anymore, though they would make a great entry and exit point for the underground complex. A bunker more than 30 meters below the surface, or 10 meters down and reinforced with rockcrete could survive a low-yield orbital strike and would fully mask their Mecha signature from orbital scans. They had been careful to only send a few units at a time to scavenge the battlefield this time, giving the impression that most of their numbers were destroyed, should anyone be watching from above. It will be a lot of work, but they had the available staff to get 3 chambers dug and layered with rockcrete today. The plant in town isn't military grade, since it was meant for civilian building materials, but it had enough of a stockpile when the battle started for their purposes. Never mind, I found them. Captain Tarsus follows up and then begins calling out to the groups assigned to use Mecha to pull trailers filled with rock and dirt to the defensive berms. There were some digging tools for the line Mecha in the ruined village's storage sheds, so they are starting on one location while the machine starts the another, using all their numbers that are not on defense to get the job done. Hey Tareth, can you come to give us a hand with Wrath of Karb? One of the Bravo Company soldiers that has been pressed into repair duty calls, pointing at a replacement barrel assembly. No problem, I've got some repair-related skills, so how about I help you do the diagnosis? She asks, using the speaker's robotic artificial voice. You are a lifesaver. None of us have more than the Academy's basic repair classes to go by, so just following the directions is hard. The trooper jokes, indicating where the crew is having issues hanging an armor plate on a Crusader. Brigadier General Karb, a muscular soldier in his late middle years, watches them carefully, not happy to have amateurs messing with his beloved Mecha, but it is better than the alternative. Building the entire underground complex high enough for him wasn't an option, so the best he will get is a thick armored roof over his head should they come under heavy fire again. That means he needs all his armor repaired. The steam clouds have given way to a haze of smoke as the wind shifted over the course of the day, obscuring their work from visual scans, and he fully intends to make the best of it and convince the enemy that his unit moved on after the battle. General Karb, check your incoming files. Tareth's rage has settings for long-range ion stability, and I've modified them for your ion bombard array. Apply that and you should get a boost to your orbital lander and insertion pod targeting. Nico informs him once they had almost everything else finished. He smiled at the young officer's initiative and had his system and his Mecha check the new data. It looks like a very decent update, with no major flaws or viruses, so he begins to adapt it to fit into Wrath of Karb's subroutines. Stalwart, you are up next. Head to the repair rack. Nico eagerly announces. Their Phalanx-class defender was the last unit on the list, now she can do the upgrades she has been longing to make to the Stalwart. They are entirely out of missiles now, since the Cygnus units aren't compatible. That makes Max's shoulder-mounted launches useless, and he knows his friend has been itching for an excuse to modify a Cygnus-issued plasma shotgun to fit a Crusader. They are a devastating short-range weapon and should complement his existing medium-range firepower very well. There is far more than a shotgun waiting for him in the lander though. New custom shoulder armor with sheltered weapon mounts, a few large metal plates he can't see a use for, and a new design of chest armor are waiting among the pile near the repair rack. Everyone else has been banished from the lander for now, and Nico has actually left her Mecha to pilot a line Mecha for the upgrades. His shoulder and chest plates are carefully removed and stored away before being replaced with the new design that looks even more durable, with a hinged lower joint that protects his vulnerable waist joint from frontal fire. It's not a new design, but it isn't used much anymore due to the weight. The shoulders are fully custom for mounting Cygnus weapons platforms. We will need to test everything when we are finished. Nico informs him, placing a plasma shotgun inside the nacelles on either shoulder. Isn't that a bit bulky? Max asks, scanning the new additions. Yes, and adjustability is limited because I set them into the nacelles for protection. You have 20 degrees in any direction. But the firepower will be worth it. Max's system scan shows both shotguns are fully functional, just awaiting test fire, but Nico isn't done. She mounts a bracket to his battle cannon, then one of the flat bars above and one below. The blades glint in the harsh lights of the lander and Max smiles. So if I run out of ammunition, just beat them over the head with the battle cannon. He jokes. That's the spirit. Give me a second to double check everything and top off your ammunition and then you will be good to go. And how did you solve the power draw issues? Max asks as his friend admires her handiwork. I did what I can, but you will be pretty slow moving if you use the shotguns and the pulse laser at the same time. He will just have to adjust his tactics then. This current objective doesn't require him to move much, but his greatest advantage lies in his ability to fire everything at different targets all at once, so they will have to work on a solution once they get off this rock. But before then, a double blast from plasma shotguns at point-blank range will devastate anything he comes across. Chapter 77. Fleet Just Fly's Brigadier General Karb was extremely pleased with the upgrades to his ion bombard array for use against landers and insertion pods, so he had it forwarded to all 16 other Phalanx-class mecha on the planet with similar weapons. His update identifies Captain Tereth Nico as the software engineer that came up with the programming, a personal commendation that should help get her a promotion should the Cygnus fleet manage to get enough of an upper hand that they can launch a full-wave attack. It might seem like a small thing, but improvements to their mecha that increase the number of enemy landers destroyed in approach are a huge tactical benefit. If they can destroy 5 or even 10% more than usual, the Cygnus casualties will be in the tens of thousands with the possibility that their supply chain could be crippled. Armies can survive without ammunition, thanks to energy weapons. They can wear looted civilian clothing and boots, but they can't survive without food. For an invading fleet like the Cygnus, that means scavenging the battlefield or successful supply drops. The rockcrete of the underground bunker system finished curing this morning, so the general has moved Wrath of Karb out of sight and into the ruins of an old office building, reconstructed as his own personal hangar and an entrance to the 3 interlinked bunkers where the majority of the mecha are currently stationed. While the fleet battle rages above them, the battle on the ground has calmed. Nobody is moving, waiting for new orders while they repair and reload. That gives the advantage to the defenders. The Cygnus forces don't have nearly as much of a stockpile of parts and munitions on world. One way or another, they will need a supply drop and, more importantly, reinforcements. The forces still in the cities have been working around the clock to bring shielding and orbital defense weapons online again without anyone noticing. The total radio silence on the surface is the brainchild of General Tennant, who fears their communications are being intercepted. The unofficial ceasefire lasts for 3 glorious days of healing, relaxing and gaming before an update on the space battle puts everyone back on high alert. Fleet control to all ground units. Fleet assets will be withdrawing for a strategic regroup and counterattack. Hold all positions in preparation for reinforcements. To say the message does not go over well is an understatement. But the wisdom of keeping the fact their defenses had been upgraded a secret, even from the fleet, proves to be of much greater benefit than anticipated. Intercepted and decrypted communications say that the Cygnus fleet is ignorant of the changes they have made in plans of full-scale resupply mission. They are expecting 5 points of high-altitude fire, but with the upgraded Phalanx-class mecha, the Kepler defenses are at over 30 points of defense against high-altitude targets. It's not that dropping on a defended planet is impossible, but to do it the fleet usually sends a large number of empty landers and orbital-launched anti-missile ships along with the wave to intercept missiles and reduce actual losses. They will know when the drop starts if the enemy expects heavy resistance. If the first launches are the interceptors, then the Cygnus fleet is onto them. If they save the single-use defense vessels, they expect minimal losses. Early in the morning, local time, the call comes that a full fleet supply drop has begun. Central Command says to give them 6 minutes to get as much of the drop complete as possible before beginning defensive fire. That will give them 18 minutes to shoot down as many as possible, and it will be too late for the landers to turn back. The majority will be fully autonomous, containing only supplies, and once they get into the upper atmosphere the effects of entry will block communications for a few minutes. Because of that, they aren't programmed to accept navigational data until after that point. Experience has taught that incomplete course adjustments cause catastrophic outcomes. As the sensors begin to pick up the drop, it becomes clear that nothing but landers and orbital insertion pods are coming, letting everyone on the ground know that the Cygnus fleet doesn't have a clue what is coming their way. The pods are designed for fast drops with minimal damage during combat, but they can't be used for infantry, the gravitational forces of their rapid deceleration before landing would kill any unprotected human. In most cases they aren't even used for mecha with pilots, though the mecha cockpit can dampen some of the effect. Instead they are the supply drops to be picked up later by troops coming in. Landers are already on the ground. 6 minutes pass as Max starts seeing the first of the landers come into sight. The insertion pods are halfway down now, and the call finally comes. All defense units, full fire rate. This sector is a Kepler stronghold, with 3 major cities plus 3 Phalanx-class mecha defending, and the early morning sky turns bright blue with ion fire and defense lasers. Because of the reduced number of Cygnus forces in the region, the defenders are focusing on the landers first, then they can steal or destroy the contents of the pods after landing. The air over the village is crackling from the effects of Wrath of Karb's furious defense, but Max is across town from him and the effect isn't interfering with his systems too badly. When the closest pods get to about 50,000 meters altitude, Max's system lights up in a happy kaleidoscope of firing solutions for his pulse lasers. As he begins firing, he notices he is not alone in his efforts. Every crusader with an ion destroyer is taking pot shots at them. They have the range, but not the accuracy of high-quality targeting-related system abilities. Max's continual stream of laser fire is constantly hitting and destroying pods, while Nico is at about 50% accuracy rate for hitting her targets. The others have only got a few hits between them, and Max marvels at the effects of her upgrading ability to compensate for a lack of combat-related system skills. Unlike the pods that drop straight down, the landers that are passing overhead are destined for the far side of the planet, or at least they were. Not many have made it across the far horizon intact. Max picks up frantic shouting from outside and turns up his external volume while he shoots. Nico has hacked the Cygnus encryption again, and she is playing their command channel audio over the megaphone. It tells everyone what is going on without cluttering up the radio channels, but more importantly, the pure panic and constant lost acid announcements are building morale among their unit. How do you keep doing that? Their encryption should be system skill resistant. Max asks her, and Nico laughs to herself before answering. I stole a radio from a unit the first day, so now all I need to do is brute force the password twice a day. With my innate talent that takes under a second, 32 randomized characters takes her less than a second. If anyone in command learned about that, she would never leave a mission control room again. Innate talents can be almost anything, and a hacking skill that strong is pretty rare. It is the greatest and also the most annoying thing about innate talents. The pure diversity of them makes them unreliable. Most are extremely specialized, the general-purpose ones like his that scans nearby brain activity and hers that will access almost any computer program are the 100 million level exceptions. Not much has made it to the ground near them, and now the incoming landers are much lower when they cross the horizon, destined to land in their zone. Max almost pities the soldiers that have been sent to take this region, but not enough to slow his rate of fire. Hold off on those pods. Wrath of Karb instructs as a group of them falls very near the village. They are unlikely to contain living troops, and they will land in direct line of sight of the trenches. Cygnus might as well have sent them their own private supply drop, assuming that the location was lightly guarded and ripe for the taking. One of them even lands in the city square before popping open as designed. A picture-perfect supply drop, but sent to the wrong side. Commander, it is an infantry drop. 90 days of provisions, with a water maker, company kitchen and a load of those Cygnus energy rifles. Captain Catan announces once they search the pod. That means the others are likely for infantry as well. Max isn't sure what went wrong, but the enemy seems to believe that Cygnus forces hold this position. No wonder nobody was attacking them for the last few days. Chapter 78. Aftermath. It doesn't take Cygnus command long to realize that things have gone horribly, unexpectedly wrong. That includes the drop they sent to Max's position. They saw the super heavy units still present as well as all the Reavers in field maintenance position laid out inside the village and assumed that they were victorious but lost communications. They learned better when Wrath of Karb began shooting down landers. But by that time they had already sent the location a month's rations and all new equipment for 10,000 infantry that were inbound with the landers. The similarity between the two nations' landers was remarkable to Max. Both were a flying brick with huge thrusters on one end and doors on the other, with small folding wings for stability and maneuvering in the atmosphere. The Cygnus army had almost immediately sent a mecha unit in a failed attempt to recover at least one pod, since the floods and scorching hot shock wave had destroyed almost all the provisions they had in the region and very few reinforcements survived. Max also learned from their communications that the orbital strike that destroyed the city Wrath of Karb was stationed at was a Kepler attack, with the friendly fleet believing his position to be overrun already due to the signal jamming. An entire Cygnus heavy mecha regiment was lost in the attack, and an unknown number of infantry. General Karb hadn't realized things were that bad around him before the strike, but the Cygnus report reveals that with the city destroyed, the bridge is now a front-line strategic location. One that they don't intend to allow to remain in Kepler hands. The following day starts out with an attempt to paradrop special forces in exoskeletal armor just before dawn. None made it to the ground intact. That was followed 5 minutes later by a double wing of Reavers attempting to capture a drop pod, only to realize that the Kepler forces had already emptied them. When they realized that their mission had just gotten much harder, they didn't hesitate to rush the trenches, going to complete a recovery. General Karb was sleeping and Max was off duty, so Nico led the defense in typically Nico fashion. She had all the light mecha in the defense line pick the same target and fire in organized volleys. Every 2 seconds when she called the volley, a Reaver died and a new target was chosen. Only 3 other Crusaders were on duty, but following the same tactic at twice the firing rate they managed to eliminate the enemy without taking any casualties. Alone, the light mecha don't do much to a Reaver at maximum range, but 20 at a time they had no problem at all. It was just a matter of organizing them to target the same point. The Cygnus Raiders didn't even get into infantry heavy weapons range. You'd think they'd learn. Max sighed to himself after the 3rd patrol-sized raid that day. With just the entrenched infantry and the few light mecha that are on duty, the base could turn away 20 light mecha and a wing of 3 close combat Reavers. The enemy can see they've got Wrath of Karb plus a number of Crusaders here. What are they even trying to accomplish with these small-scale raids? Meanwhile in the Cygnus command bunker, things were not going well. Light mecha sent on patrol are running out of fuel, the Reavers are low on ammunition everywhere along the front lines, and general stores are in an even worse condition. The resupply attempt was an absolute disaster, and forces have been acting independently to attempt to claim whatever they can to survive after the flood. Everything is chaos, but the Lord Commander of the theater refuses to listen to anything his advisors say. Or at least, the ones that are left after he had the first group executed for telling things like they are. Treason and cowardice, he called it. Can't you even take a simple bridge? The Cygnus Lord Commander shouts at his front-line generals, who are doing their best not to roll their eyes at his temper tantrum. It's been days since the landing, and we haven't taken a single position in our advance towards the southern cities. You're trying to make me look like an idiot, aren't you? He screams, his face turning blotchy red with the effort, as sweat rolls in beads down his portly face. None present dared to tell him he was an idiot. They'd lost over 100,000 mecha and 10 times that many troops in the landing disaster he ordered. None of the supply drops for this sector had survived, and an orbital strike had destroyed all the Kepler supplies they could otherwise have used from the city ruins. The Kepler defense strategy and the resultant floods from the destroyed mother ships has amounted to a scorched earth policy. There is nothing left behind, and the Cygnus supply lines have been shattered. Even with orbital superiority, they are likely to starve to death if the Kepler mecha don't get to them first. If they can't get things sorted within the week, mass desertion is likely. At that point, there is no point trying to go home. They would be exiled as traitors and pariahs for the incredible loss of life in a failed battle assisting a foreign rebellion. The reinforcements who survived to reach the ground went on half rations the day they arrived, and they needed to take a major city to recover enough to stabilize their hold, but that has proven impossible so far. My lord, if we could just get a supply drop for the target region. One general begins, causing the Lord Commander to smash his fist on the table in rage. We can't get one until we take either that bridge or the capital that Carpe Noctem is holding, that evil bastard. They've got an orbital defense weapon in the city there somewhere that our supply pods are in range of, and whoever is holding that bridge does too. The bridge defense is a handful of Crusaders and a mangled phalanx that didn't even have main weapons working the last time we got a confirmation of its status, so it can't be much better now. They have no supply lines or spare parts. How could they even mount a proper defense this point? The Lord Commander is in a full-on rage now, so the generals dismiss themselves to make a plan. Assuming that phalanx is active and they have ammunition, what do we need? One asks. We've only got 2 super heavies in the zone. Send both. Reports say up to 10 more Crusaders left, so send 50 Reavers minimum, and 100 Scout-class light mecha to breach the trenches and take out the remaining infantry positions. And if the force that survived the bombarded city are all still at the bridge and hiding? An old general asks softly. Then, given their numbers and assuming they have ammunition left, we'd need a minimum of 100 main mecha to match their Crusader-class units in fortified positions, plus both super heavies and 200 light mecha. So what, you're saying is we're all going? The general who tried to get a supply drop says with a defeated laugh. 4 of the 6 were pilots of the 2 super heavies, and the others led now mostly depleted mecha regiments. Might as well empty the city then, send everything we have left in the zone. Death or glory, death or glory. Chapter 79. All in Max decided that sending scout teams out on motorcycles was going to be a necessary upgrade. After the flood washed away so much in the area they needed to watch was much larger, owing to the lack of hiding spots. That meant more mobility was needed in order to maintain security. They are a standard part of most nations' infantry kit, though the 111th was all out of them by the time they arrived on this planet. Fortunately for them, their kind and generous Cygnus Drop Master benefactors had bequeathed them a massive supply of infantry equipment, which included a number of the electric-powered scout bikes. They could be solar-charged slowly, or quick-charged from a mecha, and were assembled from their transport crate in minutes. Max sent the scouts in pairs, every pair that they could get mobile, including a few pairs in ramshackle civilian transports that were somehow still functional after all the combat in the area. This silence felt like bad news to everyone, like the enemy was just taking time to regroup and stroke back harder. So currently, the scouts are arrayed between them and the cities, with a pair of fast-moving sentinel pattern mechas sent forward to watch for advances from the most likely direction, where Wrath of Karb was driven out from. Not even a Corvette-class mecha can catch a sentinel at full running speed, so it is much safer than sending scout bikes to the most dangerous point in their forward positions. Colonel, reporting mass enemy movement. 2 super heavy mecha and 100+ Reaver class, with light mecha support units. The sentinels report in the next morning, and Max can hear the exertion in the pilot's voice as they run back for the main force. Oh, how he hates being right. All patrols, report back to base, all units to defense positions, get the missile buggies dug in with sightlines to the river if we have any munitions left. Every pilot and heavy weapon team to the ready. Deploy around the full perimeter. Wrath of Karb adds. I've fought this commander before. They will send forces to flank and encircle, looking for a weak point to breach and enter the base in order to gain the advantage of close combat. You all heard the general. Full circle defense, heavy on the riverside where the main force will approach from. Wrath of Karb was precisely correct with his predictions. 50 Reaver-class mecha plus both super heavy units and a plethora of light mecha are in front of them across the river, just out of easy weapons range. At the same time, 50 additional Reaver-class mecha and more light mecha have been spotted circling the fort at a distance, looking for a way in. The way they're holding back looks as if they don't like what they see. Nico rushes to hack the custom secure channel they are using for this mission, not wanting to miss any orders or updates. It takes a few minutes, since they aren't using the standard encryption algorithm, but she does manage to get a workable signal before they attack. It's the worst-case scenario, sir. She hears. I count 9 visible Crusaders plus a full company of light mecha, another dozen possible hidden units and the Wrath of Karb. How does the Karb look? Did they get it repaired? This voice sounds hopeful. Negative, sir, it looks to be disabled, with an assault shield blocking the front of the cockpit and partially repaired armor. The plan worked then. The shield is the one that saved its life during the last big fight, and the armor is patched in the essential areas but in need of paint to make everything match. We can do this. Even fortified, those Crusaders can't stand against 2 super heavies. The attack begins in 2 minutes. The voice of the Cygnus commander announces. I got an intercept on the Cygnus command channel. They suspect our true strength but believe Karb is disabled. The attack begins in 90 seconds. Nico announces to Stalwart Battalion. Then we attack in 15 seconds. 10 seconds, pick your targets. 4, 3, 2, go. Max counts down the attack. Missiles fly from the upgraded personnel carriers, and a barrage of ion fire flies out, crashing into the Cygnus mecha while they're preparing. A flurry of projectiles follows, the hidden mecha revealing themselves to get in on the fight. The only one that hasn't moved is the Wrath of Karb. The incoming Cygnus mecha reach the ravine in a wave 24 strong, closing as fast as they can to take advantage of their strength in close combat when Wrath of Karb comes alive, its flamer melting armor plating. At the same time, the ion bombardment array turns on the super heavies. They've been pelted with missiles and have been doing more evading than shooting, but when the first of them is hit by the big guns of the Wrath of Karb, priorities change. They stop evading and turn their weapons on their wounded peer. That's the signal for Stalwart and the missile buggies to go all out on the super heavies. A wave of 60 missiles, the last of their supply, focuses on only the 2 targets along with the battle cannon and the pulse lasers of Stalwart. One Reaver has gotten close enough to attempt to jump the river near him, and Max hits it with both plasma shotguns at once, turning the heavy central armor to molten slag. He will have to thank Nico later. These new guns are amazing for close quarters defense. For the record, I dislike this plan. Wrath of Karb says as hundreds of fist-sized rounds slam into the shield hung in front of its torso from the rapid-fire cannons on the Cygnus Super Heavy units. One Cygnus Super Heavy explodes outright when the barrage of return fire from the Kepler forces hits it, the explosion knocking the other over. Wrath of Karb recovers from the barrage. The shield it was wearing is now shredded and the armor behind it showing moderate damage after his barrier shield collapsed under the onslaught. A second burst of the mighty ion bombard array disables the toppled Cygnus Super Heavy, and a cheer goes up from the defenders. Max hears the air raid siren on Tereth's rage make a noise he sure is laughter, and the aggressive red mecha charges at a sword-wielding opponent that just crossed the river, its blade at the ready. The other sides are doing a little better than the portion at the river, still holding their opponents outside the trenches. The Kepler side of the gunfire is mostly energy-based now. Infantry projectile rifles do nearly nothing to mecha, and they are about out of ammunition for them anyhow. The Cygnus energy rifles might not be as familiar, but they have a lot of them available, and a supply of charged spare power cells. Max turns his battle cannon towards the southern road, where a heavy mecha of a design he doesn't recognize has crashed through the defenses. 2 quick battle cannon rounds slam into the stout mecha's back and it explodes in a tremendous fireball. He sees one of the defenders go down, and he unloads on the victorious Cygnus mecha, knocking it backwards, where it receives a sword through its power core courtesy of Tereth's rage, before collapsing in an oddly human way. Nico kicks the mecha off her sword and dashes back into the fray. Crashing 100 tons of metal into brutal hand-to-hand combat might not be the most efficient combat method ever. Still, it's got a substantial psychological effect every time she kills an enemy mecha. The survivors of the attack are retreating, along with what Max assumes was supposed to be the second wave of forces, had the battle been more evenly matched, and the defenders start taking inventory of their losses. Stalwart, we have movement on the field, sensors suggest it as a pilot. Moving to intercept, Tereth's rage announces over the speaker. She must have damaged her radio, Max decides. Kindly bring me your ranking noble, good pilot of Tereth's rage. I am Lord General Kirkland, and I would like to surrender. The bloodied man near the down Super Heavy announces with a sigh of resignation when Nico approaches. Chapter 80. Prisoners Collected. Lord General is a Cygnus title that elevates the rank of a noble above the hereditary rank of their birth. All Cygnus generals will be nobles, but during wartime the Lord General ranks only slightly below the Lord Commander who will be in charge of this theater of war. I believe General Karb is a proper noble. Please take a seat and I will escort you to him. Nico answers politely, kneeling and placing her ion destroyer on the ground. He consider lay down on it and hold the safety rails used by maintenance crews. The voice sounds young, the general thinks. Perhaps the young pilot lost her family here to the rebels before his forces arrived. The Cygnus Empire values noble blood very highly and took offense from the start to the rebels' tactics, but it was too good of an opportunity to pass up. Lord General Kirkland checks the intelligence files on his wrist device, checking for any mention of Tereth's rage in their files. What he finds is a bit of a shock though. The Tereth family is an ancient noble line, and at one point even married a Cygnus Imperial family member into their ranks. That would make this pilot an Imperial noble of Cygnus, as well as a hereditary noble in Kepler, even if she wasn't the most senior member, in line to inherit the titles. Of course, there are millions of people who qualify as Imperial nobles at this point, but that doesn't mean that the Cygnus culture holds them in any lower esteem. The Imperial family has a long history of great deeds and not just those in direct contention for the throne. Might you join me for coffee while the papers are drawn, young lady? The general asks, curious to learn more about the situation within the Kepler kingdom and the Tereth family. Forgive me, General, the battlefield is no place for a respectable young lady. I don't customarily leave my mecha until a tour is over. I do hope you understand. Nico responds politely, making the general seated on the main weapon of her mecha smile. Of course, safety first. You spoke as if this is not your homeworld. Might this not be your first combat engagement? I arrived with the Abraham Kepler, straight from the battle at Belmont, on my first patrol after academy training. None of this was information the Cygnus intelligence couldn't already get in seconds, should the general be sending audio back in a way she couldn't detect. The Tereth's rage has a splendid reputation among the forces. A voice comes from beside them as they enter the city, and Nico can see that the pilot has departed the Wrath of Karb, standing at the doorway to his giant mecha in preparation to head to ground level. Brigadier General Viscount Karb, at your service. Please follow me, and we will process your surrender while my mecha is repaired. The last barrage caused some control module damage. The two nobles head to the local academy, where they can hold a proper discussion, and Nico returns to the field to continue her search, along with the light mecha and a few of the Crusaders who have functional hands. Very little on the Cygnus mecha interchanges with their equipment, but it felt wrong to leave it lying about, so Max ordered it all collected and stored within the city until they could find a use for it. An hour later, the search teams made a notable find among the limited amount of potentially useful bits, an ejection pod from the exploded super heavy mecha. It was damaged but indicated life inside. Tereth's rage to General Karb, come in. Go ahead Tereth, how might I help you? He sounds very formal. He must still be with the other commander. Cleanup crew have recovered the ejected pilot's compartment from the other super heavy. Should I bring them to you for relocation, or should I leave them in there for a while? There's a long pause. Gather all survivors. Cygnus is willing to ransom all their officers. Keep all officers alive if found. Recovery crew. Their country is willing to repurchase all of them with terms. The infantry laugh at the Tereth's rage. Of course, all Cygnus officers get ransom, the same way that the infantry gets rewards for the pilots that they capture alive. Lately, they have been too hard pressed by the attackers to keep Cygnus captives, so they haven't been making the effort and have been letting them flee instead. Or perhaps, only fighting rebel bureaucrats and their forces. During her short time as a pilot, she had become used to just killing everyone for treason. 2 more survivors in Brigadier General uniforms are found among the rubble, along with 3 captains and a major. Not bad, considering under 50 units survived to flee. All are brought to Tereth's rage for sorting, and the capsule is pried open, releasing both pilots alive. Greetings, assembled officers. I am told you value noble rank over military rank, is that correct? They all nod, and she continues, good, my knowledge of Cygnus culture is limited. I am the Lady Tereth, pilot of Tereth's rage. As civilized combatants, you will be brought to our base to await ransom negotiations. Those that don't wish that can be granted a merciful death now, dying in battle with full honors. This was an honor they never expected. Being ransomed back will cost their families immensely, but dying as cowards would cost their entire lineage their title and good standing. The coup de grace, or merciful death, was a custom of Nico's old life, she remembered. More commonly used for the severely injured, it was also granted to those whose honor demanded that they not be held captive after a loss. One captain stands up straighter. Madam Tereth, my family is poor and newly promoted. We could not possibly afford the ransom. I'm afraid I shall perish of my injuries here. My condolences, sir, she says, then flicks his head with a giant finger, shattering his skull and neck. Someone gather his name for the dead on arrival lists. Thank you for your consideration. Cygnus pays a sizable death benefit to the families who lose a pilot in combat. One of the generals bows to the sinister-looking Crusader-class mecha, the blood-red paint now scorched and gouged all over, and splattered with mud and oil. Now, to get you all to your compatriot. One pilot of the other super heavy survived as well. Nico informs them, that's 5 of 6 command staff generals apprehended. They realize the Lord Commander will likely flee in shame at having ordered a mission that got so many generals captured alive. Chapter 81. Armistice. The captured officers proved to be of greater benefit than was expected by anyone in the Kepler military. The major and the captain that they had captured both had an imperial family, and the 3 other pilots were considered high-value assets. The Cygnus fleet decided to use the prisoner exchange negotiation to escape the debacle the Lord Commander had created, holding him up as a warmonger and scapegoat while arranging a ceasefire and withdrawal plan from the planet. It was only 6 of the 18 generals on the planet captured or killed, but it was all in one day and included the Lord General, who currently had the favor of a large part of the administration in the Defense Department. Bridge Defense Zone, prepare for a return to the Abraham Kepler. Liftoff is scheduled in 72 hours, Please begin preparing your lander for reorbit launch. Central Command requires confirmation of lander functionality within the next 24 hours. Inform Command directly if the lander is inoperative for alternative removal. Comes the orders for Max and his unit. You heard the command. Time to dig up the lander and run diagnostics. 72 hours until we're back on board the Abraham Kepler. Max relays to the units gathered within the village. That causes some confusion, as they did not all arrive on board the Abraham Kepler. It's not unheard of though, and with an intense orbital battle, there is a good chance that some of the transport ships are destroyed or currently inoperative. The standard procedure after such a battle is to extract everyone as efficiently as possible and reorganize at a staging base to refill the complements of the ships that are still in service, as well as replenish the ranks of depleted units. They might be added to new recruitment, or possibly retired early in the case of an infantry unit that is nearing the end of its service. What are your plans for after this, General Karb? I heard you lost your co-pilot early in the rebellion before we had even arrived. Max asks the Phalanx-class pilot that evening, curious as to what his plans are. The Wrath of Karb was stationed on this planet before the battle, plus this is his homeworld, but at this point, most of the population is dead and the planet itself is in horrible shape. I'll be with our esteemed guests until the transfer, then I'm going to go back and see if there's anything left of my home. This is my world, after all. The general confirms. With the help of so many mecha, digging up the lander only takes a few hours, and the systems all test well. A quick test fire lifts it off the ground and out of the pit they dug for it without any issues, so Max relays the information of the test fire to command and has the infantry double-check the structure and do another pressure-holding test. They are the ones who will be unprotected against the atmosphere inside the lander. If it leaks they all die, so they're the best ones to test it. For 2 days, Max was stuck in the Academy command room with the ranking officers, doing paperwork while the defense crew at the bridge packed everything that they possibly could into the lander for merits and war trophies. They have acquired a vast amount of gear since their arrival, from 2 different nations. Mecha chassis, the armored personnel transports they mounted rocket pods on, spare parts, guns, and all sorts of goodies that they are hoping to keep for their next engagements. In the end, they barely fit all of the important equipment. But it does all fit and is slightly below the maximum allowed weight for the lander once their mecha and troops are added. Notifications come in from command 4 hours before liftoff. The Wrath of Karb will be staying behind. His duty requires him to be here on the planet and orbital scans show that his home city is relatively intact. The officers gathered for ransom will be going with Max and his men to the Abraham Kepler, where the official prisoner exchange will occur. The Shining Darkness will also be returning to the Abraham Kepler, with the Carpe Noctem Plus and attached armored regiment joining them, as their transport ship was destroyed in the orbital battle. Most of the infantry and mecha from the bridge that didn't start the battle with Max are from those regiments, so it works out perfectly for them, getting to rejoin their comrades right away instead of having to wait for reorganization. So, will you finally be joining us down here, Tereth? Captain Tarsus jokes after the orders are finalized. Or have you become so comfortable in there that you're not planning to leave? Captain Tarsus doesn't get a verbal response. Instead, the data transfer function on his wrist device receives a photo of a cockpit bunk piled with soft blankets and pillows, with a data tablet open to the book, Embracing Minimalism for a Bigger Life, sitting in the middle. So, what did she have to say? Max asks, wondering when he'll see his friend in the flesh again, and the captain shows him the picture, laughing. Yeah, that sounds like her. I'll get the crew to make her disembark before everyone has dispersed. Max assures the eager captain. The longer-serving members of the defense forces have been telling ghost stories to the new arrivals about Tereth's rage being an autonomous mecha, operating itself on pure bloodlust ingrained into its onboard systems. The infantry is known to be superstitious, and the rumor seems to have caught on entirely too well. Her aggressive combat style and the modified voices that she uses for the intercom didn't help the situation either. In the end, Max doesn't have to do anything to get her to come out. A protocol notice just before liftoff informs the entire battalion that the senior officer and all present nobles are required to attend to the captured officers personally until the handoff, with 2 armed guards for each esteemed guest. Nico's name is listed on the order as Lady Tereth, with verifying documents sent from the Kepler 142 station confirming her identity and lineage at the time that Tereth's rage was deployed. Who did they bang to get the VIP treatment? A sour-sounding Nico complains as she exits her mecha for the first time since they left orbit, and the nearby officers laugh at her irritable nature and the way she shields her eyes even in the thick haze that covers the sun these days. Captain Tarsus, Captain Catan, you will each send 5 men to guard duty. I don't want any screw-ups, so make them good. Max orders, and the 2 officers leave to inform their troopers. Max's command guarantees both captains will be on the guard team, along with a few superstitious soldiers eager to see the elusive Nico Tereth in the flesh. They bring 2 more officers and 2 enlisted men each, both in case chores need to be done and to give the enlisted fewer chances to complain. The possible existence of a young lady inside Tereth's rage has been a significant talking point and rumor amongst the troops. After all, leaving the enlisted out would just breed resentment. The Lady Tereth seems to be in an irritable mood. One of the captured Cygnus generals notes to Max when he sees her going over the orders with the captains. She hasn't killed anyone in 3 days, it makes her grumpy. Max laughs, but honestly, I think she just doesn't want to get out of her cockpit and interact with people. Out here, she can't just turn her radio to a different channel to tune chatter out. Max knows she had done that more than once, he saw it in her mind. Everyone else believed that her radio was down and she was working to repair it, but in reality, she was just more interested in the book that she had brought with her than human interaction and only had the volume on sensors and alerts turned up. Even with orders to accompany the other officers during their trip to orbit, Nico waited until the last minute to exit her mecha, after everyone else was secured in for takeoff. She hopped down from the hull to the attached securement beam with a graceful bounce that was clearly well beyond what average humans should be capable of, waving to the assembled infantry as they sat staring in shock. I thought she was going to stay locked in. Didn't you hear? She was ordered to accompany the captive generals. She's so tiny. That was the overwhelming thought in the minds of the battalion on first meeting pilot Nico. Her 145 centimeters height hadn't increased even a little bit during their stay, where Max had already needed to switch dress uniforms. His old ones were a size too small in the chest and legs when he tried to put them on the first morning after the battle. The pilot suits were much more forgiving of sizing. Welcome, Captain Nico. The door guard greeted her at the entry to the prisoner's cabin. You're Captain Nico, of Tereth's Rage? He stammered in shock. Good reaction, I like that surprised face. Now, will you kindly open that door and get yourself secured so we can lift off? Nico smiled back at him. The guard opens the door, securing himself into the hard-mounted chair nearby before closing it behind her. Sorry for the delays, gentlemen. We should be ready for liftoff. The look on every Cygnus officer's face is one of complete shock. This is the pilot of the fearless and brutal Tereth's Rage. This small child, she wears a perfectly fitted captain's uniform, so it must be her, but they had expected that rash and aggressive pilot to be someone large and imposing. The person in front of them doesn't fit the image in their minds at all. Are we sure that the Kepler Kingdom hasn't been committing war crimes? The captured major asks. There are international conventions on recruitment for war that prohibit the use of child soldiers. Nico laughs and hops into a chair to secure herself while the others look for a good answer. Because, yes, by all legal standards, their command staff is proof of war crimes. Neither Stalwart nor Tereth's Rage should have been sent into battle for an entire year after they had been assigned to these pilots, and in normal circumstances, they wouldn't have been. The rebellion had led to an emergency deployment, and the fact that there were cadet pilots in Crusaders who had not met the 2 years after puberty legal standard for adulthood never occurred to command. Such an early advancement to piloting Crusaders was all but unheard of, so it wasn't something that they checked. After the Battle of Belmont, they were both fully commissioned and battle-tested officers, so command simply adjusted their birth dates in the official records and pretended that nothing untoward had ever happened. Appearances can be deceiving, General. While I'm certain I still look to be in the prime of my youth, I can assure you that I was already an experienced officer when the battles between Kepler and the Cygnus army started. Nico assures them, glossing over the finer details. We were in the same class at the academy. Captain Nico is only a few minutes younger than I am. Max assures them, putting their minds at ease. While he still looks young, he has filled out into a tall and well-muscled young man. His closely cropped, sandy blonde hair has darkened a little from his time inside the Mecha, and the stress of battle has added wisdom to his face that makes him look more mature and responsible. To Cygnus, the minimum legal age for combat troops is 14. Max is only a year younger than that in this reincarnation, but with the memories of his past life slowly filling in, it has been a while since he felt his age. The captured officers take a moment to digest the news about the petite pilot being a veteran before this. Engagement and a comfortable silence momentarily fills the room. Now that the battle is over and he can actually relax, Max is also starting to feel the change in his system. Live combat helps a soldier grow more than any form of training, and Max is certain that he had gained a lot from this deployment. He simply hadn't felt a need to look at the details, when he could look at the results of the increases in the accuracy and speed of his multiple targeting skills. Keras Max compatibility determined, rank of primary attribute STR 2.5x modifier, secondary bonuses Dex 2x, SPD 2x STR, 3 plus 105% Dex, 3 plus 62% SPD, 3 plus 62% innate talent mind reading, additional function unit optimization, additional function multi-point targeting, additional function split fire. Chapter 82. Home sweet hangar. With everyone securely strapped in, the lander was ready for its final checks before launch. Wrath of Karb also wouldn't leave the area until they were over the horizon, in case any attempt to assassinate the prisoners was made. With his array of weaponry, he was able to shoot down most types of missiles that might be fired at the lander, a small bit of extra security for Max's trip back home. Without the urgent rush of combat, the lander lifts smoothly off the ground and makes the transition from an anti-gravity field hover to forward flight. In order to get enough fuel to make orbit, they had to drain most of the Cygnus light mecha that still had intact tanks and bring their own light mecha down below a quarter tank, and even at that, they were going to be close on fuel levels if they have to do much additional maneuvering. Fuel planning for the landers assumes that they will be coming back up the same weight or lighter than when they landed, to account for combat losses and light mecha usage during combat. That wasn't at all the case for their unit, so improvisation was needed. Most of the passengers in the officers' room were silent as they launch, tense about their launch being discovered and attacked by one side or the other, but Nico and General Kirkland are having a polite conversation about interior decoration of all things. They are both of the belief that the standard drab color scheme is not optimal for a pilot's mental focus, believing that a wider variety of colors, as well as warm and relaxing tones, would help pilots to feel at ease. When pilots are more relaxed, they should be more in tune with their mecha, which will lead to lower fatigue levels, more attentiveness as well as decreased reaction times. The other generals seem amused at the way that they are subtly probing each other for control tricks and the limitations of their respective mecha, but the infantry officers that are there to supervise the Cygnus officers just look a bit horrified at the implications of increased pilot efficiency. Even slightly more deadly mecha just means an even more brutal massacre for them. Lady Tareth, is it true that you painted skulls on the bottom of your crusaders' feet to terrify enemy light mecha in combat? One of the colonels they captured asks, making all the members of Max's force laugh. On the contrary, the feet of Tardith's rage have smiley faces painted on them. For a kinder, gentler form of intimidation. Nico disagrees, making Max snort in laughter. But Tarith's rage is hardly noteworthy as a mecha, other than its ancient manufacture. I haven't even customized it yet, the pattern is the same as it was 1,000 years ago. Most of the mecha in our unit underwent upgrades during the battle, either due to lack of munitions or for increased firepower. She continues with a big smile which makes the Cygnus officers frown. We noticed. That stalwart piloted by Captain Max is a fine example of battlefield ingenuity, using our own plasma shotguns against us to offset the weakness of a fully ranged crusader in close combat. General Kirkland says with a slightly sour tone. Don't take it the wrong way, General, I would have used Kepler close combat weapons if I had them handy, but we had such a fine collection of plasma shotguns that it would have been a waste not to make good use of them. Just wait, before the next battle, I'm going to teach him the art of kicking mecha in the face. Nico laughs, making the slender and gray-haired General Kirkland smile a little. I've heard that the Kepler pilot's so-called system functions can do wonderful things, but I don't think that just anyone can accurately handle a mecha during that sort of extreme maneuver. Just the turn to actually land the kick has to be near 3 times standard gravity inside the cockpit. That's why we switched to neural links instead of control suits, while your crusaders still use hand controls, he counters. When you only weigh 35 kilos, you don't need much strength to perform mecha-based acrobatics. One of the other generals snickers, looking over to where Nico's head doesn't even reach the headrest of the seats, being pressed against the backrest by the launch forces that aren't being fully dampened by the gravity control of the lander. You wouldn't want to face her in a basketball game. Max agrees, reminding the others that he is in the room. He might be in command, but she is the only one with anything resembling a noble title as far as Max knows, and Cygnus values that over military rank. The lander transitions to zero gravity as it leaves the atmosphere and the warning alarm sounds. Gravity field adjustment failure. Please service at your soonest convenience. The polite notification for a situation that could well kill anyone inside the lander in case of an emergency landing brings a bit of levity to the assembled troops in the main chamber, before it is followed a few seconds later by a navigational update. 3 minutes to docking with the Abraham Kepler. They must be anxious to meet us if they've come that close to the atmosphere. I don't suppose you have an outside viewer to show us the situation between the fleets? General Kirkland asks, but Max shakes his head. They were damaged during the landing. We're almost flying blind up here. But the navigation system checked out, and we still have access to the automated system, should we need to make adjustments. That's fine then. Lady Tereth, are you betrothed yet? I have a son who would benefit greatly from a personality like yours. General Kirkland changes the topic with a sly wink. Nico laughs at his alliance suggestion, knowing it's just a joke. Both imperial families would have to approve of such a union, and the two countries were officially at war 4 days ago. Unfortunately, that's not an option. Though I hear Captain Catan here, younger son of Baron Catan, is in dire need of a pretty, young bride now that his term of service is coming to a close. Nico teases, making the infantry captain blush a little, highlighting the scars on his face. Where did you hear that? I hid my family lineage when I applied. Now it is Max that is laughing. You thought you could hide anything from Nico Tereth. You were deluding yourself. She likely looked through your mother's photo album before trusting you with unsupervised command of Bravo Company. In fact, she had. Young Captain Garrett's mother practically lived to post photos on the net. She had seen hundreds of the captain's childhood photos once she knew where to look on the Kepler data networks. Your mother is a skilled photographer. She commends, showing everyone a photo of him in his kindergarten uniform. General Kirkland is having a great laugh at Captain Catan's expense. See, boys, this is the kind of banter a unit should have. They're not stuck on rank or protocol, they're a proper officer's corps. From there on out, the conversation is light, often about family, while the trials of war and the battle that brought this odd group together are ignored. It's almost a disappointment when the lander docks with the Abraham Kepler and the orders to disembark come. All arriving units fall in for inspection. Officers and guests hold fast in the secured quarters for further instructions. You heard the automated notice. All units, exit the lander and fall in. Full checks will be done before you are assigned quarters. Max calls over the intercoms. While they wait with the Cygnus officers, the rest of the force slowly makes their way to the check-in area just outside the lander docks to have all their war spoils documented and the remaining company equipment and munitions, as well as casualties, injuries, and survivors inventoried. The check-in process will take hours, even though the infantry can go when they themselves are done, and the Mecha will get a full diagnostic later when they are in the repair bays. A Kepler supply officer comes over to inspect the returning forces, turning to Captain Catan, who is the senior officer present. Impressive troops. Is it just me, or are these troops better equipped after the battle than when they left? We believe, as Kepler infantry, in being ready for anything. As such, we scrounge the battlefield for everything useful and add it to our own equipment. If you look over to your left, you'll see our newly acquired troop transport vehicles. Captain Catan informs him with a smile, pointing at the missile buggies. Those are still infantry transports. How many do they hold? Military secret, I'm afraid. Not as many as stock, but the missile pods didn't take up too much capacity. The supply officer nods, knowing already how many the stock version can hold and not particularly caring what Bravo Company chose to do with their equipment, except the munitions capacity that will be needed to resupply them. The signal is given that the Cygnus officers can be led out of the secure areas, and everyone straightens their uniforms and puts their hats back on, getting presentable to meet with whatever political dignitaries have been sent to greet the generals. Generals, Imperial Highness, Captain Max, Lady Tereth. It is good to see your trip went safely. A politician in Cygnus's official government uniform greets them as he approaches. Ah, Jervis, good to see you here. Please do escort us to the ransom meeting, General Kirkland replies, making the man's eye twitch. Clearly, Jervis is not this man's name. This way, sirs and madam. He intones, motioning towards the far door. Nico frowns, knowing that now there is no escape, she will be stuck in meetings until the small hours of the morning. Max gives her an amused smile, secretly glad that he doesn't have to suffer half a day of political nonsense alone. He is very good with troops, but with lifelong politicians and trade negotiations involving planets that he has never, and likely will never see. He really doesn't see any good reason for him to be there, except that he is the one who accepted their surrender. Now that everyone is here, the final discussion can begin. Does anyone have any special requests before we begin drawing up the agreement? The pilot of Stalwart must be given a title. It cannot be said that we surrendered to a commoner, even if there were other nobles present at the time. One of the generals insists. Simple enough. Anything else? No, then we can begin. The discussions from the 50 or so people present went on for hours, and frankly, everyone is sick of sitting here. Except for a few bureaucrats. They are not doing anything but lending a title to the official record of the proceedings. You look a bit bored, Lady Tareth. Might I ask what's on your mind? General Kirkland whispers when he notices that Nico has totally zoned out. If I had just squished you, I could be eating dinner right now, Nico whispers back with a big grin, making the man laugh out loud and interrupt the proceedings. Something amusing about the transfer of mining materials in exchange for textiles. Lord General Kirkland, Lady Tareth. The head negotiator asks. Battlefield humor, good sir. Please, do continue, Nico says in her best formal voice, causing a round of low laughter at the lifelong politicians that have been appointed to head the meeting, who are the only people in the room that were not a soldier at some point, while also being the only ones that actually need to be here right now. At least they brought in a fine buffet, suitable for politicians and senior officers soon after. The negotiations continue for 9 hours in total, and the outline of the agreement is over 40 pages long, but it is finally complete. It was a pleasure shooting at you gentlemen, enjoy your trip and I hope to meet you again on better terms. Nico waves farewell as the Cygnus contingent head for their shuttle, making Max and the Kepler delegation facepalm. Likewise, Lady Tareth, perhaps you might get to enjoy our hospitality next time. General Kirkland replies with a smile and a bow. Chapter 83. Calm after the storm. Bravo and Charlie companies return to the infantry quarters, with an ecstatic group of former convicts. The declaration came in while they were returning to the Abraham Kepler that they had earned their pardon and would be attached to their respective companies, and retired from active service with them when the ship reached Kepler 111 in only a few months' time. Sure, it wasn't anywhere near their home worlds, but that didn't matter. They were better off making a fresh start in a new world as returning war heroes than going home to be known as ex-convicts. The Infantry Army and the 42nd Armored are both set to retire from active duty after this battle. Only 9,000 of the original 250,000 infantry from the Field Army lived to return home, and the Mecha forces aren't in much better shape, under a third of their original strength. As a reward for heroism, they have all been granted a lifelong salary at their current rank and early retirement back to their homeworld of Kepler 111. The salary means very little on the battlefield, but after a decade at war, they have quite a bit saved up, and what they get from now on will be enough for the officers to live comfortably, even if they had spent everything before they got home. Max realizes that means they are losing everyone he has known and fought beside, except for Nico. A full new field army and an equally inexperienced armored regiment will be loaded on board the Abraham Kepler once the ceremonies for the returning veterans are complete. Experience can be earned quickly though. After all, it has only been 2 deployments and Max has become quite used to the rigors of combat at this point. That experience came at a high cost though. Despite the relatively sheltered position that they were in at the start of the battle, they still lost a huge portion of their forces in a single battle. Max looked up the roster for the returning forces, and under 1,000 of the conscripted prisoners will be going to Kepler 111, and almost all of the survivors are in Bravo and Charlie Company which were attached to him. The paperwork to get the pilots among them properly recognized for their position wasn't easy to get approved, but Max has managed it, so all the soldiers that served with him will be retired with everything that they are due. Lieutenant Becky is a bit less enthusiastic than most to return home. All his siblings were pilots selected during the recruitment for the 42nd Armored, and he is the only one coming back. He hasn't had the heart to tell his mother yet, but since it is their next stop, a form message from the military detailing their service and death benefits will be sent to his mother in the next few days. Currently, he is trying to decide if he should tell her in advance or let her find out the hard way and have time to adjust before he shows up alone. Personally, Max thinks it will be better for her to hear it from him first, then the denial phase can end when the letters show up, and she can start accepting the reality of her loss before her last son shows up. Becky is indecisive though, and the final decision is made by one of his wingmen, who uses his interplanetary contact credit to call Becky's mother directly, while Max and the rest of the wing keep the lieutenant from running away. To say the call is uncomfortable is an understatement of epic proportions, but after a much-needed crying session, the basic details are shared and the timer on the call credit runs out. "Thanks, Captain. I didn't know how much I needed to do that before I did it." Lieutenant Becky thanks Max, who was kneeling behind him to hold him in his chair, before returning to his quarters for the evening, not even waiting for dinner to be served. Late that evening, Max gets an official posting message both to his wrist device and in hard copy delivered by ship staff. "Captain Karras Max, it is our distinct pleasure to promote you to the rank of Major and assign you to command of the newly formed Stalwart Special Tactics Unit. Upon arrival at Kepler 111, recruitment from qualified planetary forces will be conducted on your behalf, filling the Stalwart Special Tactics Unit to the strength of a mixed battalion. Final unit strength and assets will be forwarded as they become available. Lieutenant General Karb, Central Command." So General Karb got a promotion and a move to Central Command after the battle. That's a good spot for him since the general has a good mind for tactics, and a solid respect for all soldiers' lives, not just the mecha pilots like so many career pencil pushers in Central Command. Being assigned a Special Tactics Force is a dubious honor in Max's estimation. Unlike Special Forces, who are best known for their level of talent, Special Tactics are known for their ability to adapt to almost anything and go anywhere. If the situation calls for rapid insertion, they are a rapid insertion force. If it calls for artillery, they will gear up to become a forward artillery position. In theory, that makes them the greater and more prestigious of the two options, but it is also the higher casualty rate option, simply because of the nightmares they are sent into that a standard unit with regulation tactics couldn't handle. Having to do all that with a fresh green unit is not going to be a pleasant experience. Checking the unit details to see if he can find out anything more, Max finds that Nico has been appointed as his executive officer and also promoted to major. That suggests to Max that at some point he is likely to see another promotion in rank, possibly as soon as the first successful mission with his new unit. Only an hour after the last message, another letter is delivered to Max's room, notifying him that he has been granted the noble rank of knight. It was one of the conditions of the Cygnus generals, in order to preserve their dignity and surrender, but it is good to see that the agreement has been upheld so quickly. Even if it was so that any spies that reported back advance information on the deal would see that Max was a noble before the agreement was officially ratified and announced to the public. With both letters tucked into his jacket pocket, Max heads to dinner to see if any of the Special Forces cadets made it back. They are still assigned to the same room as they were before since they were already in the reserve section. In fact, all of the 42nd is there now. Carpe Noctem has joined them in the shining darkness aboard the Abraham Kepler for the next leg of their mission, along with his personal mecha regiment, so space had to be made for them. That still only makes the mecha hangars a little over half full, but with the 42nd moved to the reserve sector, their former quarters can be fully painted and prepped for the next occupants while they get ready to retire. At least one full division of infantry came with the Carpe Noctem as well, so Max has high hopes that they might stay on as the ship's second field army, to balance out all the rookies. It might be asking a lot, but that doesn't stop Max from holding on to that last bit of hope. A fully stocked and staffed Abraham Kepler would have been a game changer when they arrived at Belmont for his first ever deployment. Only one of the Special Forces cadets is in the dining hall. Russo is having dinner with some of the guys from the 42nd. The whole dining area is packed though, so even if they are here, they would have to wait to get seated. In fact, Max himself will have to wait for a table unless he can find an empty seat. Worst case scenario, he might have to take his tray back to his bunk and eat there. Fortunately, Nico is looking out for him, sitting with Captain Catan and Sergeant Morrison of Bravo Company. They have saved him a seat, so Max heads to grab his tray, reminiscing of the days at the academy when they would sit in the corner by the kitchen. Just like then, the table today is in the corner of the room, but Max can see that it is marked on the wall as reserved for command staff, which he and Nico now are. The table properly seats 8, but even as crowded as the room is, nobody is likely to elbow in on the command table. If they were feeling snooty, there is a smaller command officers' mess only 10 yards down the hall, on the other side of the kitchen, but that will likely be full of the colonels and majors of the 42nd Armored, and Max knows very little about them. Here in the general mess eating beside the rest of the pilots feels more comfortable. You made a long walk, coming all the way to the Mecha wing for dinner. Max jokes to the infantry soldiers, who are actually closer to this mess hall than their own, thanks to the layout of the infantry section. They just need to cross the bulkhead between sections that makes up one wall of their rooms at the end of the hall to get here. You should see the chaos in the infantry section. The convicts found out that they've all been pardoned as a reward, and they've been partying ever since. Fortunately, they have some time before they need to do anything productive. Sergeant Morrison laughs, unilaterally trading his brownie for Captain Catan's apple slices. The brownies tend to be rock hard, but the preserved apples are really good. We got the notice just a few minutes ago. We leave orbit tonight, headed home. The trip will be almost a month, and the infantry is excused from training and drills the entire time. Captain Catan explains. 1 month before he has to say goodbye to these battle brothers and welcome a new group of fresh recruits. How did he suddenly become the old man in this scenario? Chapter 84. In-flight entertainment as expected, the Abraham Kepler departs promptly the next morning, on a mission to return the veteran troopers. There is an entire month to kill, so Max decides to take some time to relax and get to know how things are usually done in the other special tactics units. Only, as he discovers, there are none left on board. All the ones that were with the 42nd were lost in the last few battles, and the so-called Noctum Regiment, that came with Carpe Noctum, was a fully ceremonial unit up until a month ago. According to the data that he received from Nico, the political problems that forced General Tennant to take them off Kepler Terminus in such a hurry also caught up to the Carpe Noctum and her pilot. Max isn't sure if it is suspicious or deliberate that they have ended up together aboard a transport, but 2 Phalanx-class units in one spot is a highly unusual event. The official deployment form for the Abraham Kepler doesn't even have a column for a second Phalanx-class deployment. He also hasn't gotten any more information about the upcoming deployment to his unit yet, so all he really has to do is kill time. As Max wanders the hallways, he hears cheering and shouts of encouragement from the training area in the corner of the reserve barracks. That is immediately suspicious. Everyone here has been excused from regularly scheduled training for the duration of their transit time. There shouldn't be much of anyone except a few health nuts in the training rooms, much less a large enough crowd to raise a ruckus that he could hear from the end of the hall. Max makes his way over, the crowd parting with muttered complaints as he approaches in uniform. The enlisted don't have the right under military rules to stop him from going where he wants, so Max walks straight in, only to find that they have modified the virtual reality boxing program to allow multiple opponents. 6 troopers are in VR pods facing away from the crowd, and the data screens all around the room are showing the fights. Nobody is going to get hurt in a simulation, so Max removes his hat and coat to show he's not here on official duty and leans up against a support pillar to watch the next match. There are 6 pods, so Max assumed it was a 3-on-3 fight, Special Forces attack squad style, but that isn't what comes up on the screen. Major Nico vs. Charlie Company, round 3 begins. Max just laughs when he sees the fight. They may or may not know it yet, but they are about to get obliterated. There is a lot of shouting and betting going on, so Max tosses in 5 credits on Nico, getting the crowd worked up. See that, boys? The pilots think they are all that. The odds are 5-1, the same as the fight. Get those bets up. The betting ends when the first punch is thrown. The corporal in charge of the bets shouts over the din, getting the last few bets in before the fight. The bell rings to signal the beginning of the round, and Nico immediately rushes forward, grabbing one of her opponents by the leg and twisting. Despite her size, the system has made her more than strong enough to toss a grown man around like a ragdoll. It would have been kinder if that was what she actually did. Instead, she spun him in a circle, using him as a club to beat his teammates with, raising a wave of jeers and laughter from the crowd. No way is she that strong. Major Max, that has to be a glitch, right? One of the soldiers asks and Max shrugs. Watch this and you will understand, Max tells the curious man, before grabbing him and throwing him all the way to the 20-meter roof of the training room, jumping up to catch him halfway down. Everyone knows that we get a huge benefit from the system that allows us to pilot at a level that no others could, but nobody thinks about what that means when an alpha-ranked system user is outside their mecha. My modified strength is just over 6 points. Max explains, and a lot of the troopers gasp. At that point, is there even a reason to give you a mecha? Why not just give you body armor and a club and let you beat the line mecha to death? The trooper asks, tapping Max to ask the major to let him down from the Princess Carry that Max caught him in. The line mecha is big enough to carry the power pack and ammunition a pilot needs for battle. That's why the environmental suits for the political guards are so heavily armored and not more mechanically powerful. The person inside them makes up for the difference. Max tells the soldier with a smirk, setting him back on his own feet. The fight is short and brutal, ending in under 15 seconds without Nico taking a single hit, despite the decade of experience that the troopers have. That's the round, gentlemen. Winners come up here and claim your pay. Max collects his 25 credits with a smile at the infantryman just before a whistle sounds from down the hallway and everyone goes silent, pretending to be working out as the combatants exit the simulators. They catch on fast that everyone is putting on an act, and make like they are recovering between sets just as the colonels from the 42nd Armored, Marino and Romano, walk into the room. "Colonels, good to see you here. Have you come to get in a few reps while the gym isn't quite as deserted as usual?" Max asks while the two cast suspicious looks around the room. "We had reports of a disturbance and illegal gambling going on here." "You wouldn't know anything about that, would you, Major?" Colonel Marino asks suspiciously. "Lots of disturbance." The boys got a little worked up. You know how infantry get when they need to burn off some steam. But there isn't much to bet on unless someone wants to try to beat the daily reps challenge. The challenge is generated by the Abraham Kepler's computer, based on the usage patterns of the various gyms, so this one, being in the zone assigned to veteran mecha pilots, is set to a standard that nobody without a beta-ranked or higher system could possibly complete. To start with, the leg press weight is over a ton, for 25 reps. Max can complete it without much trouble, but a bunch of Gamma and Delta ranked infantrymen. Not even at the end of their term when their system bonuses and natural strength are at their peak. The two colonels relax a little as the soldiers continue to exercise, following a standard training regimen, but with a bit of added motivation. They have already arranged matches against some of the line mecha squads, who are mostly Gamma with a few weaker beta-ranked systems among them. Those matches they might actually stand a chance against. These elite Crusader pilots just have too big of an advantage over them to overcome. Assured that nothing too out of line is happening, the two colonels strip to tank tops to begin their daily workout, inspired by the supposed enthusiasm the infantry are showing. They might be on their way home, but getting there in good shape is still a priority. After all, they have been under military supervision since age 12. Not a single one of them is married, and there aren't many women left in the units to choose from, none at all that the senior officers would be allowed to fraternize with, so coming home as war heroes with a lifelong pension, getting married and having a whole litter of children sounds like a pretty good life. Their last two deployments didn't even have civilian women around who might entertain a friendly compensated offer after all, and that can bring the mind to delusions if left unchecked. That becomes a daily routine for everyone, fights in the morning, that the senior officers pretend they don't know about, but with the betting toned down to prevent anyone from getting in financial troubles on their way home, or attracting the attention of higher authorities. Then lunch, followed by an afternoon workout and a trip to the leisure facilities to practice 3D pool and other essential skills. Max opts out of most of them. Instead, he opts for studying the wide variety of military tactics used by successful special tactics units in the past. Nico gladly helps him with that, sending him new material to study every day. Max isn't quite sure where she keeps finding them, but with her skills at hacking, it is probably better that he doesn't ask too much. The data he finds in the tactical summaries sometimes resonate with memories from his past, giving him new ideas about mecha and infantry tactics that would have worked as well or better in that situation, which triggers more and more of Max's repressed memories of his past life, but unfortunately still mostly ones of combat, and nearly nothing about his actual life, hobbies, or previous personality. The extra knowledge is still a win though, and if nobody in this lifetime has used a tactic, that just means it will be even more effective when he does, because nobody will expect it. The memories of Nico's past are the same, but whatever force she came from wasn't big on human rights, so some of the tactics that they employed aren't ones that Max could use in good conscience. Chapter 85. Special tactics. Of course, being the only one who knows the tactic won't do him any good, and the commander has a lot more to do than just train troops, so Max will need to bring Nico up to speed with his ideas. With that on mind, Max spends the evening writing out the battle tactics he improvised so he didn't forget them. Nico will likely have more ideas to add to the list that she hasn't sent to him yet, and then they will have to practice them, so late that night Max sends her an alert to meet him at the training simulators at 7:30 the next morning. That gives him time to have breakfast and get his mind in order before they start training in all new combat tactics. Even infantry tactics, infiltration, and exoskeleton suits for close quarters combat are within the deployment possibilities for a special tactics force. It's a shame that everyone else is retiring though. An extra month to get the officers up to speed would save so much time later. Max suspected that a lot of the new men he is going to be assigned would be graduates from the local academy or university's special forces and advanced officer training classes, but he also knows the Russo and Ibanez were way behind where Nico and him were when they arrived on Belmont. The next morning when Max arrives at the training room, Nico is not alone. 3 offers in pilot's coveralls stand with her. 2 tall, olive-skinned and dark-haired men and 1 blonde athletic-looking woman who has a face like a porcelain doll, but with a hint of madness in her eyes that reminds him of Nico during battle. Commander, meet Paul, Vincent and Ari. All 3 are qualified Crusader pilots and all were denied amnesty due to the nature of their crimes. I know you wanted veterans for the team, and these 3 all have dozens of kills to their records. Nico introduces them and the 2 men snicker while looking at Ari, the striking blonde. Something amusing pilots? Max asks. Good morning Commander, I am Captain Mary Aisha, or Ari as everyone prefers. As you guessed, I came with the convicts, sentenced to lifelong penance as part of a botched bank robbery. I was the demolitions expert that rigged the building next door to the back to collapse as a distraction, but the cops were onto us and chose it as their observation post. After her explanation, she shrugs as if it was no big deal, or maybe she's told the story enough times now that it's just routine. Max pulls up her details on a data tablet, finding that she is indeed a highly qualified expert, but that over 50 local defense force officers died when the building collapsed. That explains the humor in dozens of kills she has accomplished that both on and off the battlefield. The other 2 were in for weapons trafficking charges that look extremely flimsy, but bear a planetary governor's personal signature as both judge and prosecutor. That explains why they weren't pardoned. All 3 pilots have beta-ranked system compatibility, with 2 having strength primary and 1 with dexterity primary stats. Unexpectedly it is Vincent who has the dexterity primary, though the tall and muscular, olive-skinned pilot had put a lot of work into his physique to not look as lithe as most dexterity specialists do. If you are competent, I will give you a chance. If you can't keep up, I will see that you are transferred to a suitable posting once the new units arrive. Max decides, glad for the chance to have at least enough trainers to get the rookies trained once they arrive. Book smart with no practical experience won't get them far on a special tactics team. None of them are infantry officers though, and the squad will be a mixed force again, with infantry making up the bulk of their numbers. He will just have to work with what he will be handed. Alright, the fist test scenario I will use to evaluate your existing skills is a facility capture. Each of you will lead a squad, running the scenario separately. I will give you 5 minutes after the orders arrive to plan. Max declares setting the mission in the simulators, then calling Nico to come watch their test with him. He is planning to have them each lead a team tasked with the assault on the technology facility that he led on Belmont to recover the rebel research and development data. Bravo Company, and even his stalwart made great gains there thanks to the captured rewards. Max knows how he did, so he can compare their responses. Mostly it is creativity and attention to detail Max is looking for. Tactics will be trained as they go. The prep time passed quickly and Max checked in on their plans. Paul had made a very by-the-book sort of assault plan. His crusaders will attack the facility from the top of the hill while light mecha and infantry rush the compound. Vincent plans to besiege the facility and send an infiltration team for the data. Not terrible, given the information they have, which is the same that Max was given, but with the hidden mecha in the one hangar, it likely won't end well. Ari plans to send 2 infiltration teams in advance to bomb the warehouses and cause chaos while the mecha attack from the main road and the majority of the infantry sneak into the main building using shaped charges to blow in a half-dozen windows at once, giving access all over the building. They have all equipped their units very differently. Paul has a balanced force, similar to what Max had to work with. Vincent went with long-range heavy weapons for most of his infantry team, while Ari went full stealth. In this case they would complement each other well if they were working together, each leading a section of the force. Nico, what do you think? I see some issues, but do you see anything major? Max asks, reading her thoughts to see what his second-in-command truly thinks. Ari picked a cooling vent for the power reactor as one of the bombing targets. It's not in the intelligence analysis, but it's going to go critical before she finishes the attack. All three are going to struggle to recover the data for different reasons. She is exactly right. Paul had problems getting into the main building, but eventually recovered some data. Vincent nearly lost his entire team when the Crusaders in the larger hangar activated and had to modify his plan. And try again with more stealth, skipping 6 hours in the virtual scenario to give the base time to stand down. Ari nearly blew her entire team up when the reactor went critical, but got a bunch of data from the main building and research warehouse out safely. Results are in. Not bad on the creativity. Paul revived the most data, but it might have gone more smoothly if your men had cut the power. Vincent, your plan was good, but the slow adaptation to the surprise mecha cost you a lot of time they used to destroy top-secret data. Ari, bad luck with the breaching charges. That vent was for the nuclear reactor, not the warehouse forges. Max informs them of their results. That was a great twist, totally didn't expect it. She answers with a nod, thinking of ways she could have avoided such a mistake. It looks like you will all be capable squad leaders, you don't waste troops and you all equipped yourselves well for the plan that you made. Take this as lesson 1. The intelligence is always incomplete when it isn't outright incorrect. For the rest of the transit time, we will be working on the specialized core skills every special tactics team needs to know. Then when we reach Kepler 111, we will all be training the recruits what they need to know to stay alive. Max announces, looking forward to the rest of the day. Chapter 86. Training begins. If the 3 new officers thought that they would have it easier serving under similarly youthful commanders, they were sorely mistaken. Both are students of the general tenant training methods, which are far more intense than anything they had faced before. Their day is split into 4 sections: theory, training, lunch, and repeat. That way they can practice 2 very different, but related skills every day. Today was their 3rd morning of training, and after spending the last 2 days going over assault techniques that Max and Nico had come up with, they were looking forward to seeing what lay in store for them today. How much experience do you have in mobile suits? Nico asked over breakfast, referring to the roughly human-sized tactical insertion suits. They were a step up from pressure suits and bodyguard armor, but still worn around the body. They were often issued equipped with thrusters and wings for flying or aquatic missions and had top-of-the-line robotics that could challenge line mecha for strength. Forget about using them, nobody in the cafeteria where they were eating breakfast had even seen one in person in years, since the few that were with the original special tactics teams were lost. Will we seriously be using something like that? Vincent asked around a mouthful of pancake. They are in the approved requisition list, Max confirmed with a smile, looking forward to trying them out in the simulators. There wasn't a dedicated simulator for them, instead they use the pressure suit trainer and the modifications are added inside the simulation. The basic controls are the same, it's just that one has many more combat options. Today's mission is to paradrop in from a fast-moving and low-flying transport. Really, they only need to step out the back and hover, then assault the target, an enemy politician hiding inside their fortified home. Stealth has been ruled out because of the security, so brute force assassination is their order for this simulation. Max picked the scenario for mobile suit training, which is usually similar to Special Forces infantry training with better gear, in order to see how everyone's combat skills are. Nico looks a bit too happy about his decision though. Wondering what she's thinking, Max looks in on her thoughts, finding her mind lost in memories of a massacre. The enemy they were facing had a weapon that disabled Mecha, but in her past life, the army she served in were all genetically engineered superhuman warriors. Even in an infantry battle, the enemy was mercilessly butchered. Hopefully, this training scenario doesn't end quite that brutally. That memory actually gives Max a good idea for this afternoon's battle simulation. Learning all the techniques needed for close combat will take up most of their journey anyhow, but with Nico's memories, he might be able to speed that up. His own memories of his former life don't involve much outside of his mecha, so they will only be relevant during certain parts of the training plan that he has built up for his team. Nico, take the lead. You're the best in close combat. Max instructs, laying out the infiltration plan to the safe room the politician is almost guaranteed to retreat to. Isn't mecha combat still much different than infantry fights, even in a suit as light as these? Vincent asks, voicing all of the new officer's concerns. Trust me, I've seen Nico do martial arts in a Corvette-class mecha better than most can do them on foot. This afternoon we will be reviewing battle footage and physically training the areas we are lacking. Max announces, ending the hesitation. The team sets their equipment and the scenery shifts to the inside of the cargo plane. We will drop right over the target, drop straight vertical, and flare out before impact, Max instructs before the red light comes on to signal that the rear cargo bay doors are opening. Begin drop, the intercom informs them, and Nico leads the team out, charging out the doors and racing towards the ground at full thrust with a blade in either hand. The plane isn't quiet, so the guards are already alert, searching the sky for threats. The suits are painted black to help them blend in with the night sky, but at least a few of the guards on patrol should have some form of advanced optics. Everyone but Nico fires their rifles as they chase the blade-wielding mobile suit to the ground, reducing the number of guards on patrol. Nico crashes blades first into the two soldiers at the doors, smoothly puncturing their armor and letting momentum carry them all through the sturdy metal structure with a resounding crash that echoes through the yard and the house alike. Max has taken up the rear guard position. Close up the formation, he informs the others, as they reach the ground 2 seconds behind Nico. The sounds of carnage have brought soldiers out of the side rooms, who are efficiently dispatched by the incoming mobile suits. Their operation of the graceful units is still a little clumsy from lack of practice, but they are adapting fast. Paul seems adept at knife fighting, dealing with close combat easily, but the others are struggling against the simulated Royal Guard, knowing only the most basic of hand-to-hand arts that are taught to pilots. Nico stops for an instant, putting ion pistol rounds into 4 targets inside while Max finishes with the targets outside the door, freeing the team from combat. The lights have switched to emergency red now, and the sirens are blaring. Nico could likely disable them in a second, but that would defeat the purpose of the training mission, and she has used the time she would have been hacking the security to happily dismember the group of guards who had just come out of an elevator. She reached inside the waiting elevator and hit a button, sending it away just as the rest of the squad arrived at her position. Hall's clear, Ari calls, just as Paul and Vincent report the side rooms clear. Drop at half-second intervals. Max reminds everyone of the plan before Nico kicks in the elevator doors and drops down the empty shaft. A swipe of her blade breaks the lock on the basement doors and she shoulder checks them open just as Ari lands behind her, rifle pointed over Nico's shoulder. A flurry of shooting as Paul and Vincent land is followed by screaming and crashing before Max drops down, firing around into the hoist mechanism of the armored elevator above them, bringing it sliding down the shaft to prevent them from being followed. The basement is coated in blood and a dozen guards lie dead while the team searches the side rooms. Only the door to the safe room remains unchecked when Nico calls the all clear, which is Ari's cue to place the charges that will breach the vault. The moment the charges detonate, Paul and Vincent charge in, shooting anything that moves, and a lot of things that didn't. If Max didn't know better, he would think that they had fully emptied their energy storage into the hapless politician. Perhaps the mission triggered a bit of pent-up frustration with their situation in life. Target eliminated. Max confirms after DNA checking the politician to be sure it wasn't a body double. They are still under 2 minutes since landing, leaving them 3 more to escape before reinforcements are expected. A shaped charge opens a hole in the elevator shaft above the disabled elevator and they head for the roof, where they will be able to signal their victory to the waiting satellites before flying away. Again, when they reach the heavily guarded roof, Max notices the lack of actual fighting ability, moving melee combat training to the top of his to-do list. Most things can wait, but better combat skills will have to be taught to every member of their team, pilots included. Chapter 87. Flexibility is key. The following afternoon was a nightmare for the pilots, as their new commanders drilled new combat techniques into their brains. You know, I used to think I was decent at that until I met those two. Paul sighs, as he settles into a seat next to Vincent in the mess hall. No kidding, I feel like I had never held a combat knife before today. Vincent agrees, while Ari just shrugs, already having known it was a weak point on her part. I think we might actually learn pretty quickly with those two though. Don't they say that you can learn more in a day with a master than in a lifetime with a layman? Ari asks, you're assuming that this month of training isn't actually going to take our lives. You were training with Commander Max, you don't know. I'm pretty sure that Major Nico was just kicking my ass for sport. She's so small it's impossible to hit her, and she's stronger than I am. Paul points out, she's faster too, and more agile. In fact, I think she might actually have the edge on the commander when it comes to pure physical skills. I heard she has all mechanic field skills though, so we might get our own back when it comes to the Crusader class courses. Ari smiles in anticipation, while Max, who is listening from across the room, smirks at their naive optimism. Forget overcoming the fusillade of fire from Stalwart, even against Tareth's rage they would struggle to land a hit. Her evasion patterns are all non-standard, so the Crusader-class mecha's predictive targeting is nearly useless. Even his own system skills struggle to actually connect with her in simulations. The next morning Max has prepared a physical training course for them and invited a number of members of Bravo and Charlie companies to come train with them. Keeping in shape to pass the time is becoming more popular as the days pass and the soldiers decide that being in peak form when they arrive home is more likely to impress the ladies than a month of lazing around and getting soft. Add to that the fact that most of them don't intend to fully retire, taking up new careers when they get home, and the extra combat training that Max is offering is a very tempting deal for them. Most haven't had a ton of advanced training, despite the more elite status of their companies, and Max is planning to teach control and restraint techniques for the next few days. For the Special Tactics Force, taking prisoners is often the objective, so his troops will need to know it, and for the retirees who want to get into jobs like law enforcement and private security jobs, it will be even more important. Once they get home there will be no more killing annoying targets, they will need to be restrained with minimal injuries and escorted from the building, or to the prison as the case may be. The training room has been split into two groups to begin the day, one that will be learning unarmed fighting and one that will be learning control and restraint techniques. Then after lunch, they will switch. Max will be teaching the control and restraint class, while Nico goes over the introduction to advanced unarmed combat. The class goes more smoothly than usual, without all the usual clutter of troopers who don't actually want to be there, and the men are catching on fast to the grappling techniques that Max has come up with as the essentials. On the other side of the room, Nico is teaching her students a particularly brutal combat technique that has all the soldiers staring at her in awe. By the time they break for lunch, her group is sparring like they are all Cygnus Special Forces. They had a solid base, to begin with, and while the new techniques are still clumsy in use, they are clearly more competent than yesterday. Ari in particular is catching on very fast to the new techniques, being limber enough to properly duplicate the maneuvers that Nico is showing them. When they switch, the soldiers come to Max's side of the training hall with a palpable sense of relief, as the grappling training is not nearly as violent and draining as the sparring on the other side. Not that it's easy, but the recovery after someone is pinned takes a few seconds, giving them a bit of a breather. Max grabs dinner in the usual mess hall near his quarters, finding the three new officers chatting with the officers of Bravo Company. One of the lieutenants has a huge bruise on his face that Max recognizes as a boot print, and he wonders how it happened. Neither of them was practicing a technique that involved kicks today. Paul waves him over to join them, and Max settles in, giving the bruised soldier a questioning glance. The soldier gives him a sheepish grin and points at his cheek. No biggie, I just misunderstood a technique you see. Paul nods his agreement. Exactly, you thought strength was more important than flexibility, and you missed the landing when Ari tossed you. It seems that the man thought that he could simply brute force stop himself from being thrown to the ground by the smaller officer, and ended up pulling her forward, causing her to step on his face. Max thought he had made it pretty clear that strength wasn't everything, but even without his warning, Ari has a beta rank system compatibility, and she is stronger than he is. The real news of the day though was Captain Catan sparring with Nico. She had sent him some training techniques after Belmont, and he had been working hard to get better at them, so they went around to see how his skills had been coming along. Max knows that he just hit 200 points of total bonus, and his system is currently upgrading his body, a process that usually takes between 2 days and a week if it's not only giving you a system skill. Nico should be close to the same, with a split primary in dexterity and speed, so the fight should have been pretty epic. I'm telling you, it was insane. They used the entire arena like a 3D pool table, jumping between beams and railing like gravity just wasn't a thing. And the speed, I have never seen a human move that fast, it's just not natural. One of the troopers is insisting. Captain Catan himself comes in a few minutes later with Nico, both fresh from the shower and laughing about the match, sporting rapidly healing bruises on almost every visible bit of skin. Did you learn a little about what a proper fight looks like? Captain Catan jokes to one of the troopers replaying a video of the match for his friends who weren't at training today. I learned that a flying elbow drop from the mezzanine balcony doesn't only happen in staged wrestling matches. The corporal confirms, so Max looks in on the captain's memories to see what happened. The two of them had been grappling, and he threw them both off the mezzanine but lost his grip on the limber major, who managed to land on him elbow first, knocking the wind out of him and ending the match. The match looks surreal, like a fight scene from a movie, reminding Max that human limitations as he understands them don't really apply anymore. He could have done exactly the same thing, and the 4-meter fall most likely wouldn't have caused him much damage, at least not until that elbow hit him. Advancing so fast has left Max's brain playing catch-up. Barely a year ago, he was just awakening his system, as a totally average boy entering puberty. Now he could easily throw a grown man the length of a catch-ball arena. Maybe a few weeks of taking it slow might do him a lot of good, letting his mind catch up with everything that has changed around him. The notion of relaxing is put to an end the next morning though. Not only have the trainee numbers doubled, but he also received a new message from Central Command. Major Karis Max, in regards to the non-standard modifications made to the Crusader class mecha known as Stalwart, the following modifications have been approved for long-term use as standard equipment. 1. Shoulder pauldron customization. 2. Cygnus pattern plasma shotgun X2. 3. High output thorium reactor. The following modifications have been ordered removed as non-optimal equipment. 1. Modified battle cannon barrel. Please confirm changes with your transport's mecha maintenance crew and prepare a unit paint scheme before arrival at Kepler 111. Regards, Central Command. Max doesn't recall asking for his reactor to be changed out, but more power is never a bad thing. The real challenge will be finding a unique unit color scheme that will be easily adapted to camouflage in various situations, as well as serve as a distinct marker separating them from the standard squads. Chapter 88. Preparations. After seeing the letter from Central Command, Max headed straight for the mecha hangars to see what, if anything, had been done to the Stalwart while he was away. So far they haven't done much, only swapped the barrel of his battle cannon out for a regulation model with no blades welded to it. Even if Command had approved his modification of it, that wouldn't be surprising, since the old barrel had taken some battle damage over the course of their mission. Nobody is currently working on his unit, so Max climbs the gantry and hops inside, powering up the Stalwart to check the functionality and optimize the battle cannon for the new barrel. Everything looks fully functional, but as Max goes through the structure with his optimization skill, he notices that everything feels really sluggish. Checking again shows that everything is at the very peak of spec performance, and Max pauses in confusion for a moment, wondering what went wrong. Then it occurs to him that his mecha is fully optimized, but it hasn't been modified by Nico for higher performance. After nearly 1,000 rounds out of the old battle cannon, going back to a bone stock one is just painfully slow, so Max sends a text alert to his second-in-command to come to fix his new artillery piece as soon as she has time. The big question tonight is what colors should he go with for the unit? Realistically, the Crusaders will never be able to blend into their surroundings, unless they pretend to be trees in a forest, and even that would require the observer to be at least half blind. But highlighting their presence from a distance is also not a great idea. So he needs something that will blend in with most surroundings, while still being unique enough to make them stand out from the standard issue troops. Max looks over the uniforms for the incoming recruits, to see if they will be any different from the 42nd Armored that is retiring, and finds that they are similar, but not quite identical. The new units will be olive green with bronze trim, and the infantry will wear blue berets with their unit insignia on them. None of them really know what they will be assigned to do after recruitment, with all the talk of political uprisings, but Max found that after a while, churned dark brown dirt and gray stone dust were the most common colors on the two battlefields that he has served on. Brown and gray is a pretty lousy mecha scheme though, looking dingy at all times. Pilots take great pride in their mecha, so something with a bit of flash is the standard, with the green of the mecha that originate on Kepler 111 being the outlier. Max plays around a while and decides that a bone-colored armor with bronze trim and red unit markings is his favorite of all the color schemes that he has come up with so far. In battle, it will make them stand out, but not enough that they will be overly highlighted against the skyline. Meanwhile, on parade, it will look noble and powerful. That should make the pilots happy. Special tactics units often disguise their mecha for missions anyhow, either for the locale, or to imitate the target units, so the main scheme won't always be on them, and almost never on the specialty units like the mobile suits and powered armor. Max returns to his room, where he pulls the color scheme up on all of the units that they are likely to be using and sends a copy to Nico. She can give her opinion on that in the morning once she has time to really go over it and make a decision on how she likes it. If she has a color scheme in mind that he likes better, Max will consider changing it, so he doesn't send the final orders through to the hangars yet, and simply settles into bed for the evening. Fortunately, Nico doesn't have any objections to the new color scheme, so Max puts the details into the unit's data before breakfast and heads to the training grounds to see how the 3 new officers are progressing. The presence of so many soldiers for the combat training is doing them a world of good. Not only do they have multiple partners to choose to spar with, they are all at different training and physical ability levels. They are still working on unarmed combat, but with the recent practice, Max can start to step up their skills, from basic throws to combinations and defensive grabs. If progress keeps going this way, they shouldn't have any issues once they get to the recruitment grounds to pick up the new unit. 2 days later, the first round of requisition orders arrives in Max's inbox. Their total mecha count has been finalized, with 5 Crusaders, 30 light mecha, all Corvette class, and 1 company of infantry. The provisioning will mostly be done after they arrive, but the color scheme has been approved by Central Command, as have the light mecha requisitions and the Crusader assignments. But what Max needs to know is what patterns will he be ordering. The Corvette class mecha can have a variety of equipment, but there isn't enough budget to get all of them at once, especially not if he is going to order the specialized equipment he knows that the unit is going to need. Not having a unit on board to discuss everything with is becoming a real headache for him, and even the general doesn't have much experience with provisioning a special tactics unit. He does turn out to be a wealth of knowledge about the actual tactics though, which indirectly gives Max a better idea of what they're actually going to need and what it is just frivolous spending. Once he finishes meeting with General Tennant, Max calls the 3 new officers to a spare meeting room for what might be the most important meeting of their career, other than the trial that landed them in jail that is. Ari, Paul, Vincent, report to meeting room R13 in 30 minutes, he sends to their wrist devices, pulling the 3 officers out of bed in a hurry. They see him every day at the training grounds anyhow, and it's not even breakfast yet, so whatever he has to talk to them about must be important. They're all hoping that they are going to learn about their new Crusader class mecha today since they are almost halfway to their destination now. None of them thinks that it is likely that they will get any sort of choice, given their military records, but the mere fact that they are going to be back in one of the giant mechas again is a blessing. Welcome, you're right on time. Max greets them, 3 file folders sitting face down on the desk in front of him when the officers come running in. I have the Crusader assignments here in front of me, as you might have guessed. The decisions have been made by Central Command, so I had no say in what you will be getting, but the central computers should have picked them based on your skills assessments. Max begins as the 3 of them stand in front of him, too nervous to sit. First up is the Bulwark. Crusader class, equipped with an ion destroyer and gauntlet. It even comes with a matching combat shield. Ari, Central Command has assigned the Bulwark to you. Conveniently, it is the same basic pattern as Tereth's Rage, so you can ask Major Nico if you have any questions about tips and tricks for the optimal use of the design. Max says with a grin, making the tall blonde laugh. Next up is the Ferris. Crusader class, long-range spec, equipped with an ion destroyer and heavy laser cannon. Paul, Central Command has assigned the Ferris to you. Take good care of her, that heavy laser is going to come in very handy for breaching armor and reinforced buildings. Paul picks up his folder with a big smile, looking over the details and specs of his new unit without a word spoken. Last up is the Morning Glory. Vincent, Command has decided that the optimal pattern for you is a battle cannon and a rending claw. That should come in handy to support the infantry since the central plasma torch can be used as a flamethrower. Vincent nods, not entirely happy with the choice of the claw over the gauntlet, but beggars can't be choosers, and in a special tactics team, there is a chance that his equipment can be changed in the future to better balance the squad. Max contemplates the crew he has been given. In total, they have 2 fully long-ranged mecha in Stalwart and Ferris. They have 2 that are capable of artillery bombardment when necessary, and they have 3 that are capable of close combat, including one that has reinforced armor and a custom combat shield. That seems to be properly versatile and well-rounded, so at least it doesn't obviously look like Central Command is discriminating against the pilots that were denied pardons. That might only be because of intervention on his and Nico's behalf, but Max is thankful for whatever caused Command to decide to give them not only 5 Crusaders for their team but 5 that should work very well together. The 3 captains have finally taken a seat, engrossed in reading the history and details of their mecha, so Max sends them a silent message to skip morning training and report after lunch, giving them a little over 4 hours to celebrate before he pulls them back to work. It's not like the units are on board yet anyhow. Chapter 89. Fresh young faces. 1 month flew by faster than Max had expected, and now they were onto the part 48 hours before landfall on Kepler 111. Everything that needed to be filled out and filed had already been sent to the planetary government for processing, with the results of their procurement requests as well as the list of their new members expected any minute now. All 5 officers were waiting in the office that Max had turned into his de facto office lately, while the rest of the ship was in full celebration mode. Tonight the ship would party well into the night, and then tomorrow they would sleep half the day away while adjusting to the local time zone at the spaceport where they would be landing. Near the military port was the planet's largest civilian port, where the trade ships would land to bring and buy goods. The traders were a fun bunch in Max's estimation, at least the ones that frequented the port on Kepler terminus where he grew up were. The Empire had been at war for years, and the risk of attacks on trade vessels was high, so only the bravest would volunteer for the job, even with the seemingly insane amounts that it paid. The slums weren't far from the spaceport on Kepler terminus, since nobody wanted to live near the noise of landing ships, the smells of bulk products, or the pollution of the outdated heavy industrial equipment that processed it for interstellar transport. But that just meant that the traders would often wander into the slums for a bit of fun. Drinking, gambling, and other vices were easy to find in Max's old neighborhood, and they all drew in the traders. Max was too young to be of interest to them. They wanted skilled veterans, not kids from the downside who might never have a skill worth mentioning, but that didn't stop Max from listening in on their thoughts when he went for walks with Dave during his youth. That's how Max learned that only Kepler citizens have the system. Not all other nations are enemies, so not all traders come from Kepler. Many of the traders were not quite human or had exotic appearances like nothing that Max had ever seen on his planet before. Those ones were also harder for him to read, and he couldn't get as much detail from them, since their bodies had no nanotechnology within them that his innate talent could work with. He could still get some things, though, especially when they were on the open-air balconies of the taverns in the afternoon when the heat made it unbearable to be inside any building without the climate control that the homes of the wealthy had. Now, Max understands that it was a normal thing for everyone to have and that the slums were the exception, but at the time, Max viewed it as something very highbrow and amazing, to not have to sweat in the afternoon heat every day of the year. Max is drawn from his reverie and back to the conversation the others are having by a thought from Nico. She has obtained an image of the light mecha staging area and found their new units. Just like they hoped, they managed to obtain 30 Corvette-class mecha, all painted in the bone and bronze Max chose, with red accents. Standing among the dull olive green of the rest of the units leaving the planet, they look glorious, elite, and distinct without being flashy, making Max proud of his choice. He was hoping that she would grab an image of the Crusaders as well, but either the cameras there are down, or they are on a closed-circuit loop and not available to the planetary net that Nico pulled the parade ground images from. That does make sense though. Light mecha aren't exactly a secret, even the traders usually have a few on their ships from civilian sources, modified for combat. But the mighty heavy mecha are much more heavily guarded, to keep the nation's true strength secret. Looking more closely, these corvettes are a different pattern than the ones that the 42nd Armored has. Instead of being tall and blocky, they are elegantly curved, and nearly human in proportions, with a swept-back top dome that looks a lot like a racer's helmet and will give more room than usual for sensors. Now that's a nice change to see. We actually got new build corvettes. See the rounded hulls? That pattern came from the Comorian conglomerate that merged with Kepler only a decade ago. All of their mecha are exceptionally agile, and the armor is really good, despite looking so slender and delicate. Nico points out the various features on the screen as she goes, and then they all inspect the weaponry. These mecha have dual hands and hold their weapons, unlike the Crusader-class mecha that they all use, but there are 2 shoulder-mounted energy weapons on them. Only the barrels seem to be above the hull of the chest armor, on a pivot for increased firing options, giving them a low profile inside the rather organic-looking curved armor shell. Hey, since all the new corvettes are Comorian designs, you don't suppose that the new Crusaders will also be Comorian pattern heavy mecha, do you? Vincent asks, so eager that he is stumbling over his words. The heavy mecha of that pattern share the same lithe and curved design that the new corvettes do, and are much more agile than the Redemption pattern that the 2 existing units are built from, though they're not quite as fast in top running speed as the Stalker pattern that the Tereth's Rage was built on. They also have better thrusters, allowing them to leap over obstacles more easily, as well as more agility for space-based combat. The only really strange thing about them is that they like to forearm mount the heavy weapons, which gives them the benefit of a small hand, but puts the recoil off-center, so they can be a bit of a pain with projectile weapons. That might be too much to ask for. The weaponized limbs of the Redemption pattern mecha, with their durable top armor shell, have served well for centuries, and it seems unlikely that their newly founded units will get so lucky as to obtain even one of them, much less 3 brand new mecha. After all, the amount of money and resources required to build an entirely new unit is enormous. It is much more common for a planet to reuse the mecha from the returning veterans to supplement their departing units, after a hasty refurbishment. That is a large part of the reason that Kepler forces put so much effort into recovering their downed mecha. Not because they are sacred or anything, but simply because it isn't cost-effective to entirely replace them when the majority of a destroyed unit can be made into a new one. Their unit roster comes in while they are admiring the new corvettes, and again, it is no surprise at all, and just as bad as Max had feared. 30 Corvette-class pilots, all graduates of the Special Forces program of the local university. Looking closely, they have all graduated from the academy in the last 12 months, so they don't even have real experience on planetary defense patrols. Then there is the company of infantry. Unlike the pilots, these soldiers did not go to university. They are all fresh from the academy, with 10 sergeants pulled from the planetary defense and 1 commanding officer from the local mayor's security defense team. Captain Catan, Max asks, pointing out the officer's name on the roster. It's the same as Bravo Company's commanding officer, so there is a very good chance that the two are related. Nico gives Max a nod and starts tapping away at the computer. I'm on it, let's see here. Graduated from the academy 9 years ago, just missing the recruitment. Kepler 111 is a heavy agriculture world, with a very mediocre track record for pilots and soldiers, so they have been excused from most of their recruitments in exchange for more agricultural tithes. He has an excellent track record with the local police, and then the mayor's personal security. But there must be a reason for his transfer. There are lots of other officers to choose from. Yes, here it is. 11 children under the age of 8, with 9 different mothers. It looks here like his entire salary as a security officer wasn't enough to cover the support payments, so he volunteered for the commander's role. While he serves, the military will pay benefits to all his children, and afterward, they will all be old enough that they have gone to the academy, freeing him from the financial obligations. So what you're saying is that he fits right in and we should both be very careful of his smooth talking. Ari laughs, making Max snort as he tries to avoid joining her merriment. Considering the fact that you could both handily whoop him if he gets out of line. Yes, it is definitely his charm you need to be careful of. He scored amazingly well in close combat skills and leadership abilities, but his system compatibility is D rank, and even then it would likely have been considered F rank on Kepler Terminus. Max agrees. Terminus has so many talented pilots that they can afford to F-rank kids who actually have some sort of system talent. Paul asks, in awe at the power level of Max's home planet. Yeah, ours likes to D-rank kids who have no system but have enough strength to pass infantry training. Vincent agrees. That's practically suicidal for them, in Max's opinion. D-rank might not be much, but by the end of the academy's training, they should at least have 50% added stats in total, making them a good bit stronger and faster than their peers. With all their infantry coming from the Special Forces training, Max is fairly confident that won't be the case for them, but it doesn't give him much hope for the rest of the 250,000 souls being sent into orbit to fight and die. Chapter 90. Good luck cousin, 1 hour to course correction. Abraham Kepler is now entering the Kepler 111 system. The robotic voice of the ship's intercom informs everyone, bringing a crowd of soldiers to every window. They haven't seen home in 10 long years, and everyone is anxious to commit the visual to memory. After today's ceremony, they will no longer be soldiers, but returned veterans retired with full honors and benefits. So few of their batch have returned this time though, and the planet only sends soldiers once a decade, so the return is a big thing here, with a week-long celebration among the civilians and a number of formal events for the veterans, but set up more like a dating service than a formal ball. Of course, none of them have ever seen one before, having been young children when the first one was held, and leaving the planet to take up their duty before the second of their lifetimes. But the real reason for the celebration isn't even them, so much as what they represent. Every 10th year, their youth go to fight and die, so that the planet doesn't have to send a food tithe, filling their storehouses as a buffer against lean years in the future and improving the lives of all on this mostly rural planet. The two Captain Cattons managed to get a hold of each other just this morning, talking about life and family and the commander that the younger cousin would be joining tomorrow. He was shocked to find that his older cousin had risen so much, having left straight from the academy as a fresh-faced second lieutenant cadet. But now they're of even rank, with the older being a war hero, and the younger a renowned playboy and deadbeat dad, when he's not the silent bodyguard in the background of local politics. The entire crew of Bravo Company thinks that the situation is hilarious, especially after seeing the women that the younger cousin had been with. Being only a year apart in the academy, they were all familiar with each other in their childhood, and the two cousins grew up with exactly the same views on what true beauty looks like. There is some hope that the older does have a bit more common sense though. Only a few minutes after making orbit, the alarms sound again, signaling that the Abraham Kepler is going to make one of its rare planetary landings to pick up the new crew. If the system had a proper star base, they would have picked up the recruits there, but no such thing was deemed necessary by the central government for Kepler 111, so loading from land is the only practical way to get so much on board in a reasonable time frame. The Abraham Kepler is over a kilometer long, but with the anti-gravity generators, it is fully capable of safely entering orbit, without too much atmospheric damage, and without hitting the ground like a meteor. It is hard on the hull plating though, which is the reason that it is avoided most of the time. Nobody wants to waste military resources repairing a ship that didn't need to be damaged in the first place. The shake and shudder of the interstellar fortress as it falls from the sky gives the soldiers a rhythm to dance to, and the warnings to remain securely strapped in and seated for the duration of the entry are entirely ignored. Even Max gets dragged into a dance with the soldiers of Bravo Company, an impromptu mosh pit of joy in the middle of the training grounds. The ship touches down without incident, and orders start sounding from all over the ship to clear out lockers and report to staging areas for final checks before their personal belongings will be transferred to logistics and the homecoming parade will start. That ends the dancing, and everyone starts running to grab their gear, knowing that logistics processing is first come first served, and they are all retiring too, so they are in no mood for nonsense or extra work until all the gear is transferred to the local authorities. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit, report to Mecha Hangar A86 is the final announcement in the long line, and the 5 officers all head for the very last Mecha hangar of the primary Mecha company on board the Abraham Kepler. The loading won't start until tomorrow, once everything is off and moved away, but their 2 Crusaders are already there when they arrive, repainted in bone and bronze to match their new unit. It is a strange feeling seeing those 2 mechs in a new color scheme. They went through so much together lately that it almost feels like sacrilege to have changed them. Stalwart has changed a lot though, with the new shoulder pads sporting plasma shotguns, an added ion-type anti-aircraft battery on top of the carapace armor, and the new power plant. That should make for an interesting contrast. The bright white energy charges of the ion battery contrasted against the bright blue of the plasma charges from the shotguns. Nico took the time to tweak and upgrade everything again, bringing it back to what Max is used to, so the only thing he will need to adapt to is the added firepower on top of the Crusader. Tareth's rage doesn't seem to have changed nearly as much until Max looks closer. It is still the same basic pattern as before, the ion destroyer on the right, the gauntlet on the left with the 2 rail guns mounted on it, but the size of the rail guns has been increased. The hull-mounted version beside the cockpit, where Max has a simple laser, is still the same small one it always was though. Finished off with 2 anti-aircraft batteries, one on each shoulder instead of a single one in the middle, the layout is simple and clean-looking, almost minimalist in design. Welcome everyone. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit will be attached to the Noctum Regiment for the duration of this assignment, so I thought I would come and welcome you. General Mons, pilot of the Carpe Noctum and leader of Noctum Armored Regiment greets them, with a silent colonel standing one step behind and to his right. That should be his co-pilot, but Max can see that the officer has taken a severe throat wound at some point in the past, and prefers not to wear an augmentic vocal box, so they likely can't speak. We appreciate it, General, and we will be in your care, Nico replies with a polite nod and a salute. What am I, chopped liver? Max hears the colonel's thoughts as Nico finishes speaking, making him laugh. Yours as well, Colonel. Fear not, I didn't forget about you. Max replies to the man's thoughts. What the hell, I almost thought he could hear me there for a second. But I'm sure he's just being a good little bootlicker. General Tennant frowns upon licking any part of your uniform, Colonel, Max replies with dignity, and General Mons bursts into laughter. Oh yeah, meet my co-pilot, Colonel Carr. I may have neglected to notify him that your innate talent is related to mind reading. General Mons cuts into the one-sided conversation and the colonel gives him a dirty look. Oh, don't give me that. I told you before you made a real ass of yourself. The general chastises his co-pilot, who just shakes his head at the childish prank that was played on him. This will be your unit's hangar, so you might as well get acquainted with it. The new staff isn't here yet obviously, but you can update the system if you don't like the way the hangars are laid out for the equipment you've ordered. You have 1 hour before you need to report to the parade grounds to send off the old units, and then you need to be back at 0900 tomorrow to greet your new unit and guide them to their quarters. All the data will be sent to your wrist devices and the data tablets in your new quarters. The general finishes, giving them a curt nod and getting back to his duties. His unit might only be getting reinforced, but there is still a load of paperwork to do, and since General Tennant is a genius at dodging responsibility, almost all of the work for the incoming units has fallen in General Mons' lap. Max decides to go see Bravo Company before they leave, catching up with Captain Catan, who hands him a sealed envelope to pass to the incoming captain of the stalwart Special Tactics Unit. Since we won't have much of a chance to catch up, I just wanted to leave him something to remember me by. Just a little bit of a, good luck and I hope you left some women for me. To remind him what he's fighting for. The scarred officer laughs, his dark eyes twinkling with mirth under the black spikes of his fresh haircut. Chapter 91. The send-off. An hour later the Abraham Kepler was resoundingly empty, with only the final fading echoes of boots in metal decking to remember the old crew by. The barracks had been painted, the equipment transferred and the entire crew had been moved to the parade grounds to send off the departing troops. Two groups stood facing each other, one of them young and hopeful, the order battle-worn, with the hard stares of seasoned veterans that have only begun to fade after a month in transit. Adapting to civilian life will not be easy for most of these men and women, but the faint smiles on their weathered and scarred faces say they are eager to try. The size imbalance between the two forces is enormous, with the new crew outnumbering the old by 10 to 1, and the eyes of the recruits are darting between the faces of the veterans and the Mecha that have been assembled outside the ship to see them off. Max and Nico were chosen for honor guard duty, with Stalwart and Tereth's Rage standing to either side of the loading ramp, where the two generals from the army as well as the admiral in command of the Abraham Kepler are standing between them on a raised podium. There is a shield generator under the podium in case of attack, as suicidal as that notion might be. Plus, this planet views the tribute as an honor that relieves their burden of taxation, and the thought of doing something today that might make their tribute requirements even higher is unfathomable to most of them. General Mons, pilot of the Carpe Noctem, takes to the microphone with a single graceful stride. Today, we welcome home the 42nd deployment from Kepler 111. They have served as true heroes of our great empire, and have been granted the right of retirement as a whole. While the price they paid was great, know that these heroes liberated 7 worlds from invasion and 2 more from the tyranny of traitors who would have seen their own worlds die for power. As an additional benefit for their gallantry, Central Command has approved lifelong pensions at twice the standard rate. General Mons pauses there for the cheering to fade. Command had kept the extra pay a secret from the troops for just this reason. They get a morale boost among both the veterans and the civilians that have come to watch, plus the low number of survivors means it is still within the budget set when they departed a decade ago. A stout woman in her later middle years with bright pink hair takes the stage next as a representative of the local government. Her dress is immaculately designed and fitted, but the gaudy jewels she paired with it ruin the sense of elegance about her in Max's mind. She gives a long-winded speech about duty and sacrifice, how everyone on the planet has buckled down and pitched in to get through lean times, with the help of these returning heroes, her overly long nails and delicate skin saying she has done no such thing. By the time she has finished congratulating her government's current administration, even Max was contemplating how much trouble he would be in if he just shot her. After that, the recruits salute the veterans, and the 43rd Armored as well as the 43rd Deployment of the Kepler 111 1st Field Army are sworn in. The generals return to the ship and the soldiers are dismissed, with the last to move being Max and Nico, who march their Mecha over to where a unit matching their color scheme has been assembled. The recruits were sent back to barracks until the equipment is loaded, but a number of retiring soldiers are hanging around the unit, admiring the sleek and organic lines of the Comorian-designed light Mecha. Looking at them up close, they are light and agile like a scout Mecha, but the spec says they are as armored as a standard Corvette. Not bad at all, Nico declared as she scanned the units with the sensors of Tereth's Rage. Their 3 new crusaders are there as well. Bulwark, Ferris, and Morning Glory are all redemption pattern crusaders like Stalwart, and they had been fully refurbished before they were brought to a high shine. Including his unit, they will have nearly 100 crusaders. On board Abraham Kepler after this, with half the pilots having never fired a round in anger. Noctum Regiment is experienced now, as are all 5 in Max's unit, but every single crusader pilot of the 43rd has 0 practical experience. Even their commanders. For their sake, Max hopes they are deployed beside someone else their first time out. Max waits until the maintenance crew from the Abraham Kepler comes to load the new units, and surprisingly Corporal Fritz comes out to see them. He is part of the ship's crew, so he still has some time left in his tour, but even a single familiar face is good to see today. I am sure you guys know your hangar. If the rookies can stop drooling on the controls, you can put them away. He laughs, referring to the 3 who are getting better acquainted with their new Crusader-class partners. The fresh recruits from Kepler 111 don't know it yet, but they will be meeting their commanders promptly at 2 in the morning once the equipment is loaded. This timing keeps them from running off and partying in the early morning, as many of the youths are sure to want to do on their last few days at home. The other 4 officers meet Max back on the parade grounds at 1:30 in the morning, along with dozens of rookie officers, who look like they still need to psych themselves up for this. Relax before you soil yourself. Vincent laughs, patting a nearby first lieutenant on the back. He is an infantry officer, fresh from the academy and barely 18 years old. He clearly advanced due to the 50-point total system bonus recently. His face still shows signs of puberty which will vanish only a few months after reaching the first rank. Or it is possible he still hasn't reached a total of 50 points, and that is naturally bountiful acne paired with his scraggly mustache. Most of these officers are also very small by Max's standards. By the time he met the 42nd, their numbers were pretty depleted, so Max didn't realize how short the men of this world are. 165 centimeters seems to be average, whereas Max finished growing at 183 centimeters. They're also half his width, almost dainty. Hey Nico, you finally fit in. Max jokes and his executive officer gives him a rude gesture. The shortest woman is 153 centimeters, I checked. It's just that their men are a bit cute. She laughs, making all the nearby men glare at her. Ari wraps her arm around a Corvette-class pilot from the 43rd Armored and gives him a sly wink. Who says we don't like the cute ones? She's only a few centimeters taller than her target, but her arms are larger and more defined, thanks to all the recent training, making her look much more imposing. Captain Ari, be kind to the other pilots. Kepler law says you can't bed them by force, even if they are cute. Max admonishes her, making the lieutenant's commanding officer, a major in his early 20s, burst into laughter. Let me guess. Veteran Special Forces? The major asks. Stalwart Special Tactics Team, Ari replies casually, and the man's eyes open wide in appreciation. A word of advice, Lieutenant, the women who make special tactics are scary. You should be running by now. The major stage whispers, and the young man flees from Ari as fast as his legs will move. Move out comes the signal to the officers' smart devices, and everyone begins the jog to their respective units' barracks. Max and his officers rush to their units' barracks, kicking the door open as Paul begins shouting. Up up up, get going you bunch of grots. The swarthy captain shouts, making Max wonder what a grot is. The pilots are up in seconds, with the infantry only a little behind them. They all move to stand at the foot of their beds, and Max smiles at the new Captain Catan, who clearly expected this and was sleeping in uniform, stepping into his boots and pulling his hat on while the others line up in their skivvies. Good morning everyone, I am Major Karras Max, commander of the Stalwart Special Tactics Unit. It will be my pleasure to introduce you all to the joys of frontline combat. Rest assured, I have read every one of your files and have great expectations for you. These 3 will be your team leaders. Captain Ari, Captain Paul, and Captain Vincent. Beside them is Major Nico, the unit's executive officer. New to our officer corps is Captain Catan, who has very big shoes to fill as the infantry captain. Max announces before handing the captain the letter that was written by his cousin. You have 15 minutes to get dressed and grab your bags before we head out for your new barracks aboard the Abraham Kepler, Nico announces, clicking the timer on her wrist device. Being fresh from the academy, these soldiers are used to timed drills and being graded on everything they do, so they hurry to get squared away. After a great deal of shoving and shouting, They do all manage to get finished on time, and Max sends Paul and Vincent down the row with boxes full of the black berets that mark a special tactics unit, with Nico and Ari following behind to collect their old blue ones. Now move out. If any of the infantry units beat you to the ship, everyone is going on double training starting today. Nico calls, opening the double doors for Max to lead his men to their new home. Chapter 92. Settling in. All of the soldiers take off running for the ship, intent on getting there in time to avoid punishment. They didn't need to panic nearly as much as they did though, because not a single unit is moving from their barracks yet, with many of them still being shouted at to wake up as they pass by. Fall in. Triple time march. Nico yells over the noise and confusion, causing the troops to fall into a line 4 ranks wide and get there running roughly in time with each other. Max leads the unit up the ramp while Nico paces at the side and the other officers circle the back, making sure they don't have any stragglers falling behind. The training of their new soldiers was very thorough though, and these men and women were all chosen from the top of their classes at the various academies in this world. Simply keeping time for a forced jog across an open field is not a challenge to them, but it is taken as one by every special forces unit whose barracks they pass by. Max brings them to a halt when they reach the scanners at the top of the ramp, moving to a single file so that they can get everyone checked in as a new crew member. This was the real reason that Max wanted to be first. The ramp is only wide enough for 4 units to be processed at a time, and the last of them will spend hours waiting outside in the middle of the night, carrying all their kits so that they can finish their paperwork. Good morning, Major. I see your troops are well rested and ready to face the day. The crewman who is checking in their lane welcomes them at the top of the ramp. Yes, they simply had so much energy to burn that they couldn't wait to start training this morning. Max laughs, causing a wave of groans to pass through the ranks. They will learn very soon. The option was never between training or not, the option was between hellish training and relatively pleasant training. The data on the pilots has the date that they first reached 50 points of bonus skills and triggered rapid puberty, but for most of them, there isn't much more. This world doesn't even keep a government counselor on staff to record details of their skills and do mental progression testing. But the 42nd turned out well by the end of their tour, with every remaining man and woman doing the Kepler Empire proud, so there is no reason that the 43rd can't do as well or better with the proper motivation. With the check-in finished, they march through the empty halls of the Abraham Kepler to Section A86, their new home, and pick out their bunks. With a full crew on board, there won't be a lot of extra space in the ship, but as a special tactics unit, they do at least get less cramped quarters. The racks the infantry troopers will sleep on are only 2 deep instead of 3, and the Corvette-class pilots get semi-private rooms suitable to their status as officers. 2 single bunks, one on either side of the same small room that the Crusader-class pilots call home as their fate, and they have already mostly settled in. The last 2 are a pair named Breckenridge and Murphy. Breckenridge is a burly blonde man, built much like Max, right down the regulation flat-top haircut, but only 175 centimeters tall, while Murphy is a lithe 165 centimeters with carrot orange hair and a lithe figure that Max initially doesn't realize is a female. They are both standing in front of the last room, giving each other a death glare, while the other pilots sneak glances out their doors. Problem pilots? Nico asks, walking over. Can we request a change of roommate, Major? Breckenridge asks hopefully. Who wants to swap rooms with Breckenridge? Nico calls, and the sound of laughter echoes down the hallway. Looks like that's a resounding no, Lieutenant. Do you perhaps snore? There are sleep aids to prevent that available at the ship's commissary. Nico informs him, no ma'am, my sleeping health is within parameters. Breckenridge declares sadly, realizing that he won't get a new roommate. That's that then. Murphy, explain why you are giving your kind and loving roommate such a hostile look. You will be spending a lot of time together in the future, and squad morale is very important here in the Stalwart Special Tactics Unit, so you need to sort your shit out and do it now. Nico declares, turning to the other pilot. We are siblings, ma'am. Step-siblings to be exact. Murphy informs her, then continues when she sees Nico doesn't particularly see why that would cause issues sleeping near each other. We shared a room at home, we were 1 student number apart, so we shared a dorm at the academy, we are both beta ranked and competed for the top spot for our entire academic career. She continues and Nico smiles. I understand. Major Max and I also shared a dorm and competed for the top spot during our youth. Rest assured, you are no longer competing for anything but survival. You know each other better than anyone else in this unit, and no amount of training can replace that. You are no longer competing siblings, you are soldiers. Once we see combat you will earn a new bond, one of blood that no civilian life can replace. I know you're all listening in, so listen well. Put aside any rivalries you had in the past. Here you need to learn to be one single cohesive unit, or you will die. Enjoy the rest of your morning. The mess hall opens at 0530 and I will be collecting you for training at 0700. Nico's motivational speech isn't too bad, and Max sends Paul to go do the same for the infantry, who settled into their bunks without much fuss. Chapter 93.2. Settling in Part 2:7 in the morning comes early to the new members of the Stalwart Special Tactics Unit, and Max prepares himself to evaluate them and see if the assignments set by Central Command, based on their academy data, are even vaguely right. Most commanders go by them until the end of the first few battles, but he really doesn't have the luxury of finding out the hard way. There aren't enough members of a special tactics team for that sort of short-sighted nonsense. So he will train them hard this morning, then head out to the receiving parties. For the retirees, while Nico takes care of the last of their requisitions. They managed to get 5 of the Khmer pattern mobile suits, but the weapons for them never arrived, as well as a number of other random items that Max had deemed essential on his requisition list. They were all approved, they simply aren't here, either misplaced or delayed. Technically, Nico isn't a supply officer, and they don't have a dedicated person for the position, but with her hacking skills, she is the best one for the job, while Max has been promoted to designated ass kisser, in her words. To be exact, he is to use his skills in mind reading to build relationships with the other officers on board and see if he can meet up with any of the emissaries from the Khmer system to learn more about the capabilities of their new light mecha. The Abraham Kepler doesn't have a dedicated trainer for the Khmer pattern corvettes, and the software they do have isn't recent enough to include them, so they are currently left in the lurch. Nico will try to find the software if possible, but Max might have more luck with diplomacy today at the officers' ball. Little does she know, Max has every intention of using his rank as her commanding officer to drag the antisocial pilot to the formal event as his +1. Despite all the gender equality in the military, the event is a formal civilian one with a formal civilian dress code. No uniforms are allowed. Instead, Max will be in a tuxedo, and he has ordered an elegant evening gown and heels for Nico. He has never seen her outside of a regulation uniform, so the idea of seeing her in formal wear seems like the sort of memory that he should obtain while the opportunity presents itself. The Emperor knows that he will not have the chance again for quite some time. The new crew will only be here for the first day of the event, then they are departing the planet, so it has to be tonight. Once everyone has gathered at their private training ground, a small facility with a little of everything available to them, Max starts setting the orders. If everyone will please check the whiteboard on the wall, you will see that we have set teams for today's assessments. Team 1, you are with Ari, Team 2 with Paul, and Team 3 with Vincent. Gather at your team leaders and let's get this started. Max shouts, sending everyone running. The teams aren't actually random. Max spent many hours picking them out based on the limited information that he had available about his new unit. Each one should contain specialists that have the skills that the team will need in the future. They will be training every member to do the basics of everything, but having a true specialist on the team is essential to mission completion. Special tactics teams often move out with one crusader and a wing of light mecha, so that is how Max set things up to start, knowing that he can combine them in the future without issues. This morning is a simple assessment, making sure that the data that they have is correct, and that nobody's file was doctored to make them look bad, or padded to promote an unqualified but connected scion of a wealthy family. It is clear right away that they have at least one member of the second category among their team, as one of the pilots is imperiously ordering those around him to do even simple things like setting up the weights for his tests. That isn't going to fly here, and Max is quick to put a stop to it. Pilot Orleans, are you perhaps injured? Unable to set up your stations? No, sir. As a knight, you must understand, I am the son of a duke, such things are for the commoners, not us nobles. The pilot declares proudly. The son of a duke, you say? Please, follow me, you are right, we will do your examination inside the resistance. Trainer. The virtual scenario is much more suited to your status. Max informs him in his most smarmy, obnoxious accent possible, but the youth doesn't catch the fact that he's being mocked. Most of the others do though, and they watch in anticipation as Max sets the resistance trainer to maximum intensity and the exit conditions for successful completion of the final exit exams for Corvette-class pilots. If he can perform to standards, they just need to beat the snobbery out of him. If he can't, Max will not hesitate to wash him out and request a line mecha pilot in line for promotion be selected to trade places with him. The final assessment for Corvette-class pilots only takes 10 minutes, even under the heavy fire simulation that Max set, but an hour later a very sweaty and panting pilot Orleans is still attempting to complete the course. This time he passes out partway through, and the machine automatically ejects him for safety. Major Nico, begin the paperwork. Pilot Orleans has washed out of the special tactics team. Max announces, and the pilots all gasp in shock. His father will not be happy when he finds out, and they all grew up knowing to be afraid of the noble son's wrath. They hope that the Duke won't make things hard for Major Max in the future, but both majors look unconcerned. 10 minutes later, a pilot in a lieutenant's uniform comes running in, stopping to salute Max. Lieutenant Singh, reporting for duty, sir. Welcome, Lieutenant Singh. Lose the code and get in the resistance trainer. In order to join us, everyone must pass the basic examinations to my personal standard. Max informs him, and the man rushes over to the machine while Nico sends Max the file for the replacement pilot. Qualified third in his class, Special Forces cadet with Corvette class qualifications, transferred to kitchen duty for unspecified disciplinary punishment. That looks promising, and it lets them send the young pilot Orleans to the kitchen to wash dishes with the excuse of looking out for him and moving him out of harm's way. 9 minutes later, the exhausted pilot falls out of the resistance trainer with a smile. Sir, qualification complete, sir. Very good, pilot. You are excused from the remainder of training for today. Who was Pilot Orleans' roommate? Please take Pilot Singh to swap rooms. Max announces just as the exhausted son of a duke regains consciousness. Chapter 94. Dealing with noble egos. To say that the son of Duke Orleans is not happy to see his replacement is an understatement. He doesn't know what is going on yet, but he sees his hated nemesis standing next to the commander with a pleased look on his face and knows that nothing good could be happening. His first thought is to send a message to his father and have the annoyance put in his place, but he can't do that in front of the commander of his unit. Even with all his impetuous rage, he knows that such things are best done behind the scenes. But Max has given him the perfect opportunity, having an attendant take him to the medical wing to check his system status and physical condition. His family has been doctoring those all through school for him, and he is confident that will continue with only a single message, so he doesn't put up a fight as the orderly helps him down the hallway. Max looks to Nico and she nods back, her thoughts confirming that she has already invalidated all of the pilot's test scores as a system error and submitted him for reevaluation once they have left the planet. Until then he will be held in sick bay, and Nico has blocked all his methods of communication, short of convincing a crew member of the Abraham Kepler to make the connection for him. To the higher authorities, it all looks very innocent, a simple data transfer error that can be solved in a single day with a full system evaluation and a piloting test. But on Kepler 111, nobody will know about it until it is too late, to avoid any complications. The young noble also won't be able to leave the medical bay for the next 48 hours, as the new soldiers are all under quarantine orders, to be sure they haven't brought local diseases aboard the ship, a standard procedure whenever crews from different ships and planets have met. I see you are all concerned for the young noble, but not to worry, you all will be taking the exact same examination over the course of the next 2 days. Of course, if you pass, it will take under 10 minutes and you won't have to go until you drop from exhaustion, but that is hardly the point. Max informs his unit as the physical training continues, bringing a wave of laughter and good-natured complaints about having to work so hard on their first day. Pilot Singh is led out to go swap bunks just before everyone is released from training for the day. Max and Nico need to get to the formal ball, so they need to change, and Max hasn't actually told Nico that she's going yet. He even ordered the outfit for her through General Tennant, so that she wouldn't track the requisition order back to him and find out what he had planned. Nico, I've had an outfit sent to your room. Get changed and I will come to get you in an hour so that we have time to get to the event hall on time. Nothing says sloppy management like showing up late. Max informs her, while Nico gives him a dirty look. I take it you couldn't find a +1. You know, if you needed I could have arranged one for you. Maybe one of the lovely and docile ladies of launch control. Nico says sweetly and Max shudders. The staff of launch control rarely advance above base rank, so they are always broke, and the lack of physical requirements has led to the lovely ladies with some brains but no system compatibility using the department as a compensated dating service. Not to be judgmental, Everyone has needs, but they have all been on the Abraham Kepler for at least 8 years longer than Max has, and they didn't join until after university at 18. That's a bit too much of an age gap for his preferences. Plus, he is not giving up on a chance to make Nico suffer through an evening of bigwigs and nobles alongside him. He can't get out of it, so she is coming with him. Even if he has to order her. A full tuxedo proves to be much more difficult to wear than Max had expected, and with showering and shaving, he has only done a few minutes before he was planning to meet Nico. So, Max adjusts his cummerbund and stiffly walks over to her room, uncomfortable in the strange clothes. Nico must have had the external cameras on, because she opened the door before he could knock, standing there with her short hair lightly curled and some sort of product in it that made it shiny. Max knew nothing of such things, his mother never used them, and Dave never mentioned women's fashion to him before he went to the academy, where such things were deemed non-essential and prohibited. Max is momentarily struck speechless by the sight of his friend in a floor-length black gown with long flowing sleeves, and she smirks at him, giving a little twirl that shows she is having no issues with the spiked heels that the general ordered to go with it. Max offers her his arm, as his research showed was proper protocol for escorting a noble lady. "You look lovely. Would you do me the honor?" Nico laughed at his attempt at being a gentleman and placed her hand on his arm. "After you, Sir Max. He might technically be a knight now, but nobody has ever referred to him as such. Inside the military only military rank matters. Unlike Cygnus, who puts a lot of weight on noble titles, the Kepler military answers only to Emmanuel, 94th King of Kepler Prime, and by the might of his armies, 7th Emperor of all Kepler." Max has heard the phrase hundreds if not thousands of times over the years since he was reincarnated, but only now did it really sink in just how many lives had been spent to take and keep that title. The two of them walk as far as the main corridor, where they are met with a shuttle cart, an open buggy, with seating for 10, that is used as a shuttle around the length of the ship, and today to get to the ball. There are a few of the officers from Noctum Regiment on board, who all smile politely at the new arrivals, just as uncomfortable in their formal wear as Max and Nico are. Nico's wrist device has been removed, in favor of a thin gold bangle, but it dings from the small black silk clutch she is carrying, making her smile. "What's up?" Max asks quietly, not wanting to spread gossip about the unit so early. Our young troublemaker assaulted a nurse when she refused to allow him access to off-ship communications. He has been sedated for the duration of planetfall and will face disciplinary action later. Nico answers, not quite low enough to prevent others from hearing. "There's one in every unit. More than one in some. When the last recruitment from Noctum 7 was done, they had over 30 sedated in the brig for the last few days. All trying to pull noble rank or get contraband smuggled in." One of the captains laughs. "Oh, I remember that the young master of the Chen clan attempted to vent himself out an airlock when he found out that he had failed the follow-up examinations and was being demoted to infantry." One of the others says with a malicious smile, still holding a personal grudge against the man. "I'm certain that our case shouldn't be as bad. There was just an issue with his data and he didn't take it well, so we moved him for observation until it's all sorted out." Nico responds, nodding to Max to let him know what the official record says. The cart gets them to the hall in only a few minutes, where a pompous man in a butler's suit is checking their invitations against a chart of noble records. He clearly seems to see himself above most of these pilots, who were mostly chosen for their noble lineage, with only a few being allowed to come simply for their command status, but that stops when he gets to Max and Nico. None of the others hold titles, they just come from noble families. But Max is a proper knight, and that is enough for the man to automatically give him respect. Then he looks at the tablet again and his face goes pale, flicking from Nico to Max and back to his tablet. "Sir Max, might I ask as to your relationship with the Lady Tereth?" The butler asks politely. "She is my second-in-command and longtime friend." Max answers and the butler frowns while Nico begins to smile. The man taps a device on his wrist, bringing over a more senior-looking servant, and they converse quickly in low tones before the senior staffer turns to Nico. "Madam, is this correct? You are listed here as Sir Max's +1, but protocol dictates that you should be introduced separately." The staffer informs her. An introduction as Lady Nico is more than sufficient. Nico confirms and the man shrugs, tapping something on this tablet to confirm the settings. "What's that all about?" Max asks as they take their place in line. "Remember when the Cygnus officers kicked up a fuss about titles? They insisted that I was listed as an imperial princess, 41 generations removed from succession. That's why these stuffy nobles are all flustered. Their data says I'm some foreign royal, and they're not high enough rank to see the details. Nico whispers back. That confirms Max's suspicions about the way the Kepler Empire is structured. The noble ranks have no business being involved with the military command structure. Chapter 95. Can Max Dance? Introducing Sir Max and the Lady Nico, from Kepler Terminus. The herald called out when they finally reached the front of the line, drawing the attention of a few who followed military activities. Both names were mentioned in the Cygnus surrender documents after all. What nobody expected was how young they both looked. Cleaned up and dressed in their very best, with the horrors of war mostly faded from their eyes, they both look like the fresh recruits that they should be. There are some whispers about the two of them, but once word spreads among the locals that they are in the same unit and not romantic partners, the first of the noble daughters comes to speak with Max, drawn by his striking profile and his noble title. Max gestures for Nico to save him, seeing exactly what they have in mind, practically screaming at him from their thoughts. It is an issue he has had before. When others are thinking intensely enough about him, his system skill will activate itself as a form of defense against aggression. Only this form of aggression is not a threat to his life, but to his chastity and dignity. No wonder the men of Bravo Company were so eager to go home if this is how the women of Kepler 111 are. Nico steps forward gracefully, greeting the incoming socialites with a gentle smile and open arms, embracing each in turn and greeting them by name, as if they have known each other their entire lives. Max is stunned until he notices that Nico's eyes are a turquoise color today. She is wearing digital contacts and pulling up everyone's data so that she isn't caught unaware by anyone. The young ladies know the routine just as well, recognizing that they must get past the gatekeeper if they hope to get anywhere in their endeavors. It is only when the band starts playing an upbeat tune that they see their opening. Might the hero of the Cygnus intervention do me the honor of a dance? One of the ladies asks politely, barely beating out the others, who are forced to bite their tongues and keep silent to avoid coming across as uncouth. Sir Max, I do believe your dance card has an opening. Meet Miss Mariessa, daughter of Count Verboten of the 17th Industrial Sector here on Kepler 111. Nico introduces them, and Max extends his hand politely, leading his partner to the dance floor. He learned the basics of a great number of local and popular formal dances for this event, knowing that all he had to do was understand them and his increased physical attributes would cover the rest. His current dance partner doesn't appear to have activated the system at all, so Max isn't concerned that she will want to do anything too complicated for him to follow. The dance floor is filling with young nobles, eager to dance, so Max isn't put on the spot, and the dance they have chosen is one that Max did study for this event, so he manages to lead his giggling partner through the song, before the tune changes and one set of delicate hands is replaced by another. Max looks over at Nico, who is grinning at him, lining up more dance partners for him, while deftly avoiding the young gentlemen who are trying to catch her attention through the crowd of socialites. I might be able to see all their thoughts, but I have been defeated in the tactical thinking department this time. I'm going to have to excuse myself for a drink to break her rhythm. Max thinks as he dances with his new partner, her pink ruffled skirts fluttering as he leads her through the lively flamenco dance. Once the song changes, Max puts his plan into action, acting quickly to politely excuse himself to get a refreshment, and stepping off the dance floor into the shadows of the ballroom. Very smooth. General Tennant congratulates him as Max finds a glass of some sort of alcoholic juice, a local specialty. Thanks. Nico wasn't happy to have to socialize, and I think she is intending to punish me by dancing me to death before the night is over. Max laughs. Isn't it the duty of a second in command to see to the commander's needs? Perhaps she's just being a good wingman. The general counters with a smirk. Be glad you can't hear what they're thinking. I've seen a few things in this life, but I wasn't ready for that. Max sighs before the amused general turns him around to introduce him to someone else. Meet Duke Orleans, government leader of Kepler 111. He has been looking forward to meeting you. General Tennant introduces him to a tall and powerful man that Max realizes is the father of the troublemaker from his unit. The two look nothing alike. This man is over 2 meters tall, and either puts a lot into his physique or has high system compatibility with a strength primary bonus. It is a pleasure to meet such a dashing young war hero, Sir Max. I must ask, have you had a chance to meet my youngest son yet? He was assigned to your unit, but I haven't heard from him all day. The Duke greets Max. So I did. My unit had a team building exercise earlier today, where we all got acquainted. Unfortunately, As this is a critical time for developing interpersonal bonds, all outside communication has been blocked. I'm certain he will have a magnificent tale to tell of his military exploits the next time you are in contact. Max answers the concerned father, seeing that he personally disapproved of the alterations of the boy's records to make him a pilot, preferring him to be moved to a safer station for the duration of his term of service. The Duke has many other children, but this time one of them got selected for service, instead of just puffing up his academy record and ending up running a local corporation and bragging of what could have been, if he had been selected to serve. That works out well for Max. Even if the boy manages to get a message home, he is unlikely to find a sympathetic ear. All Max has to do is have Nico recommend that the boy be moved out of a combat role on a skills recommendation instead of as a punishment. That way it looks good on his record and he is still out of their hair. They are in the middle of a conversation about the planet's agriculture when the Duke's eyes go hard and he moves towards where Nico and the socialites are standing. There is a very large, very drunk man standing by her that looks a lot like the Duke, and Max guesses that it is one of the Duke's older sons or perhaps a much younger brother. The man is casually touching her, brave on his part, given that she isn't one of the local socialites who will easily give in for a chance at his rank. The conversation clearly isn't going well, and Max recognizes the smile on Nico's face as the one she gives him when she knows she has him during a sparring match. That smile that promises great pain if he makes one more misstep. I'm certain the Major can take care of herself, Max assures the Duke, right before the young man lands a heavy slap across her face, ringing through the entire room, and bringing the band to a stop in shock. Her head snapped to the side, but she is stable again, and the smile is still in place, only this time even the Duke and General Tennant can see the promise of violence, sending them running her way. They're not fast enough though. Nico kicks the back of his knees and punches him in the stomach, knocking him down to her height, then sneers at him as his father and the general arrived. General Tennant, welcome. We could use some advice here. What is the punishment for an officer of the Planetary Defense Force who strikes a senior officer? Nico asks, and the Duke shakes his head at his drunken son, who is trying not to vomit from the stomach strike. Nico knows very well that the punishment is 50 public lashes with a military regulation leather whip, and so do most of the guests, who look horrified at the prospect. Unfortunately, my son is no longer a member of the Planetary Defense Force, Lady Nico. If you would like to file a complaint, might we take it out of the public view? I'm certain we can come to an agreement, the Duke says, making sure his assistant knows to file the paperwork stripping his son of rank and discharging him immediately. Max and General Tennant follow the trio into a side room where the Duke waits for the door to close before slapping his son unconscious with a single blow. What will it take to settle this quietly? He asks, and Max gets a genius idea. We have had some paperwork errors with this intake. Perhaps the wrong son was sent aboard. I believe the scullery department will find they are missing a recruit. Max suggests. That's a bit extreme, General Tennant points out, and Max shrugs. The scullery department isn't part of his unit, so he would never have to see the man again. The thought of spending a decade doing dishes on board a transport ship is enough to send the drunken noble into a panic, and Max recalls the story of the man who tried to space himself through an airlock. Maybe he did go a bit far. How about you two excuse us and we will work out the details while you socialize? It's your last chance to catch up with the departing officers after all. General Tennant insists, ushering them out of the room. Chapter 96. The morning after the event was much more lively once Max and Nico returned to the dance floor, joining the group already twirling in time with the music. Events like the one earlier are nothing new to the local nobles. Drunken indiscretions are practically the trademark of Duke Orleans' children. They don't see much of anything coming of it. The man has sway with central command that can keep the young man from facing any sort of actual retribution, while the young major is just a pilot from off-world. The young men at the dance agree on one thing though. She does look lovely in that dress, unlike most of the returning soldiers, who have hardened from a decade of war. Lady Nico, might I have the next dance? Colonel Marino of the 42nd Armored asks, getting ahead of the youngsters who all have looks of lust in their eyes for the woman who would dare to publicly humiliate the most powerful noble of their generation. Of course, Colonel, Nico responds sweetly, offering him her hand. Max is a bit confused. Nico is never that sweet without a good reason. But once she is gone, Max turns and sees a dozen sets of eyes locked on him. Now he knows why she was so willing to dance with the colonel, despite not liking being in the spotlight. Her departure has left him open to all the debutantes that she was encouraging earlier. Max is led through dozens of dances, sprinkled with rounds of drinks and assorted snacks from the trays that expertly made their way through the crowds. Most of the crowd doesn't even leave the building that night, simply finding a convenient spot to sleep in one of the many side rooms of the event hall. As far as Max can tell, such impromptu pairings are so common that the event hall doesn't even have booked rooms. You just find yourself an empty one, or in the case of some of the nobles, one occupied by people you know, and go there for the night. That was more than a little bit of a culture shock to him. That is most definitely not military protocol, and even more certainly not how things are done in the slums, where they would never trust a group of party-goers to freely come and go from what amounts to a fancy hotel, at least not without checking them for missing items and room damages. When the sun began to creep through the windows, Max finally found a chance to escape the event, as Nico made her excuses to a group of disappointed business heirs and led him out front to catch the shuttle. Here, take these, and get showered and changed when you get back to your room. The mess hall opens for breakfast in an hour, and the recruits have their first training after lunch. I gave them all the morning off to settle in, Nico whispers, handing him a pair of pills that Max recognizes as a detoxifier to prevent hangovers and the standard-issue mental focus pills that pilots use on long missions. He might not get much sleep if he takes them, but he knows from experience that he won't feel the need for it until at least tonight. Thanks, I don't know what I'd do without your foresight, Max replies as the shuttle arrives for them and a few more officers who have joined the growing crowd headed home to the temporary barracks here on their homeworld. Later this week they will start sorting out places to stay, but for the next few days, they will be celebrating their successful return home from the relative safety of the barracks in the receiving zones. How was your first taste of political life? Captain Catan Sr., the retiring leader of Bravo Company asks, walking up behind them with a giggling brunette debutante under his arm. More energetic than I thought it would be. Max laughs, looking over the captain's disheveled clothing. It seems you received a warm welcome home, Captain. Nico winks at Catan, who leans over to kiss his date for the morning. You could say that, though this one was a bit more expected than most. Meet my fiancée, Nala. My parents informed me yesterday that they had arranged a marriage to keep me out of trouble, and once I met this lovely young lady, I had no reason to refuse. Her father is a local chemical engineer, who received the title of Knight for his contributions to improving agricultural efficiency. The captain informs her proudly. Max didn't see either of them last night, but going by the state of their clothes and the smell of hotel shampoo, not the military issue that Catan would have arrived smelling like, they were likely occupied. The shuttle arrives as they are chatting, and the closest group of military officers climb aboard. The first stop is for the civilian transport terminal, where Catan and his bride-to-be get off, along with a few others whose families live nearby. Then at the barracks, which leaves only Max and Nico to head to the Abraham Kepler. The security staff seems shocked to see them returning sober and well-dressed. Not many of the crew were entitled to go to the official party, or even leave the ship last night, but the ones they have seen returning mostly had hastily straightened clothing and at least one visible love bite, building on the resentment of the guards, who were stuck here all night long. Welcome back, Majors. I am certain your unit is anxiously awaiting your return. The guard smiles. The departing troops had their own party last night, much less formal than the ball for the nobles and returning officers, and without most of the alcohol, but most of them were too excited to sleep anyhow. We have graciously given them the morning off training. I'm sure they will be rested and eager to show their worth this afternoon. Max jokes back, scanning his wrist device to check into the ship. Safely back in his room, Max checks his notifications, finding that the young master he is transferring out of the unit is still safely in quarantine and that the general worked out a deal with the Duke to send the other son to take over a quality control supervisor's position at a meat packing plant that the family owns. After a few years surrounded by the smells of livestock waste and blood, the young noble will likely be at least a little repentant, though Max had hoped for more. Then he sees the location, on the edge of a desert along the continental equator where the average daily temperature is well over 40 degrees Celsius. Maybe getting stuck in the middle of nowhere and sweating in the heat all day while he checks fences and animal treatment by the farm transports might actually be worse than being in the ship's galley, where he would at least get to hit on the female soldiers and work in temperature-controlled conditions. It was good to be back in uniform. Despite being perfectly tailored to his size, the tuxedo was an uncomfortable outfit to wear, with layers where there shouldn't be layers, and not granting him nearly enough freedom of movement. Max carefully stowed it in his locker and looked over the training results from yesterday. They were far from getting through everyone's assessments, and might not even finish them today with the late start, but so far the recruits he had received mostly lived up to their educational records. They were the elite of the local academy after all, no matter how low that academy's standards were. It even looked like they had to pull cadets from 2 graduating classes to make a single special tactics team. How the 42nd Armored made it through the first few battles was a mystery to Max, assuming that they had it this hard with personnel. There isn't too much to do, so after a quick breakfast to settle his stomach, Max climbs into bed for a few hours of much-needed sleep. His mind might be refreshed by the pill he took, but a short nap never hurt anyone. When he woke up, the cafeteria had just opened for lunch, and the unit was rapidly filling the seats, looking eager to prove themselves. Those who passed qualifications to the senior office's standards yesterday had an almost smug air about them, like kids who had finished their exams a day earlier than their peers and had nothing to worry about. In a way that was true, but they weren't going to get off easy today just because they had proven that they didn't cheat on their exams. No, Max had big plans for this unit, and it was going to take him a lot of effort to get them in shape. Step 1 was just the examination, but after that came the combat training that he had been doing with the officers and the men of Bravo Company over the last month. That part would take the longest since it was the foundation for everything else they needed to know to survive. Step 3 would be to take that knowledge and expand it into a whole new fighting style for the light mecha. The Khmer pattern corvettes were even more agile than the standard pattern ones, so there was no reason that they couldn't learn and execute an advanced fighting style with more melee competence than a standard Kepler unit. The lack of melee capability had been the downfall of a lot of units when the Cygnus mecha joined the last battle, leaving the Kepler units unable to effectively defend themselves at close range, and not fast enough to properly maintain distance. Max was not going to allow that to happen to his pilots. Chapter 97. Short notice. When lunchtime came, Max was ready to complete the assessments of his new unit. Honestly, he expected much more trouble today, once the reality of their situation had set in than he got yesterday while they were still somewhat in shock and struggling to adapt. They might all be graduates of the academy, but they were also the first group in a decade that actually had to do a term of service. The graduating classes every other year joined the Planetary Defense Force, which hadn't been mobilized outside of natural disaster assistance in over a century. Max fully expects the reality that they are going off to fight and die to set in sometime today and lead to a wave of misbehavior. But then, for the children of mostly impoverished farmers in a rural agricultural world, the living situation on board the Abraham Kepler might not be bad enough to seem like an actual downside. A flagship like the one they have been assigned to often gets sent on political missions, where they will be a mostly ceremonial force, and spend most of their careers on parade or in transit, with only a handful of combat engagements. That assumption could be why they chose the younger Captain Catan to replace his retiring cousin. He has experience in personal security for political figures, like the senior officers, and as the only special tactics unit on board, they would be the first ones called upon to take up that duty. Despite Max's fears, everyone seems to be gathered on time and without issue to complete the assessments. If anything, they seem to be more motivated now than they were before, realizing the purpose is to weed out those who can't pull their weight and those with exceptionally bad attitudes. Max nods for Nico to begin the training session and she steps forward, bringing everyone to attention with a glance. I hope everyone enjoyed the luxury of an entire morning off. That doesn't happen often in a special tactics unit. There is a lot for you to learn before our first deployment that isn't covered in any academy or university. That's not to say that we are taskmasters. Major Max is a big softy when it comes to his troops, so he has asked that I only set a half-day training schedule for you all. That sends up a round of cheers and praise for Max, who smiles, knowing what is coming next. And in accordance with his orders, I have set training to exactly 1/2 of the day. Now, it doesn't really matter which 12 hours we choose, but I prefer early, so training will start promptly at 7 every morning with physical skills maintenance, and then mission-specific techniques and tactics. Some will be easy, some will not. Some you will already think you know, but I will ensure that they are ground into your very bones so that we come back with exactly as many troopers as we departed with. Nico informs them with a smile, her speech coming across as much less intimidating due to her stature. It sounds like the standard issue idle threats, but the other officers know just how strict she can be when it comes to training. They have already had a month of preparation for this moment, and they still aren't sure they are up to her standards. Alright, team leaders, get your soldiers moving through the physical skills maintenance routine and I will call groups by registration number to do their assessments," Max calls out, and the groups split into thirds, ready to face the judgment of their commander. Max brings them up 5 at a time, filling the few resistance trainers that they have reserved for their unit, and begins the exams. For the first few rounds, everything is exactly as he suspected, but in the third group, there is a repeated failure. The pilot should have average scores in the Special Forces training class, so Max pulls him aside into one of the soundproof side rooms to have a little chat. The first thing he notices is that the man is shaking and sweating, but not in the way of an exhausted pilot who has just finished an exam. He looks a bit sickly, but the biological scans showed that none of the pilots brought in any infectious diseases. Perhaps it is a lingering issue. "Tell me, pilot, what just happened in the resistance trainer?" Max asks, giving him the option to come up with an excuse of some sort. "Sir, I can pass, sir. I swear I can, I'm just not feeling well, sir." The man gives a crisp response, as expected, but the sweat on his forehead is getting thicker and thicker. Max pages a medic to urgently report to the unit and looks back at the pilot, who is trying not to fidget and scratch his arms. Now Max understands what the problem is. He isn't infected, he is going through withdrawals, the man is an addict. "How long since your last dose, pilot?" Max asks directly, waiting for the medic. The Abraham Kepler has a variety of treatments for drug withdrawals on board since the screenings catch almost all of the contraband that comes on board, leaving a lot of soldiers out of supply before the next stop. "Sir, I'm not sure what you mean, sir," the pilot says formally, going with the deny it and hope that the symptoms wear off quickly so he doesn't get into worse trouble approach. "I have called for a medic, and he will ask you the very same thing. He will do blood tests to verify, so there's no point in lying. Get treated now, and get yourself squared away before today's training is complete. If you do, and you pass the exam, you can stay with no repercussions. What you did before joining the unit won't be held against you. I come from the slums of the capital on Kepler Terminus, I've seen it all before." Max continues and the man looks a bit hopeful. "There's a drug on this world called Dream, made from a local flower. It's commonly used as a painkiller by the commoners, but it seems that the scans found it all. I looked, nobody has any, or they're not willing to share." The pilot finally sighs, knowing that this is his only hope of not being sent to the meat grinder that is the first wave assault units, or worse, a penal regiment. Max forwards the information to the medic, who sends back a text response that they have an instant treatment for the withdrawal symptoms if he wants, and then they can prescribe a pill to prevent them from returning for the rest of the week until they have faded. "Good news, pilot, they can cure your shakes right away, and you can go to the med bay every morning for the next week to get a pill to prevent them until you're cleaned up. Tell anyone else who might be having the same issue to report to the med bay on their off hours, I'll have them approve the treatment without a formal reprimand." Max decides, remembering how hard the convicts had it when many of them hadn't done anything worse than these soldiers but met with a hardline commander. "Thank you, sir." The pilot salutes, just as the medic comes in, scanning his information before suddenly giving him a needle to the arm through his uniform. "You'll be fine in under a minute, but you will be exhausted if you don't eat heavily at dinner. The treatment activates the nanobots to purify your system and it will burn a lot of energy." The medic informs the pilot before leaving, having hundreds of such incidents among the 250,000 recruits reported already. It will surely get worse over the next few days, as any hidden supplies of drugs run out while the soldiers are in quarantine, but that's just part of any recruitment, except on the most hardline of military planets like Kepler Terminus. Those planets mostly overuse military-issued stimulants and relaxants, which have been designed to work with the system to avoid lingering effects. The unit that the pilot came from looks a bit shocked when Max leads him back out and has him start the scenario over, retaking his exam with much better results before sending him back to the group and calling another handful over. They were sure that he was a goner, off to scrub dishes for a decade or worse, but the commander didn't say anything at all and sent him back to training. There are no more unpleasant surprises that day, other than a few who struggled with the scenario that Max set, but there were also a few standouts, who had clearly not been trying particularly hard in the academy. They came from the ranks of the enlisted soldiers, so that wasn't surprising. It wasn't like they had a lot of motivation to try hard with their low system affinity and single career path. Once the unit is dismissed, Max calls the officers to him. "So, any potential sergeants among the recruits? Natural leaders," hidden specialists who have revealed themselves already. Max takes notes as everyone gives him the good and bad of their observations, but for the most part, the unit is exactly at the expected standard, proving that the educational system did its job. That means that all he needs to do is expand their horizons. Max is about to inform them of the training schedule when the office's wrist devices all beep in unison with a command message. Emergency Deployment Orders. SSV-17, local name Sigmund, Planetary Defense Mission, is the title of the message, and they all sigh. It seems that the rebels are active again, and the unit will be tempered in the heat of battle and not trained on board the ship. Sigmund is only a week's journey from here, according to what Max remembers of the star charts. All personnel to launch positions. Planetary departure in 30 minutes. Chapter 98. To Sigmund, the activity aboard the Abraham Kepler becomes frantic in an instant. Many troopers were relaxing, sorting gear, and settling into their new accommodations. But in the 30 minutes before launch, everything needs to be packed away, doors sealed, and all personnel to designated launch locations where they can be secured to prevent injuries during launch. The process isn't as dramatic when leaving a space station, since there isn't the same gravity change, just the transition to faster-than-light travel. Ships the size of the Abraham Kepler also rarely land on planets and aren't really designed for it. Sure, they can survive it easily enough, but it is a huge amount of stress on the structure, even with Kepler's advanced anti-gravity technology. On the surface, the parties are still in full swing, welcoming the veterans home with no idea that the enormous bulk of the Abraham Kepler is about to take off until the sirens start sounding to clear the area. There isn't anything built within half a kilometer of the landing pad, but even then, the closest buildings won't be safe to walk near until the ship is at least 10,000 meters in the air and begins its forward motion. If Max could see outside, he would see thousands of veterans standing at attention outside every barracks building, saluting the departing troops and wishing them a safe and uneventful deployment, as impossible as that might be with an emergency departure. If anyone understands the true horror of that short-notice siren, it is them. They heard it 2 missions in a row, and both missions cost them dearly in lost brothers and sisters. Inside the ship, the chaos has begun to settle as everyone gets their gear put away, and runs for the secured seating. The bunks have an option to securely net yourself in so you don't fall out, but even cadets this new know that they don't want to be laid flat in a tiny box for takeoff. It's much better to be in a proper chair. Most of them will be either in the cafeterias, where the high-backed chairs will all be turned to face one direction and the tables fold vertically to prevent flying debris from injuring the soldiers behind them. The rest will either be in the training halls or secured seating within their duty stations. Stalwart Special Tactics Unit has its own training hall, so they have been designated to use it as their launch area, giving them more than enough room to work, and keeping them close to everywhere they're likely to be during a standard duty shift. The ship shudders as it slowly lifts from the ground, minimizing thruster usage to prevent damage to the surrounding area as the anti-gravity drive shifts the flagship into the air. Once the Abraham Kepler has reached a safe altitude, the thrusters engage, slamming everyone back in their seats with no warning other than a slight rocking motion as they engage. Max spends the next few minutes thanking whoever designed this layout for putting the office's seats at the very front of the room, despite the fact that they are facing the mirrored window of the office, with minimal leg room. The sounds of motion-sick rookies let him know that the scene behind him is not going to be a pretty one, even before he looks in the mirror. The thunderous force of atmospheric entry suddenly fades as they reach the boundary to space and the artificial gravity kicks in with a faint hum. A few soldiers are about to get up to clean themselves, having been downstream of the sick trooper, but Max stops them before they can. Everyone remains seated. The Abraham Kepler is about to transition to faster-than-light travel. He calls, knowing full well just how nauseating the first few times you experience the effects of the warp field engaging can be. The actual function is a state secret, but as Max understands it, the drive creates a bubble effect in reality around the ship, bending the natural laws using immense amounts of carefully regulated energy in order to let the ship travel faster than the speed of light. Keeping it a huge secret only matters to the enemy though, since even if it was explained to him, Max isn't sure that he could actually understand the level of astrophysics necessary to accurately explain how the warp drive works. Prepare for rapid transition, comes the announcement, just as Max had predicted, and then the twisting lurch of the warp drive engaging flows through them, causing a few more soldiers to forfeit their dinners. That's the worst of it. Everyone get clean and get settled in for the evening early. We have 1 week to pound enough knowledge into your heads that you don't die within the first 5 minutes of your first deployment. Max calls out, making a few pilots laugh, but not the infantry. Every infantry soldier knows that the life expectancy of a rookie trooper sent on a forward deployment drop is measured in seconds and not hours or days. If they survive the drop, they will usually be expected to secure the position to reduce damage to the resource-intensive mecha units that follow them. From what they've heard among the rumor mill, mostly from troopers who had family in Bravo Company, Major Max isn't like that and prefers to keep all his members alive, but he doesn't get to designate the drops. The next day, Max sets the basic training for the pilots to learn the essentials of hand-to-hand combat. They now have extremely agile Khmer pattern Corvette-class mecha, and he plans to equip every one of them with swords. They do learn a little about sword combat in class, but the footwork and technique to make it truly useful are well out of the skill set that the academy covers. They only have 1 week, so that is what he will focus on for the pilots. How to survive up close and personal with other light mecha in an urban environment. For the infantry, Max has Nico cover a wider variety of skills. It's too late to start teaching them martial arts, so she will focus on teaching them trench warfare, how to detect enemy hiding spots and basic infiltration techniques. Those 3 things are the most likely to help them survive the first few days of an assault, and the updates. Max has managed to get about the situation on Sigmund say that's what it will be. The enemy is not a human faction, but they are close to it. The planet has been invaded by the Narsians, a species of humanoid giants, roughly the same size as line mecha, between 3 and 4 meters tall. Their technology is strangely both very advanced and very lacking. They have powered environmental body armor, but they prefer to run everywhere they go, not using transport vehicles. They use high-powered energy weapons, but also carry large alloy melee weapons that do devastating damage thanks to their size and strength. That's why it's so important that the pilots know how to fight up close. The enemy is light mecha-sized and even more melee-happy than the Cygnus forces were. They are also surprisingly agile, using a form of anti-gravity drive in their body armor to allow them to run at extreme speeds and jump up to 15 meters at a time, according to the strategic videos that Max has managed to find. They also don't use spaceships. Instead, they directly invade other planets using a form of wormhole technology. Once they have located their target, a portal is opened, and a scout team is sent through. If there is life or valuable resources, the invasion begins only minutes later with hundreds of wormhole exits dumping their army all over the planet and then closing. There is no word for losing in their language, or if there is, it's the same word that they use for death. If they don't capture the planet, there is no way for them to leave again. Seeing the details makes Max realize how important the emergency deployment was. Even a week away, they might be too late, since the Narsians attack all at once across an entire planet. According to the records, many planets fall completely, the entire population having been killed during the first 2 weeks. Narsians don't keep slaves, they view the practice as inhumane. But they also don't have a use for survivors, so unless there was an enslaved population on the world that they can deport elsewhere as an act of kindness, they simply kill all the indigenous inhabitants of the worlds they target. It makes sense to Max, in a twisted way. You eliminate all potential enemies, and there is nobody left to complain that you are inhabiting their world. Once they are established, they will set up high-tech factories to build orbital defenses for their newly founded cities, with the old ones being demolished as unsuitable for beings of their size. The infantry definitely won't have it easy here. There are no human infantry equivalent troops on the enemy side of this battle. The only bright side is that as a special tactics unit, they have a wide variety of heavy weapons available to them so that they can effectively penetrate the heavy armor or the Narsian shock troopers. By the end of the week, the pilots' melee skills are looking at least a little less awkward, and the infantry has gotten the hang of breaching buildings and finding likely enemy hiding spots, so they are as ready as they are going to get. The last thing on Max's list is to request a special meal from the cafeteria. The menu is generally set by command, but within reason, it can be modified. One of the Kepler 111 specialties is a custard tart that Max tried at the formal ball. All the ingredients are in the meals for this week, just in different forms, so Max has the dessert set for dinner before they drop. A little taste of home for good luck. Chapter 99. Favoritism in action. The deployment orders for the Stalwart Special Tactics Unit have come in. They will be doing a full force insertion, meaning that they will be bringing some spare equipment with them including the mobile suits and some vehicles. They will be dropping well behind. the intended front lines to secure a secret military installation. The facility is currently under Kepler's control, one of many such facilities within the heavily populated system. Sigmund also has one partially inhabited moon and a few resource bases on outlying planets within its solar system. They aren't a powerhouse of military might, but they did have a fairly decent defense force, and they have a space station in orbit that is still holding out against the Narsians' anti-satellite attacks. It looks like the planet is doing better than most against this alien invasion, and that the Abraham Kepler might be enough to stabilize the situation for a few days or a week until more reinforcements can arrive. They were the only ship close to the point of the attack since it was so far within the Empire's borders, but neighboring systems will be mustering as many troops as they can spare and should be here soon. If one of them was close to their annual recruitment, they might even get lucky and see an entire Mecha regiment and field army in the next few days. Once their lander drops within the facility, the Special Tactics Unit has been assigned to fortify the facility as a regrouping and resupply point for the Kepler Defense Forces. It has an ore stockpile inside, and a wide variety of repair and emergency manufacturing facilities. It is a perfectly suited mission to the unit, but going by the other drop sites on the list, they might have actually pulled the lowest risk location of anyone aboard the ship, other than those assigned to land with the 2 Phalanx-class Mecha. Commander, final requisitions are in. I got us a collection of Skyfire turrets that we can use as an anti-infantry defense when we land. They won't have any issues with Narsian armor, and the flak explosions make them especially effective against large-scale assaults. Nico informs him, handing over the tablet with the loading information for the drop ship. Thanks, Major. Now, to get everyone on the ground without issue. From what I can see, the Narsians have taken at least a few cities, so we can expect heavy incoming fire on the way down, even if we are headed to a lower priority location. Max sighs, refreshing the battle status on his tablet. Nothing we can do about that. But the troops are ready to load and all Mecha are in place, loaded, and double-checked. Nico's assurance goes a long way to comfort Max, as he knows her skills would have caught anything that the crew missed, and the crews that loaded the landers are from the Abraham Kepler itself, all career soldiers, and experienced, not fresh recruits like those going to battle today. The entire ship is on edge today, with green commanders leading green troops on their first mission while expecting heavy incoming fire and a hostile landing zone. If they stay this nervous, they won't even need the enemy to find them, they will be mentally defeated before they even reach the ground. Max needs to do something about it. He is going to need these Mecha to survive long enough to need to come to his position for resupply. Special Tactics Unit, on me. We will be taking a long way around to motivate the troops. Max instructs the unit. They might not know much more than anyone else, but they are the elite of their group, and Max did give them a lot of extra training this week, all for the sake of survival. Their morale is high, and he hopes that just the sight of his unit's confidence will help the other units get their act together. Going by the chaos that he can see, it is more than a little bit necessary. Troops are running around trying to get last-minute orders handled, and rookie commanders are flustered by the need to get everything in order for something that isn't a drill. They know how, but the nerves are getting to them and they are making simple mistakes that don't need to happen. As they pass by, the other officers of the stalwart Special Tactics Unit are shouting orders at aimless troops, setting unit commanders back on the right path, and calming the troops. Max was right, just the presence of another unit in their situation that has their act together is enough to solve half the problem, the part where chaos is feeding on chaos and making things increasingly more difficult to organize. They cross almost the entire landing bay before coming to the bay where Shining Darkness stands surrounded by cranes, getting ready to load now that the rest of its entourage is ready. General Tennant himself is busy with a command tablet, setting orders and rearranging drop schedules to avoid areas where the highest concentration of enemy fire will likely come from. Major Max, thank you for all the hard work. Security feeds showed me your tour around the loading bays getting the troops in order. The general greets them as they pass by his hangar. The pleasure is all mine, General. If those few of us with experience aren't on top of things, who would be? All they needed was a bit of confidence to remember that they've spent most of their lives training for this. Max answers with a crisp salute for the senior officer. Your drop route isn't perfect, but it should be out of range of the worst of the incoming fire. Just take and hold that position at all costs. Sigmund has a fairly high population, but the on-planet resource levels are low. Most of their manufacturing is done on the outer planets or in space. Until the resupply drops begin, we will be pressed for resources. General Tennant explains. Max can see in his thoughts that the general did his best to send his protégés somewhere relatively safe, giving them time to get their troops up to standard before facing the worst that the Narsians can throw at them. Even a few days of light combat before a major assault will greatly increase the survival rate of a unit, and he has bought them as many days as he can. General Tennant himself will be headed for the continental capital, 1,000 kilometers from where Max will be landing, while the Carpe Noctem will be going to reinforce the planetary capital, on the other side of the world. Everyone to the lander. You have 10 minutes to get settled in and secured, or I will be writing your names on your seats for the next drop. Max orders his unit, who laugh as they jog to the last bay to get loaded, lifting the spirits of the soldiers they pass. They still have over an hour before the final securement call comes, but the pilots haven't had much seat time in their new Mecha, and it is of a pattern they haven't had a chance to physically use before, so even getting an extra hour to get comfortable and set things up to their liking is appreciated. Max also has to do the same. The interior of Stalwart was painted and renovated after the last battle, so he needs to make sure all the personal effects he has placed in the cockpit this week are secured, and places his lucky photos into the holders. He has a new one for this mission. Of the entire surviving membership of his last mission on the day they return to the ship. They are dirty, sweaty, and exhausted with 1,000-yard stares, hardened by combat, but they look happy to be home. Now almost all of those faces are retired and their successors, including many of their younger siblings and cousins, are under his care. Just you watch, boys, I'll bring these pilots back as real men. Max smiles, tucking it into the clear plastic holder, right above the photo of himself between Nico and General Tennant on the day of his first deployment. The Special Tactics Unit is living up to its reputation, ready on time and fully equipped, chatting easily as they wait for the final announcements. Max turns on Stalwart's external speaker and hears Ari taking bets on how far off the 10-minute warning will be this time. They all know that it is rarely even close to their actual drop time, especially for first-wave units, but some of the bets are entirely too optimistic. Seriously, 20 minutes before their actual drop? That would put them in the third wave of landers. No way will they have to wait that long. The lander is moved into the final launch position and the lights turn to warning red, reminding everyone that they could be facing a drop any second and that any unsecured objects in the cabin could become deadly projectiles. 10 minutes to launch, the automated system announces, signaling the start of final launch preparations by the ship crew, and the rumble of the enormous drop bay doors opening shakes the lander. The light tan walls of the lander look almost dark brown against the bone of the Mecha, and the lighting makes the black berets of the infantry into voids of darkness over olive tan faces as the thrusters of the lander power up. Launching, the single-word announcement blares over the speakers and Max laughs, activating the external speakers of Stalwart. 8 minutes and 47 seconds early, a new unit record. Captain Ari, who is our lucky winner? Chapter 100. Miscommunication. The launch of a lander is a lurch of rapid motion followed by sudden weightlessness that bounces everyone off their securement harnesses as the lander leaves the artificial gravity of the mothership. It is a bit disorienting every time, feeling like up and down have ceased to exist, which in a way they do while you are in space. The recruits haven't experienced it before, but the consensus of their first drop is that the launch is definitely better than the translation to faster than light transit. At least this doesn't feel like their insides are being twisted inside their bodies. Max can feel that the thrusters are still activated, which makes no sense since the Abraham Kepler is still approaching the planet. They didn't need the extra speed to make an approach on the planet at near structural load limits. Nico, check the lander settings and find out what the hell is going on, Max calls over the secure command channel. Nobody will hear it but her and the other Crusader pilots, so he doesn't bother to censor himself. Found the issue. Sending the data to command. Nico answers without elaborating. Max checks her thoughts and finds that the launch orders have been modified, without a verification code. Every lander in the first wave is headed for a spot near the planetary capital that is crawling with Narsian troops and anti-lander firepower. The only viable answer for it is that the ship's launch codes were compromised by an internal traitor, or that the Narsians have a hacking ability much more advanced than the Kepler military was aware of. Following her thoughts, Max can see that Nico is busy using the anti-collision data network to reroute as many units as possible before they reach the point of no return, where it will be too late to significantly change their trajectory. They do have thrusters and can reroute, but that involves losing a lot of orbital speed first, and by the time they do, they will be within range of the capital. Confirmation, course alteration signal came from the planet, Nico calls over the command channel and Max relays it back to launch control, who rapidly works to change encryption codes before the next wave of landers is launched. The choice of encryption code is left up to the individual launch officers, which will cause some chaos since the landers won't be able to communicate with each other on their way down due to varying encryptions, but that is better than having them all fired directly at a death trap. Shining darkness to Stalwart, the original target is no longer viable. Your mission will be updated after landing. General Tennant informs Max over the Mecha's heads-up display. Checking the targeting data, Max can see that the general is correct. They fell too far while Nico was correcting everyone else's trajectory to prevent them from landing near the most dangerous points on the planet, and now they will be landing on the far side of the planet from where they were originally intended to be. That's an unfortunate, but entirely too common outcome, though it is more often due to emergency evasions or damage than a successful hack of the launch computers. Do we have any data on the new landing zone? Max asks, looking over the map. There is data there, he just hasn't studied it at all, since it was thousands of kilometers from their destination. Predicted drop zone is a tropical swamp. Population under 10 per square kilometer for the entire region. Enemy forces unknown. Nico responds, and Max hears the other officers give a short laugh. So you're saying that I'm going home? Vincent asks, being from a tropical swamp himself. You're in luck, Captain. The last time my unit found itself in a swamp, there were giant beasts that could eat a Corvette-class mecha. This one doesn't show any life signs over 3 meters long on the initial scans. Max jokes, I heard about that from the other convicts. Back when you were stationed on Belmont, right? Capturing the planetary governor alive was possibly the greatest bit of luck I've heard about in a while. Paul agrees. That's the time, though after the flood, you could almost call the bridge defense a swamp. Nico joins in, helping cut the tension they are all feeling after the attack on their guidance systems. Don't remind me. Giant Cygnus mecha everywhere, and I was still stuck on line mecha detail. Vincent complains. The very fact that these three survived owed a lot to their pure skill levels. Command didn't intend for the convict units to survive, they were there to soak up bullets to save the better behaved troops. The fact that Max brought so many of them back was a shock to everyone, including the few other remaining convicts. The joking only works for a little while though, they have entered the atmosphere much faster than intended, thanks to the change in their course, and the whole ship is shuddering and creaking under the strain as the thrusters work to keep it on course and reduce the speed. Once they get a little lower, the anti-gravity field can be engaged to assist with the descent in addition to the thrusters, but for now, it's pure fuel-burning power that is slowing the flying brick hurtling towards a populated planet at 30 times the speed of sound. After a few minutes, the violent shaking begins to subside as the lander gets close to normal entry velocities, but now they have dropped low enough that they are in range of the defensive guns as they pass over the more populated regions of the planet. The explosions are still somewhat distant, a constant thudding as they drop, steady enough that the infantry soldiers, who aren't protected inside Mecha, feel the vibrations more as background music on their way to hell. Even those slowly go silent though, as they cross the horizon and move out of sight of the cities. So far the Narsians haven't put much effort into the rural areas, beginning their invasion with the highest priority targets, and agricultural areas are low priority since the Narsians are unable to process most human foods. Altitude 10,000 meters, beginning final approach. We have our landing zone, updating coordinates. Nico adds over the intercoms, relaxing the troops a little. In their minds, if the XO is personally updating their landing zone, it must be safer than whatever command had in store for them. Of course, they have no idea how close everything went to going fatally wrong, since the earlier discussion was on a secure channel. The spot Nico has picked for them is a large, rocky ridgeline lifting out of the swamp like the back of a prehistoric animal. Sensors detected a large empty cavity underground, possibly an abandoned mine shaft, which is suitable as a bunker for the infantry, or will be after it is reinforced a little. The plan visible in Max's heads-up display is to put the lander in front of it as a makeshift defensive wall, giving them shelter from two sides and providing some cover for the mecha. Prepare for landing, the ship's computer announces, before the 50-meter-long box gently settles onto the rocks and powers down. Everyone move out. Team Alpha and Team Bravo secure the perimeter, Team Charlie secure the caverns. Max calls, getting ready to move himself into position to support the teams. The teams are a bit rough, not quite in sync with each other, but they are all on mission, and in under 20 seconds the lander is empty and the mecha teams are spreading out while the infantry forms the inner perimeter. All clear come the unit reports one after another. Radar shows no drops within 100 kilometers of our location. Orbital scans show no inhabited areas for 300 kilometers. Nico reports in max size. They really are in the middle of nowhere. Find a way to contact command and give them a sitrep. Once they know we are here and alive, they will likely have to adjust their plans for the unit. Caverns clear. It looks like this was a uranium mine at one point. The lower shafts are sealed, but the upper caverns read safe levels of radiation. Team Charlie reports in. Just what they needed. The Narsians use uranium as their primary fuel for their powered equipment and energy weaponry. If they are sitting on a uranium mine, command will want them to hold at all costs, keeping the enemy from refueling. Get the caverns mapped. I suspect we will be here a while. Max gives Charlie squad their orders while Alpha and Bravo squads get settled into position. They won't start building anything yet, as this location might already have an assigned defense team, but they can at least dig some foxholes and get the anti-aircraft guns set up. The infantry is always happier after the heavy support is in place. Central command to Stalwart. Hold position until further notice. Reinforcements are coming with the third wave.